Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Welcome, agents. This is Ace Valorant Challengers North America 2026, where consistency, adaptability, and the biggest clutch moments define the next rising star. The 2026 season is built around 3 competitive stages. Each one features a Swiss stage with all 16 teams, followed by a top 8 double elimination playoffs bracket. And after stages 1 and 2, promotion relegation, where survival and opportunity clash. Win to move forward, lose too much, and you're out. During the Swiss stage, every match is best of 3. 4 wins sends you to playoffs, 4 losses ends your run. From there, the top 8 teams battle it out in double elimination. Everything stays best of 3 until the lower final and grand final, where it's all decided in best of 5. After stages 1 and 2, the stakes get even higher. Promotion and relegation are back. No safety nets, no excuses. Stage 3 changes everything. The Stage 3 champion earns a direct spot in the Road to Champions, the VCT Americas Stage 2 playoffs. Meanwhile, the team with the most circuit points qualifies for the America's Last Chance qualifier, facing the best second seeds from LATAM and Brazil for one final shot. This is where the next generation rises. This is where future stars are made. And this is Ace Valorant Challengers NA 2026.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You've got footwork looking for the 18. There it is.
And now Derek pulls at a main. Yep, that'll play.
Now Hugh has actually made his way in. He's closest up and is able to take care of Ange because of that. He swings back on the shot next. He's on the back. Oh man, 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things after he was the one called into...
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America Stage 2. We had our debut of our second series of Challengers yesterday. It was a lot of fun, and I cannot wait to dive into today and learn more about all the shenanigans that happened in the couple of weeks we've been away. I'm Sierra Dawn, I'm your host for today. Joining me on the Analyst desk, we have none other than Van Silly and Gompers. We call you Van Silly, but I feel like the silliest here is Gompers. Gompers, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm really happy that you labeled me as the silliest one here. I'm really honored, and hopefully I could be one of the smartest ones here, guys. Let's see if my analyst game is good today. So
What do you mean one of? You are the smartest one.
Yeah.
I'm just not talking here. I'm just trying to fit in.
The smartest, the silliest, the most stunning. What can't Gompers do over here?
Saying. I'm intimidated right now.
I know, right? So much so, I'm blushing, guys. I need to get off of the camera. Talk about some of the teams that we're seeing here in Stage 2 of Challengers, because of course we got a little bit of switch ups going into all of this, and kind of scoping out these new teams and what they're going to be made of is quite interesting. Of course, we got a lot of returning faces here, Vans, when we're seeing a couple of these big names that really stood out in Stage 1. NRGA was really exciting, of course. SRB M80 are staples, but a couple of new faces as well.
The fun part is the new faces in terms of players joining teams and also new organizations joining in into the events, right? You're seeing like D1 Division 1 getting an upset, by the way, against SAD Esports yesterday, but now we also have the return of Shopify Rebellion Gold that went through and won with the relegation matches and made it back into Challengers here for stage number 2. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of cool looks going into this stage, but at the same time, some really cool looks going at the matches themselves, because if you're thinking about it, with everything that happened since Santiago for Masters in the VCTs, it was all about the double dive of like a Wele and a Yoru. But now with the Yoru switches, you're starting to see some teams trying to adapt a little bit more into like, hey, can we play a double dive? If we can't, how can we leverage a Sentinel to actually stop this double dive from certain teams? So you're still starting to see different looks going into Challengers as well, and that might also replicate going to the VCTs for stage 1.
And I think it's been a lot of fun to kind of look at where these changes are. But to be starting off the day, I want to focus in more with the teams and the players and stuff that we've seen changes, especially with yesterday's matches. SRG is a team we'll get to see later, but we got to see SRB face off yesterday going up against Rose with a little bit of a switch up over on the team vans that definitely showed up huge to kick off our stage.
I mean, you already had Smoke joining in this roster, and Smoke was excellent going into kickoff in terms of how good he was as a Euro, maybe just instead an offer for a team. So now you're adding more firepower into SRB. They could also run double duelists at the same time, and you'll see how much they could actually suffocate their opponents with this double dive comp. So as I was talking about certain teams trying different things, SRB has been trying to follow into the meta of a double dive, but also going with the jet to neon or the Wele to neon instead of the Yoru, and they still make it work. So that is going to be the first pain point for a lot of teams trying to adapt to this.
Yeah, and they picked up a really good duelist of Smoke for Shopify. I know. I mean, listen, the champions, right? They were with QoR previously. They ended up winning the grand finals, and they practiced so much duelist, and I felt like that development kind of allowed them to play into Shopify Rebellion Black, right, and be able to play as heavily as they did. So I think it was pretty interesting to see in regards to that. And Rose, coming back into it as well. I think they played phenomenal, and I think it's just the beginning, right?
Yeah. That's a fun part too. I think we're seeing a lot of these players that have played into GC, playing into like double leagues, but at the same time, I gotta highlight the fact that I see Retro coming back. I haven't seen Retro since like Renegade days playing with Roy Strong Legs as an IGL back then. So it's good to see him back. It's also good to see that it's worked out for their side, that they were able to make it somewhat competitive as they're still trying out and testing out this season. Now you're seeing the D1 versus SAD that upset that we were just talking about earlier on, a team that I think came from even Premier or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. But there are a couple of names that you notice around here, like Mikey, for example, that played with Blinn. I think you also had Dynamic in this roster that played even like in a late rosters of like T1 when it was still a North American organization with Steel at the helm when they're trying to rebuild around that. So there are still a lot of players that have that type of like experience around the team or around the game, and they were able to get such a nice little upset win against SAD Esports.
Kind of cool too to just see a new fully rebuilt roster come into Challengers, a new name, right? So for D1 to play against SAD, a team that kind of like had a really good reputation going into the last stage. So for me, them winning this was a good start to the season.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken too, you saw Paint in that roster, so he actually joined this roster here of SAD after leaving M80 or getting cut by M80, and that is also to replace Smoke that went to SRB. So you're still adding some great firepower to this team on this side of SAD Esports, and with that leadership again of Stellar, even if they fell through the hands of Division 1 yesterday, I'm pretty sure they could easily bounce back in the rest of the season.
Especially too, there is so much more of the season to be had. This is only the first week so far, and sometimes it takes a little bit to kind of just get back into the groove of things, right? But you definitely do want to try and get as many of these wins early on. Reminder, as we take a look over at our Swiss stage bracket, it's a little complicated at first. We'll spell it out easy. Win 4, you make it to playoffs. Lose 4, and you are out of there. Of course, playing up with people that are also winning or losing respectively. Going into today, we'll have an opportunity to scout out the rest of our teams. Vans, of course, being able to feature 2 here on the main broadcast and 2 over on the side stream. So a chance to really catch a little bit of everyone.
Exactly. And this is the same thing that we're going to witness from yesterday, for example, right? When you were just talking about, it's not too bad. We might look a little bit shaky in week number 1, but you still need 4 wins. So there's still a lot of Valorant within the stage. We'll see exactly the same thing for these next 2 matchups today, including the return of SRG back here in Challengers.
Which is going to be really exciting, but you're going to have to wait for that matchup because we have another exciting matchup to be kicking off our day. It's going to be NRG going up against Alliance. NRGA, of course, last season was the team that ran through everyone at first and then kind of stumbled a little bit at the end. And
yeah,
Alliance... What?
But she jinxed NRG, no? Did she have the interview with MCE saying they were the best team in the league and then they just started losing 4 games in a row?
It's a new stage. That was live. We don't have to call her out for the caster curse from last stage. She's not even here right now. But
she'll get her revenge.
She's not here today. No curse active, and it's going to be an Alliance Esports with a really different look. But let's talk about the new look from NRGA, because this is definitely a big switch up going on. I mean, of course, when we're looking at the roster, there was a lot of conversation around Cloric and Vans. Cloric is moved on. We get to see Net come in instead.
Yeah, the rumor so far from Cloric is that he's going to get picked up here and going into the VCTs and EMEA. Not sure. I'm not going to even say which team yet, but at least that's the conversation, what's going between the vines. So now you have Net joining in this roster, which is quite interesting. I mean, at least it makes sense in my eyes that you have Net coming in when back in the early days of the Guard, even before Josh RT took over the helm, MCE was also coaching that team. And Net was already part of that roster. So I'm pretty sure that somebody that as like a coach and also a scouter like MCE knows the potential of what Net can bring. But the big question mark, though, is what you just mentioned here, Sierra, is the fact that there's not too much IGL experience coming out from Net, but we'll have to see how it's going to pan out. I remember that he was basically a CT caller, so a defender side caller for the setups with, like, for example, C9 when he played with them in the past and the Guard too. But now he's going to have to call the attack side as well.
What's interesting to me is, you know, obviously Net taking in the IGL role, but MCE has also said this team runs themselves. They will help out with like fundamentals and stuff like that, but this team does the call outs. They just synergize with each other. They try to figure it out as they go in the game. So, you know, for Net to kind of come in, does that also put in, I mean, a question that I guess we can ask is like, are they going to be able to synergize with this core roster that has been playing together for so long? You know, and despite having like that veteran experience, it's also a different story when you're playing against teams that also have like collegiate experience and are best friends and have played together for so long, right? So kind of seeing Net come into this, I know they're going to be a phenomenal player mechanically, but the question is, can they fit this roster as a whole?
I mean, making his debut as the full IGL for the team, I think is really exciting, especially to Cloric did so much work for this roster, and there is a lot of really skilled players here. So I think this is going to be really interesting. But when we talk about, you know, filling the big shoes of Cloric here, I do think Net is very capable as a player. Even if the IGL experience band isn't quite the same, when you look mechanically what he's able to offer in the server, I feel like that should be able to mesh quite well with this NRGA team.
I still have some big question marks going into this one. As much as I respect Net as a player, it's just there's a lot of question marks and unknowns of how he's going to play this role for the team. Because remember, if this is going to be a slot in for Cloric was an initiative player and also a clutch player for the team. Net in his career, the stats that we see right now is from the VCT Americas, right? This is when he was playing with Cloud9 back in the summertime, and he was just in a Viper jail pretty much the whole time. His numbers, I don't really care, because when you watch those games, he didn't get to see a lot of action because all he had to do was stall. But this time, he's going to have to try to be with the action. He's not going to be able to lurk as much. He's probably not going to be able to clutch as much either because he's not going to have that opportunity. But also, he's going to have to play the initiator role too, which I don't think I recall ever seeing Net playing any initiator role in the past. So does that change the whole look of NRG Academy going to this game as well today in terms of roles going into stage 1?
Yeah, I think he could be pivotal in allowing this team to kind of slow down and take a second and breathe, especially if, I mean, hey, listen, if he goes back in Viper jail, is that what we want to see? I don't know. But I do think that's what they kind of excelled at. And I think they also thrive in environments where the roster is rebuilding, where they're in a newer roster, and now this team has to try to thrive. So, I mean, we think of the Guard, right? And being in this newfound roster that absolutely dominated. And I think that's sort of the situation where Net seems to find themselves excelling at. So I'm quite excited to kind of also just like see what they're going to showcase now in this new roster.
I mean, we get one switch up for NRGA, but on the opposing end, when we're looking at Alliance Guardians, this is a team that is completely rebuilding. We get to see only 2 remaining players from their roster of last split with Riker and Atlas, but like everyone kind of switching out, but names here, Gompers, that are actually really familiar.
No, yeah. So, I mean, Wildfire, right? Maryville. We have Guimond, who was previously in M80. It feels like this is very similar. But yes, Riker and Atlas are kind of like the 2 main core, and they play off each other. So I can kind of see why they've kept these 2 players, right? Riker being the duelist, Atlas being the fill-in, and occasionally playing into that secondary duelist as well. So it's I think having these new 3 players come in with Wildfire, I mean, potentially filling into the IGL, Guimond now, I mean, just being able to play the controller without feeling that kind of level of stress of having to make these call outs. It's exciting. They also have a veteran in Guimond. So, all in all, I think this roster, they're just trying to do their best to allow Riker to really flourish, because this is a player that has shown really, really good play style in the duelist role, whether it be Waylay or the Neon.
Yeah, and just to elaborate too, I'm pretty sure the IGL is going to be going to Jerk, which I want to give a shout out to see the return of him as well. As much as I, talked about Retro that played with Roy in the past, Jerk was also a Renegades player, and I think they had at some point had crossed paths with Roy back in like the early days of VALORANT in like 2020, 2021 in those gauntlets. So yeah, across the board, you're seeing the return of some players that were a little bit on the side after taking a small break from Challengers as well from Jerk. And then, of course, he's always going to come back. And if he's still playing, and if he's still around that system of Winthrop University in that pass as a sub, then of course you still have the veterancy and the tactical prowess to be able to IGL for a team, which then would probably be a great bridge to talk about GMD, because GMD is not calling then, right? So this is going to be super fun to see GMD probably activated once more.
Yeah, especially too, GMD, we've seen him in the not IGL role. We've seen him pick it up. We've seen him pick it up for a game when sometimes we're, still figuring things out. But now getting onto this new team, Vans, he is done and over with that IGL life. It is his time to no longer have that tax applied to him.
Maybe for half a stage until he has to take the responsibility again, maybe. But you know how in the VCTs you kind of have like the Cloud9 of the plus minuses, like adding Mitch, removing Mitch, adding Zelsis, removing Zelsis, adding Vanity, removing Vanity, and you go back and forth. Well, that's GMD with the IGL role. But the cool part about this as well, outside of the meme, is this. Look at how much precision he brings in mechanically to be able to isolate a lot of these fights. He is still a very smart player, although maybe he's meme from time to time because of the fact that he has the IGL and can't frag as much, and it's just an old head that's just like going to fizzle away, which I don't think so. Because if you think about GMD as well, last year when he was relieved from the role of IGLing for TSM and that was given to Vora, think about how good he was into the playoff runs and Ascension for TSM. He was putting so much big numbers for the team that allowed TSM to be as strong as they were and have that deep run back last year.
I completely agree. I think there's going to be a huge, a different circumstance with him off the IGL role. I think there's a lot less stress with it. You can fully focus on your own gameplay. You don't have to focus on other people. And, being a controller player as good as Guimond is, I think that's exactly what they need, to just focus on themselves and allowing the team to kind of just flourish under their control. But also, Guimond is very used to changing rosters and being in an unpredictable kind of setting. So for me, it's not like anything is going to change with his play style, with the way he thinks, with his mentality. I think going into new rosters and meeting new people and seeing new circumstances is a skill, and that he has, and that he's able to kind of like almost make it look easy. So I'm quite excited to see what type of Guimond we're going to get today.
I mean, realistically, if there is the best time to go off of the IGL role, it's not just when there's going to be a team change, But again, a lot of this meta change as well. So he doesn't even have to worry about that as well. But with all of these changes that we're seeing, this is where the Philips Norelco head-to-head gets interesting, because we get some two really skilled players. But Vans, you were talking about how the meta's changed, and that could have some interesting implications for these two.
Exactly. I think we're looking at like responsibility for Riker and Renz as duelists for either side of the coin, but Riker potentially will have to play at a disadvantage too. There is a potential that NRG Academy could be playing a double duelist setup with Shondex, for example, as a Waylay and Renz as a Neon. So what you're going to have to think about these stats right now is Riker has been very good at finding first blood opportunities and also staying alive in the scenarios. Whilst actually for Renz and for Shondex, they're both in the negatives in the specialty roles of Neon and Waylay. Although it, again, stats don't really mean much in that sense, but how much of that team is going to follow up with the spaces being taken for those that can't really stay alive on the side of NRG Academy, and how is Riker going to play around and have to play it potentially at a disadvantage with these two duelists up against them?
Yeah, Renz actually has also played against Riker, you know, duelist v duelist, right? In other circumstances. Of course, they had like a very different roster here for Alliance, but Riker was impressive. They were honestly a big problem playing against this team, given Clark was on the roster at that time. But, you know, just being able to have an understanding of how Riker's playstyle is, and then also, you know, them understand how Renz likes to play their duelist. I feel like the two tempo, the two people who keep the tempo within the game, you know, so that I feel like is going to be pretty relevant within today.
And just the last thing too, to talk about why we have on one end just Riker playing solo duelist is, again, because of the Euro nerfs, right? That was actually being taken by Atlas in the past. But now with the nerfs, I saw that they were playing a little bit of Mr. Funhavers to try to practice as a team. And he's been playing a lot more of a controller role, if I'm not mistaken, at that point. So you're starting to see a switch of styles and look for the side of Alliance, where they actually want to play a little bit more stall and slow pace and try to stop like the aggression of a double duelist of their opponents.
I mean, again, with all of these things changing, the nerfs, everything else, it's going to be a map will also a little bit change. So heading into today's series, time to see exactly where our teams have ended up. Starting off, it's going to, this is my favorite map. We're going to Fracture first. Thank you, NRGA. I love this. All right, Gompers, how are you feeling about this map? I'm pumped.
First, I'm just glad Corrode is out. I'm sorry, like I'm a big Corrode hater. I'm happy we're actually getting Fracture as the first map. Of course, this being put back into the map pool after so long of it being out. But this is such a weird one, because in reality, there really isn't much mid control, I guess, that you could be taking over, other than if you want to be kind of discreet about it. But for me, for these teams, especially with like how this new roster is going to fare out, I know we've seen some Vi's on Fracture coming through from Atlas, kind of filling into that role. I'm curious what exactly is going to be, you know, the mainstay power for Fracture. Are we going to have Riker kind of stay into the Waylay and be very aggressive as we've seen, or is there going to be potential for changes? I don't know. This to me though is new and it's exciting.
The fun part too is you have to think about what is being banned on the side of Alliance. If you look here on the left side column, what they banned was Haven and also Lotus. So that also is an indication to me potentially here, because you're not going to play like or you're trying to avoid a double duelist to like dive against you. You want to play in sites or maps that allows for you to rotate a little bit more quickly. So if you look at Fracture, quick rotates from A to B through middle. Bind is just TPs, and Split, it's a small map, right? So I think they're trying to leverage that opportunity to stall with their potential solo duelist, double Senti or double controller, and then also trying to fight back on good fast rotates where, you know, you don't have to thin your defense across the map, having to deal with double duelists on the other side.
Man, these are my top 3 favorite maps. I cannot wait for this series to see how it shakes up, and getting into predictions the way I thought it was going to shake up. Look, guys, I am a sucker for seeing everyone having voted for one team and knowing I will be a genius if I vote the other way. There, Gompers, I said it. I'm voting Alliance. Y'all are about to be wrong.
But when I'm the one who's the only one voting, everyone's telling me that I'm the idiot. No, I'm kidding. But no, I mean, listen, this one was a hard one for me. And I guess the only reason why I picked NRG was just the fact that I don't know. NRG has been playing incredibly well as of recent. And in my opinion, I think this team has been strong throughout the entirety of stage 1.
Ooh, Ooh, getting into it though, Fracture, Vance, how are we feeling about our agent select?
It's actually pretty funny to see that there's no Neon going to this one. I was expecting to see a return of Fracture. Maybe it's because it's so new, everybody's gonna stay to like the old comp of like a Breach Neon. You still see the Breach on the side of net, so that is what is the question answered. He's not going to be playing like a controller. He's not going to be playing Senti. He's going to support as an initiator, going plug in for what Pork used to do. But now a Waylay instead of a Neon. You're looking for some verticality and some quick executions with how are you going to move with the double dash. That's a lot of heaven control.
Yeah, single duelist too on both sides. I think this is going to fare out pretty well. I do like the Tejo combination with the Breach though for energy. I feel like that's going to be so exciting having these like two initiators really change the pace of play, especially with Net being like, again, a newer player on energy and the one that's going to tell everyone, hey, this is how we're going to do things. So I'm looking forward to it.
This is going to be a great series ahead. Again, we're just in week 1 of stage 2 here, but NRGA was a team that impressed a lot early stages of stage number 1. Now they're looking at an IGL change, and it's time to see if they can get back to that. Up against an Alliance Guardians that have switched everything up. I cannot wait to see how this one's going to shake out on Fracture with your casters. It's Shayo and Zobi.
Thank you so much, Sierra. We are locked in Alliance versus NRG, the Guardians versus the Academy on a map that everybody loves. Zobi, it's Fracture. We're in the business.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I got Lotus yesterday. I have to round it out with the other new map in the pool with Fracture today. And these two teams, this is where they started as organizations last stage against each other, and NRG Academy came on top. But this is such a different look for them. Like, everybody's role is getting shuffled around to accommodate Net coming in. And Net even, right? I interviewed him back in that VCT America stage saying, I want to be one of the best Sentinels known in VALORANT Esports. And now he's on Breach. We're so far away from that, Shayo.
Yeah, Breach is an interesting pick on this map as well. Obviously, one of the best impact initiators on the map of Fracture, but a nation that's been kind of falling apart when it comes to the actual game itself, being overtaken by agents like Tejo, always in combination, never the main character. For NRG Academy, though, they'll have the onus here on attack to rock things down. Defense on this map is not exactly what it is. You always are attacking on both sides. A slow arcade push for this one, as Jerk is going to be the first one to get contact on everybody moving in through the game stations. He's going to be affected by lots of util combination there. Shotnex disrespecting it, but getting shut down as Jerks holds it down.
Oh, the rest are flooding in from main, though.
Well, hits. He's up. Doesn't go down as Renz gets the trade. Sound heard by Jerk as well. Suddenly, chaos on the site just proceeds with Riker getting caught in with that refract. Unfortunate for him. A 1v2 very possible here. Positions also noted, but it doesn't matter for Renz if you have the firepower. You can find an answer to every single situation. Spike for him, though. He knows exactly where Jerk was moments before, understands he's 1 HP. First shots miss. Head to head, it's a joust, and his blade might be bigger and better. Doesn't matter for Renz. He's gonna go straight for the plant, bait for a bit, and we go ring around the rosy again. Jerk, timing is there for the shoulder. They still can't find each other. Grab a compass, get some directions, take a risk. Both people, 1v1 for the pistol. Renz.
30 seconds left.
Here's Jerk running away. He somehow gains some time. The patience is too long. Renz wins the fight. What a crazy start to this map.
And of course, right, like it's like the inevitabilities of life, right? Life, death, taxes, and a collegiate showdown, right? It comes down to the Maryville versus the Winthrop here on the pistol, right? Between Jerk and Renz. And there was that question mark from the desk as well. Renz's ability to pick up that consistency factor with Cloric's absence and already delivering, even thrown off their duelist role on the Tejo. An amazing 4-kick clutch to kick things off to get the pistol round on their map.
On anti-eco, it's one of the most dangerous maps as well, Zobi, right? When it comes to you trying to confirm it. Talk to me about Fracture and what the defensive side has an option for when they're low on these guys.
You gamble stack, you try and catch them off guard, which is exactly what they've done this setup. Riker tucked away. It's a really bait and switch, ideally off of GMD.
Was that a jump spot? Whoa, what's that? He was taken down. Swing in with the salvos as well. Riker, Wildfire, they're getting active. The util finding value.
Bait and switch succeeds, what can we say?
Absolutely, still more action after the fact. A big shot from Wildfire makes it a 2v1 that's doable. Giza, though, again, has the firepower, the baits, the switches. Can he make this work for the team? Gonna be a tough one, but strength, the answers for Alliance is just so far away. Giza just isolates that 1v1 and has time now to get that spike down.
I have no clue what Atlas was doing over towards B, but Jerk tried to survive waiting for the regroup that never came. So Giza, Up an advantage, spike down. Just needs to figure out where Atlas is coming from.
So right side, and a shot is going to range true. It's shaky, but it's nice. That's what we're talking about, those Lobby, right? These anti-ecos, they can be so lethal to each team's economy.
Amidst all the role swaps as well on the NRG Academy side, right? Ren's getting thrown off, Net getting thrown off. We're finally back to the Giza Sentinel. This was one of my favorite roles for him back in the collegiate start days, and I'm so glad that it's full circle. You're going to see him on the up and up again across this stage, and this clutch kind of keeping this anti-eco that looked like it was going Alliance Guardian's way back on track.
This time, the defensive side stuck over towards the A situation, the A way. But everybody else, again, is going on arcade from the side of NRG Academy. They're looking to get through what was free space beforehand. Vi's going to be here this time, stopping that towers push.
As soon as there was no noise A main, it's like an immediate pivot as well from Alliance Guardians, right? The Fade, the Brimstone, now Canteen, and Jenny's side to support as soon as that Util gets triggered.
All on Atlas now. How much value can you find from this position? Phantom in tow. Trap is set, but Shondex, the Bucky, continues to be a problem.
Fade destroyed. No ping through the smokes.
Spike gonna come down for a moment. Again, these just utils dumping down, making the spike plant that much tougher for NRG Academy. Tejo, such a problem. Gimon, though, through the chaos with the salvo, finds the timing, discovered by Shondex. Taken down. Now they've gained the site, have the advantage, have even more information, and now have time on their hands as well.
And then it's just group up central from NRG Academy. Just the trades would have been guaranteed if they're not winning the fights outright off the hero rifles.
Seems like they're kind of still trapped to get onto the site. Alliance is kind of watching the sidelines, trying to get these guys to have trouble times crossing. Jerk is gonna have some pot shots there. Wildfire gonna stop Shondex from getting in. Spike finally getting planted down now. As again, we even things out to almost 3v3. It's 3v2 for the side of Alliance.
Ned's taking it upon himself. Get active here.
One enemy
Comes in
remaining.
from Breach. Bandit in play as well. Down to 1v2 for Wildfire. You're going to be asking too much from him at this point, and that bonus coming in for NRG Academy. What we thought would be a bad time as well, right? So, I mean, they lost so many guns in that last one. They're able to get this strong start to this map.
Yeah, I mean, again, the pressure of the single duelist composition when previously last stage, it was Shondex and Ren side by side on that way lane Neon. It's looking pretty clean so far. The Bucky in heaven, you get that extra weapon, and it was just kind of tag team handed off, right? Ren's ending up with it to close out the round with that double kill. But coming into the next, that means the money is sour for Alliance Guardians, right? You have the Armageddon from Wildfire, maybe to lean into. He's had success so far, 6-3 again, up against his alma mater, trying to showcase that he still has it. And could be a tool for success here.
Locating target.
Hey, this is a defensive smoke going out deep, forcing that drone coming in. I mean, it's tough on Fracture. You got to pick the right side. They go for a north side crunch. NRG Academy, they got the playbook so deep. They're already ready to go through from B stairs.
And Giza's not even getting punished. The regroup here, while they gather that information off the cam, off the trips getting destroyed. Should learn soon. Site's deserted. It's question mark of what do you do with that information next? What space do you take?
Group up here, though. And essentially, these guys are now kind of playing from the attack side on the retake, going straight through arcade. One person down below watching that super play. Giza again, he's about to rack up a few kills. Riker first, and then, oh, okay, never mind. Hat mode comes out. Might not be the best play, but his team is there as well to raise everyone down.
Yeah, I was quite concerned having everybody play off site there, right? Like, even if you can spray down the smoke with a Phantom, it's dangerous territory, but because everybody went for this underpass, just better weapons, get the job done.
Let's talk about the comps here real quick as this round kind of winds down. I saw EDG towards the end of this internationally looking at Waylay compositions on Fracture, trying to dive Waylay in, plant that spike, and then play post with the Aftershock, the salvos, the Brim Molly. You don't want the attacking team to touch this site for free.
Oh, it's absolutely oppressive, right? I mean, you have Giza, this perpetual lurk, right? That thought in the back of your head you can't get rid of, and then everybody else has that layering of post-play utility, right? Shondex lit up in your face, and then you get the salvos, the incendiary, and now even a rolling thunder for Net. That's going to be that extra layer of complication against any retake that we've yet to see Alliance Guardian really get a footing on in normal rounds.
That's facts, Obi. So the basic big thing that Alliance needs to do is find out where these hits are coming from. Get that information early, invest into it, and then try to get into a position to stop things down. They look for the south side, hear nothing. So then their gamble is it's going to be towards the north, but they're choosing B.
And that's the issue. They've been gambling so early into these rounds, right? We mentioned, okay, Vice, there was no util A. They immediately went to support that agent's site. And even this round, you saw them lean away from A. And I don't know how they're going to retake with an operator on Riker here as well.
I feel like they might just be leaning into the ultimates for their side. You got that entire Nightfall. You have Wildfire with the super wave coming in. You have Spams as well. That is one of the win cons for the Academy. Send the Waylay in, plant up top, usually nothing to stop it. This time, Spike is lost inside the sauce.
And no one else was in, right? It was just a plan to stay dish, let Shondex dash in and get the job done.
This time, though, everyone has to flood in, try to get the job done with their own hands. Get dirty with it. Ange in the nice position to get all the way up and maybe find a flank on the rest of the team, looking to see if they can have the patience to come at the right time. Salvo's dodged with some jumps. He's getting active. Atlas now down to 1v2. Ren's low HP. The Spike still not down on top side. There's a chance here.
Left. No clue how Ren survives that, but it gives the 2v1. You saw Atlas prepared for them to get continually proactive, to double swing into spawn there, and it's a lack of an occurrence.
There's obstacles at low HP, gets it down. Next, Train. A satellite used to make sure you have a laser to buy some time. Information, though, as he knows the gun's not going to be here. Atlas's ultimate put in that garden to give you an advantage to at least cross, but Ange with the bandit is just too good.
The benefit of when you're up 4-0 is that you've kept those pistols in the arsenal, and I guess, yep, the bandit comes away to steal around what looked like it could have been Alliance Guardian's way back in. So yeah, you are going to need to call a timeout here. It was, again, a nice showing this time to shut down the initial site take that we saw, but it's these little pauses, right, when NRG Academy feel like they're losing control, right? The previous time where it was the bonus, and now here where Shondex's entry gets shut down. That cutting of noise caused some doubts, and then the re-clear kind of caught Alliance Guardian off guard. So Eco's now, right? You've lost the operator, but you have the Nightfall, the Convergent Paths, the Armageddon. Shayo, are you getting aggro with these? Are you, gambling the Armageddon down B main, or are you gamble stacking and playing the retake?
Listen, I know I'm Shayo wager, but I don't really gamble, right? For me, it's about getting that information. Like, these guys have tried gambling a couple of times. They've brought it down to a 50-50 and lost it too. Usually you have a 25% chance of picking the right spot on this map. Unfortunately, they've missed NRG's Academy's initial push every single time. If you look at the defensive side, they don't have a breach. They don't really have any options to fight long range with a big stun. No Neon to go come crashing in. Yeah, you have a hinder dash, but I feel like with maybe conversion paths, that'd be your answer. It'll cost you another round, though, Zobi, right? 5-0. You're going to be going up to 6 if you don't find anything special on this one. And Riker looks like he's invested into a hero rifle to rock this one down.
Ooh, I could like this, right? Then you get that conversion pass, you get that slow factor, and you can maybe get some gun upgrades for your team. The Bulldog will have the same efficacy in that situation.
But look at this again. They're looking for this like A crunch or this type of A play in main, and the rest of the teams is looking to just go through Sands. They're faking a little bit of information over on the arcade side. Suddenly, again, Alliance lost. They're not picking the right side.
I kind of like this a bit better, though, right? You're getting answers by taking the same main space, because previously they were just in spawn, rotating, getting nothing, no contact, no anything. Here, if they steep that main space, NRG Academy might not clear it. They might get complacent here in Dish.
Last time I know there was a stack on this side this time. Dashing up again. Actually cutting off the entire team to maybe fight Shondex alone. Is that the plan?
Spike immediately.
Refract back either, yeah. But there's so many tools here. Renz, you got salvos yourself. You have to find this kill on Shondex. He has to get no value, and there it is. The first win con down, the rest have to be found. Atlas with a flank, putting some pressure on the people who are looking to use that utility. Lots of ultimates thrown both ways, waves of time and space and ground shattering on the side of the site. Nobody on Spike just yet. No one's even looking at each other with rifles. This is Yuto versus Yuto. Finally, Giza finds the first kill. After that, here comes the Armageddon. Iman can't even get half. So much investment in this round that was an eco, and it's still chaos. And finds almost the last one. What a mess of a round from both teams.
I mean, if you need a full exhibition of what this composition's post-plant utility, just the sheer amount of delay it has is, you look at this round. There was nobody on site. Everybody remotely kept these players off the Spike after Shondex gets the plant down as a solo entry, by the way, disrespecting that Armageddon. And again, Alliance Guardian, like, that was a well-placed round. It's, again, I think them just underestimating how much delay there is. And Atlas, honestly, I wish they had a gun in that situation to pull a little bit more eyes, a little bit more time, so they couldn't full focus at Yuto.
We started that by saying if you wanted to see how these compositions work, you just look at that round, right? You can also go to your kitchen, get to a blender, and toss in 5 random ingredients. Toss in a cell phone if you want. That was just a mishmash of random stuff going down. It's messy. It's getting so chaotic between these two teams. And again, in that chaos, Alliance just never really had that control. Wildfire, the person with the grasp up first, finds 2, has a stun to stop even more. Atlas swings off of it. It's perfect. Point and shot is not going to be there for Atlas this time. Net lets this team breathe.
I mean, it's the first time NRG Academy have taken the fight to AxG and Spawn, and they get punished for it. It's the first time we've seen Alliance Guardians kind of shut them out at the door. So nice parallel in that regard, but the round's not over yet. 2v3.
Exactly where you are.
You can hit a speed bump, but it doesn't mean that your car can't keep driving. Riker in a position to get the most action here, and yeah, Giza finally goes down, net with just 1 HP. At a big cost in getting up here with his team. Unfortunately, this is where that train stops rolling. 6-1 is where Alliance find their first breath.
Of course, it's off of Wildfire again. A player that's going to know this strat book inside and out, whether it's an old map returning or not. Just getting heated at aggression, shut down the dive, and playing off of Atlas as well there, who instead of fully committing into their util on the site, was kind of playing that disconnected angle around Jet, and it worked out, clearly catching NRG Academy off guard. So curious to see if they pivot or if they just keep it up, again, jumping around page to page.
I'm wondering if they're just rolling dice to see exactly where they're going
Feels
to start.
like it.
Every single time it's been different. Yeah, I feel like their arcade hit's been the strongest so far, but this time they start again at B stairs.
And it circles back to what the Death said. Again, MC just trusting this team to know what to do. And I was worried, again, if you change too many moving pieces, the entire system can fall into dysynchrony. But here, they've looked clean. They look like they have a very expanded strat book to pull from. And again, now it's another page, right? An immediate speed change. You have the Giza lurk, yes, but so slow up B main.
Yeah, this is actually a remix on the beat, slowing down the BPM here. Giza will find the first tune of the song, maybe get a second verse on flank as well. He understands there might be one more person there. Buy some time with the cage. Look at this util usage to give himself some space to link up with the rest of the team. Atlas playing on his own thorns is going to be the one at the side of the rest of the academy. And also to be able to split everybody apart at the same time really makes this round an offbeat one.
Oh, and the parting gift from this round from Shondex, that convergent path, just to make sure there was less punishment factor. But Jesus maximized that. Wildfire couldn't flank from this side, so you're trying to flank from attacker spawn. Doesn't look like either's going to work for you, but they might rotate back into you.
Yeah, he knows the information. Giza was all the way over at that dish side. Understands that if people are going to be coming back, they'll go right through him, or they'll just push out and go all the way back to A through where Giza is. He'll wait his time.
This is keeping, though, the Alliance Guardians positioned fixed on this site, right? The two players stacked here and Jenny just waiting for the retap.
This is the best gamble possible, and Jerk actually hits all black on this one. It's all that Giza can see now that he's gone. 9 seconds, stun in tow to buy some space, but it'll hit Renz if you use it on Jenny. It's just going to be raw rifles for the team for now. On the attack side, holding the spike. A walk up on stairs. Scary. Wildfire has the timing, will be patient to clear everything in front of him. Scan comes in too. Sees nothing for now. Renz in a perfect spot, but is giving Wildfire the space and the time for that salvo. The timing is not going to be good for him. The big swing from all players. Somehow NRG have done it again.
It's like we're gonna need a Renz multi-kill counter at this point, right? Whether it's 2Ks or 3Ks, because again, they are picking up that clutch factor, the Chloric left, and are absolutely running with it. And after that round, that felt like the most macro sound mid-round we've seen from Alliance Guardians. Again, Wildfire's position made that call to stay not a gamble. It was a certainty. They knew that they weren't leaving. And then Giza's the one to fall, so then the timing is primed. And it's so unfortunate that all it's chucked out the window just from raw aim and heroics and the grouping there as well. That chemistry between Renz and just, and Net, actually, ironically, the new player, to swing together.
The chemistry definitely there, but you can see where sometimes those concoctions of chemistry can get chaotic. Like a lot of these comps and agents that are picked right now have so much util in them. Wildfire cleared so much space, then went on the iPad when he could have just had his rifle out. I mean, it's tough to play these agents on this map so consistently, knowing when to use the util, knowing when to have the rifle up. This time, util uses the right side, the side of NRG Academy as they push.
Out heavy sand. Finding the ecos pretty easily.
Yeah. I mean, this one's a bit rough for the side of Alliance. They picked the right side as well this time, but another gap found from NRG Academy. He's scaling so well across the entire team.
Again, I don't think we've seen like a repeated scale attempt, right? It's always been either flipping the side from B. This time they went really heavy through sand. Again, and as soon as Alliance Guardians think they have a page in the book, it's slammed on their thumb, and yeah, Shondex just ripping out the bookmark too.
Yeah, Riker's a polite individual. He wants to say hi before he shoots, so that's why there was a delay in the scope. No worries. And no value at all from Alliance on this anti-eco, or just eco, I guess. The anti for NRG Academy, they lock it down.
At this point, 8-1, right? I don't think we've seen enough from Alliance Guardians to be on the Copium comeback train just yet. I'll revisit that when the side swap and we see Alliance Guardian get a pistol and the ball rolling. So we need to circle back to NRG Academy. Was this expected? To me, yes. We know they have that firecracker explosivity, but it's going to be a term of if it like prolongs itself, right? If it burns out fast like it did in the last Swiss stage. And this also could be a honeymoon period with Net coming in right now a little low on the scoreboard, but providing that support role, setting up Shondex perfectly each time and doing it again here, right? Gonna be pivotal in this arcade exec.
Again, locked in on one side of the map, playing as a team. We'll have retake tools, and that's kind of what they're playing for with this comp. Atlas, Steel Garden in possession. They'll just have to make sure they're in the right positions, not going down before all this comes through. Shondex, so I want to confirm on this side as well. Wall and toe to be broken. The drone comes in for sight and they realize nobody is here. The question is, do you take this B side or push into spawn? It looks like NRG Academy are going for the latter.
Yeah, I haven't seen anybody. Things are getting fishy and they don't like the smell.
They're literally, they're planting. Look at all the space they have. Canteen is theirs. Giza's in an off angle. I mean, they've locked this entire thing down. D1 has an idea of this, but I feel like Riker's, go right into the crosshair. He's getting two. I'm watching this alliance get dismantled.
Oh, absolutely. Treaty completely obliterated there. Wildfire in a little bit of room to breathe, but ultimately a save called. At this point, do you contemplate the second timeout? We'll have to see out of Alliance Guardians, but it's so funny again that Alliance Guardians, they get all that space, all that answers, right? They get to the site as the spike goes down. We still cannot see that cohesive retake, and so we're gonna have to see struggle even to maybe save these weapons as NRG Academy have the funds to go hunting.
A big hunt now as well too. Yeah, you want to make sure you keep everything in tow. One ultimate left for that last round as well. Things looking a bit dire on the side of Fracture, but it is a momentous map. You could just see a comeback mounted based off that pistol so far, though.
9-3 curse.
The IG yelling for Academy. Yeah, I mean, Net has slotted in and is looking amazing on this breach roll. Not just using the util properly, but calling perfectly on this map almost. It's one post plan that these guys have kind of hit incorrectly. I think they've hit the site
and
every single time.
I feel like it's common now when you lose a really strong player that everybody feels the need to pick up the slack to improve individually, and that's kind of what we're seeing on this NRG Academy side, right? To me, Giza, Renz have been standouts, but Shondex has been stable. Net, that support role we mentioned, and as well the util, the post plan, the security that this team needs. It's looking good. Alliance Guardians, you saved the weapons, you have again this Armageddon. What can you do with it?
Has to be something. Renz finding Atlas again. No value in stopping the pacing on this one. And Renz, he can close rounds. He can open it. He's a gift, man.
I mean, he's just secondary entering behind Shondex. Like, it doesn't matter. He's still on the duel list.
Look at Giza again. This lurk posing so much trouble. You're giving Renz the chance to 4K with the last bullet. You're making him look like a god.
We're gonna get another Armageddon before the half is up for this player in the last round. They're gonna get an orb. They're gonna just hit a site pretty fast, right? Orbital strike to clear out heaven space. Armageddon for the poster for the rest of the site. Like, they are set up so well to possibly 11-1 here, and the money is just further validation. And when we look at Alliance Guardians pocketbooks, I mean, one off from Conversion Pass, some nice Guardian shots on a long-range map. I can see the vision, but we need the prescription to dial in a little bit.
Yeah, these are not just dry leaf rounds from NRG Academy either. Alliance aren't just blowing over. NRG Academy have deep-seated roots into the way that Alliance are playing this one. They're understanding their retake dynamics. Look at Giza still just maxing out the defensive aggression on the side of Dish. It's absolutely amazing. These guys will hit the site instead of planting, take that canteen space, put Renz in good positions. NRG Academy are no joke in the start of the season of Fracture.
Well, retakes with simplified, just a peg from Giza. Getting shut down. And now we've added complexity. NRG Academy, first time when they've actually gone to a site that is not going to end there, right? They leave Shondex deposited, they cut off the rotations and are trying to capitalize off the space gained from shutting Giza down, but Spike is headed back towards A.
And for sure, just toss in a double fake at the very end. See what's good. Really mess with the minds of Alliance for now. Thing is, a few guns active. 2 ultimates maybe in tow if Jerk finds one of these kills. It's going to be a double pump again, all the way back to B. Shondex's position is just too good. You might have heard Jerk's footsteps maybe going away as well. This range does seem to be a bit too long, but he's patiently waiting for a punish. It is not coming.
They took the previous kind of hard anchors to heart with the orbital strike, and that is a crazy denial. No Nightfall to be invested here. Armageddon to prevent any sort of retake prowess as well. Gotta speed things up.
There's a chance for Atlas. 1v2, Ren's in the smoke. This guy's a guarantee if he's alive. NRG 11-1 on the half.
Wow. And I was looking at the names again. The desk was going over them, right? Again, players of old paired with the firecrackers of new, right between Riker, between Atlas, and then you get Jerk and GMD. And I thought this was going to be a bit closer of a matchup. I'm not gonna lie, but it does just feel like that early stage momentum that NRG Academy are looking to build right now. And 18-3 for Renz. You have 3 deaths across 12 rounds, Shayo.
As Tejo as well, right? Like, this is the guy who's usually all the way at the back. Sometimes if a round goes bad, you're dead. Sometimes you have to be second in the waylay. If Ange not there in time and is dropping smokes, somehow he's the one finding every kill, staying alive. On the other side of things, Atlas had some good rounds, had the know-how of positioning all the way over from how NRG Academy were entering. But man, overwhelming forces with this util. Let's look at the attack now for Alliance. There's still a chance here if they win this pistol. They've got some answers of their own on how to approach this map. No breach, but their dive, their info, the double initiator here should be very tough to deal with on the side of NRG Academy.
NRG Academy already going searching, and the confidence translates into the pistol strat. And Alliance Guardians have managed to find a nice flip, a nice quiet space gain here in Arcade. Worried about how spread thin they still are, so I'm hoping that we get Jerk and Atlas to regroup a bit sooner before the spike goes down, but otherwise it's going to be a question mark of how prepared they are for NRG Academy to be this deep into B main.
Few drones pushed down towards the side of Sands and nothing found, but that's just Renz's plan. This guy is scheming. He's dodged all that util. He might pull some people back to this side, but no. Looks like Arcade is exactly where Alliance want to be. They start to push that position. Atlas has to win this duel. Loses it, unfortunately. Will that body be enough? Will that trade be the key for Alliance to find a way back into this game? They're going everywhere. They're finding every scrap possible. Guys, you also have to plant the spike. You also have to be at one of these sites. Suddenly, it's a 2v2 in a mess of a pistol round.
How is Giza gonna be here to run interference on the spike? You have to hope that you're tucked away. If you plant open, Giza is dropping that spike before it even goes down.
And Ange just pushing them into Giza now. Wildfire low HP. This is a guaranteed 1v2. Giza has not missed yet. And Wildfire will reveal his exact position in this moment. Jerk might win, but it's down to another 1v1. Giza might just take the spike. There is no time, no space, no position. The clock winds down and it just signals doom for the side of Alliance. Jerk had to win that fight. Wildfire must have had to stay alive, but everything crumbles down.
Oh, and that's so frustrating because you had the B site, right? Yeah, there were some people underpass, but your teammates in Arcade were handling it. And even 1 to 2 players fighting in spawn is there is fine, but they tunnel visioned it and everybody did while they were still not fully committed either to rotating to the A site, and they got lost in the sauce as Jerk was also trying to play timing to crunch into spawn. It just, again, got messy really quick. No pistol copium, no likely comeback here. You've got to go for the Stinger Force. The Guardian here as well for GMD. Oh, what's the final score, Pred Shia?
13-1 for me, Zoe. I'm not gonna lie. This is looking tough. And look at the way that Giza has these things set up, right? Kill trips on these things. No information. He understands the speed that the Alliance is going to be playing on in hitting this site. They're giving all the way up top tower for free here for Alliance. They want to hit that retake up. Breach is so strong at rattling down that site. Renz has a perfect trap placed over here too, and suddenly we get into a 4v5 coming into this one.
Yeah, Salvos come in, Seeds comes in, where 2 out of the 4 players are now.
Okay, see some semblance. Is that a stun from the team? It must be. Giza is still alive, cannot die. He's immortal at picking up picks on this site. It's just down to Jerk, and he is going to be absolutely blown off. NRG Academy 13-1, an almost perfect game.
And on a new map returning to the pool, right? That is just an insane display of force, of confidence up against a team of peers you've played against veterans you've respected. And yeah, this Academy's getting ready to graduate at this point, we can put it that way. But I mean, like you literally can't really point out a fault in what we saw on this map from NRG Academy, right? Like, let's try and nitpick it, Shy. Did you see anything?
I saw lots of fault lines from them for sure. Like they were stunning things down. I mean, these guys were so good at rocking into this one. Genuinely though, you called it at the very beginning, Zodi, right? You have to be very careful at looking at this team and bandwagoning with them because their answer this season, this stage, is being consistent after this. You want to make sure that this team can get this win, look strong, and keep moving forward in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, all of us here, right, made the mistake of seeing this, jumping on the bandwagon and saying, okay, NRG Academy are winning stage 1, and then suddenly they're almost getting eliminated, right? So all in all, an impressive first map. We can see if they can keep it up in the series, though, Shayo.
Absolutely. We'll be right back. We'll be right back after this. I'm getting stunned as well. Stay tuned.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. Looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
I said going into the series that Fracture was my favorite map. Too bad I didn't get to see more of it. NRGA to be kicking off today, make light work the first map of the series, 13-1 victory over Alliance Guardians. I mean, Van, that was just, I don't even know.
Yeah, I think at that point, though, Sierra, I've seen enough of it with what happened there too, right? Because I think, no, but to be honest, like joking aside, we were just talking about in prefacing going into this game that, you know, Fracture comes back, a lot of teams potentially would go back to like some regular comps that has been played and recycled from the past. It was almost similar looking at the side of how NRG Academy played going into this game. You're playing a Cypher for Giza. You're having one guy just watching one side on the attack. If he's getting pressured, that allows for the team to move forward on the other side, and then they just have double stall utility and great entries with the Waylay. The only difference there is exactly that, the Waylay instead of, for example, a Raze. Well, how was a Raze good in this composition in the past when you would go, you know, 1-for-1 in that duelist role? Is that the Raze could still double satchel up to heaven, or she could double satchel from the dish over to the top A site and then get paint shells to create some space. Waylay is doing exactly the same thing and can still be self-sufficient to get your own kills by stalling and saturating your opponents and getting those picks. Outside of that, this is just some regular Fracture that was being played, and I feel like looking at this matchup though, it was expected, because that's what we were talking about in the first place, I think, as well, when we're looking at the map vetoes, right? This is a 4-quadrant map. They're for sure going to get rotated around back and forth. Angles broken for Alliance, and they had no chance to hold the defense.
This, I mean, what else can you say other than like domination too, right? Like Giza played absolutely amazing, going what, 21-9, 21-4 for Rens, right? Across the board, it really just felt like there was a huge level of comfort on this map. Obviously, this being their map pick for NRG, it showcases like why they picked this map, and it felt like they had control, they had the tempo, even though they had initially, you know, lost a lot of those first bloods. They still managed to get a refrag before anything severe had happened. And I feel like for me, NRG really took advantage of the situation of finding out where Alliance might be residing and then kind of playing off that. So it was very reaction based, but also for them, I mean, that's exactly the game they play here on Fracture, and you can see how dominant it allowed them to be. And I think Breach, honestly, from net, I was impressed. Even though the kills aren't necessarily at the level that we're seeing from Giza, I felt like they really did set up the map to be NRG's.
100%. I think on top of that too, Breach is going to have that same similar story of like, even if it's creating a lot of space with the fault lines that Shao was mentioning before, he's probably not going to get the assists for it. So he is definitely going to be the unsung hero for IGLing for the team and allowing this activation from, you know, both the space making from Waylay, but also allowing Giza and Rens to pop off in like some good moments. I got to underline one more thing too, looking at the matchup between both NRG and AxG is, you know, when you're trying to play the defense on the side of Alliance too with this composition, I think this is where the nerfs of the initiator kind of hurts them a little bit more as well, to try to find like good like mid-round information or something like that as a fade. So if you're trying to crunch and trying to pinch on a certain side, look at what you have for the rest of the roster here to try to flood retake. There's not too much. You can't fault line going through. You maybe try to get like some smokes and a dash in, but there's not too much to help across. You need probably the Vice to stay alive, to be with you, to help you flash into the sites, because it's so hard for them to retake that way when, you know, you're playing 4-1 on defense and Vice is getting overrun on one end, or has to play a solo retake on the other side because her teammates already died on the other side too. So there was a little bit of miscommunication on the side of Alliance to make sure that they could work together on these retakes against NRG Academy.
I mean, continuing the conversation about Fracture being back, last time we saw Fracture, we saw a lot of Tejo, and I want to shout out Wildfire for putting up a positive performance up against his old team on the Tejo. But of course, the Tejo that stole the show was instead Rens. Well, I mean, Vans, going into it, there was kind of questions with this new meta and just with map pool, what we were going to see, and Rens picking up the Tejo was a welcome one.
Exactly, and I think it comes down to, you know, depending on maps, what NRG Academy is going to pull out in these compositions. And I think it shows as well the amount of preparation that MC is doing for this team. I think now you're allowing, you know, the roster to be having different looks depending on the maps. And seeing Rens here playing this Tejo as a duelist, as a clutcher is super nice to see. I think it was normal to see Shonix on the Waylay instead of Rens, because if you look in the past, like for example for kickoff, you always have Rens on a Neon, and when you had to play a Waylay on a map, it was going to be Shonix in the first place anyways. So it works out, and he got these amazing moments here for the team.
And I mean, now for NRG, 13-1 statement on the very first map of the series. Of course, it was their pick. We'll have to see how that continues on. I do think that NRG on the day, though, they're looking really, really well coordinated up against an AxG, just a little bit rougher around the edges. But as we head to bind, I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit more of what can make this Alliance Guardians squad stand out. And getting straight into our agent select, we get the information of how they want to be playing it out. Gompers, talk me through this. We got the Neon for Atlas. We get the double duelists actually for Alliance.
We see some changes here, actually. So we're taking out the Neon. We're from Rens. We're actually putting Shot Index back on that Waylay. And the Clove is no longer, right? So Net's filling into that Viper and just getting that Brimstone. For me, I think this is very pleasant. I didn't like the addition of the Neon, even though Rens is absolutely destroying. I think sticking onto that Initiator role is way better as they can play a little bit more independently. And also, I feel like them playing with the team has just carried so far in that last map that we saw. So NRG, just kind of going on to the map pick of Alliance Guardians, sticking to something that is a little bit more flexible with Net now filling into this IGL. And also, obviously, it might work, right? Scrimming and figuring out what exactly they can apply here. So I like this. I think this composition is honestly great against the Neon. I think they're going to be able to hold it down with Giza.
Definitely seeing a resurgence of the Sky now with the refreshable flash, but the big thing is I thought NRG Academy was going to be the team that's going to run the double duelist, but it's Alliance Guardians instead. So Atlas, no more Euro, but could still play with the Neon and try to dive that, which is why I actually love the comp of NRG Academy. Having a Vice right now, that's what we were talking about too, when you're playing solo duelists for a roster and then trying to pull out as Senti to try to play better stalls and separate the dives. This is going to give them a better opportunity to rotate as a team and delay enough to fight for teams and not having to play for retakes all the time.
I mean, so far on the day, NRG are looking so strong, but it's time to see heading into their map pick of Vine if Alliance Guardians can take this to split or if it's going to close out right here, right now. The map is ready. We're ready. Let's send it over to Shio and Zobi to get you started with map number 2.
Thank you so much. Rock, paper, scissors, a game invented at the start of time, exists in Valorant as well. It's called Vi's Neon Waylay. Waylay counters Vi's being able to jump over the util. Vi's counters Neon on the dash in, and maybe scissors doesn't exist. We're sort of working on it. Zobi, thoughts on these children's games being translated into Valorant in the real time?
Oh, I think theory versus execution is where we may see some discrepancies, right? And that's where NRG Academy, they have a faulty record on this map, right? Last stage, it was their weakest one, undeniably 1-4. And they finally maybe have an identity on this map off of Net getting back onto his role, off of Giza confirming what I hoped for was a return to the full-blooded Sentinel here, perhaps. And so I've got to see if Giza is going to work it, because he's, again, been jumping around roles. He played Clove, he played Sky last time on Bind. Like, he didn't have a solidified role. And again, it's that question mark of, do they have enough reps on it? Do they have a deep enough strat book with this composition?
This time, the strats will be tested immediately as there's a short push that catches edge off the jump. Giza will be neutralized as the rest of NRG Academy have to move in without smokes on this map. They really have to rely on Net for this one now. Imong gonna stop things down with a nice little molly as well. I mean, really good control here from Alliance. They do not look shaken up after that first map loss.
Yeah, this comp's gonna have a lot more delay utility, right? Between the relay bolt, between the snake bites, than what they were running over on Fracture. So this defense already, in my mind, gonna be stronger.
Yeah, there's no 4 different ways the attack side could go on this one. When it comes to Bind, yeah, timings, position, much more easily readable for the side of Alliance.
And handled with grace, too, fighting there into Riker, quick refract away. Now you're regrouping alongside Wildfire as well, so not really exposing anybody that can go untraded at the moment. Jerk, don't make me second guess myself.
Yeah, why even give him the chance? That's kind of crazy, but confidence is seated with those types of jump peaks for information. A 3 pull over to the B side as well. They've had the right answers, Alliance, on this one as well, as NRG Academy scales up along this flash. Will not see much for now, and will send Viper back. So a bit of an opening here for the side of NRG Academy.
Yeah, the silent rescale. You can see the Viper pivoting and spawn. Again, I like that they're not rotating too fast this time out of Alliance Guardian as well.
Backside a bit open. Flash will come in, give some information, but there it is. Atlas to start the round, shut it down. 4K for him, and Alliance have the same amount of rounds won as that first map.
You really had to hit them while they're down like that.
That's on me. That is on me. But that's what I'm trying to say, though. At the same time, these guys being able to have that counter, be proactive, have that confidence is absolutely amazing.
No, absolutely.
After getting knocked down like that, yeah.
And I feel like you get like one gimme corner that goes uncleared like every series, and it goes to one team or the other. And Alliance Guardians, I think that's a great way to kick off the series or comeback, right? Hopefully get a laugh, get a fun little one and done there. The 4K for Atlas. You're gonna couple that now with the Marshal. Hopefully that overdrive will be a nice bonus tool if you get a few of these ecos, but right place, right time, and it seems like Riker. Whew. How does it not hit?
Nice try on that one. Oh, but Dirk, he's looking to just get a little bit of value on this one. Sprays in the smoke, he's staying. Knows he can TP here. 10 bullets is gonna be fine. One Riker comes up to step in as well, and might be a little bit disastrous for these guys. Down to 3 players, giving away a few guns. A chance for Academy.
Nice tuck to try and keep the weapons online, but the rotate is called. They're farming orbs while they can. Especially if, say, if Spike could go down, that would be another towards that Viper's pit. But the pause buys enough time for Alliance Guardians to pivot back. But even after all that action, Chai, we're still at a minute left on the clock.
I mean, momentum on these maps, man. Fracture, bind. You start things strong. It keeps things rolling. Right now, that momentum stopping and pacing just a little bit. Net is trying to find the solutions on how to win this one.
Ant's mentioned it. More of a CT caller, not an attack caller. And we're having to see them dive deep here, and I liked the regroups. I liked the re-rotate to put GMD in this position. Hookah, honestly, close range with both players low. I could see a little two-piece action here.
Seconds left.
I could see a little bit of a disaster as well if Net is ready. Why give the one? Doesn't matter now. 2v2, that much confidence all the way up top. A dash in from Atlas, also solved. Everything's tumbling down. The Jenga tower was so high there for Alliance. One peek, one block moved, and chances fall, crumble, in rubbles. Another 140 to Wildfire's chest, and he's rattled. And to maybe secure things down, they both look at him at the same time. NRG Academy, an eco of the ages.
All of the Alliance Guardian supporters have their heads in their hands right now. We went from perfect trade setups in the pistol round to then here, right, where it was players on islands. Yeah, we mentioned Jerk, holding their own. They're alongside the re-aggress from this Riker Outlaw, but honestly, beyond like swinging there when, again, you can just play for the contact in Hookah and fall back and try to regroup, play the numbers out. A major misstep gives that Bulldog over and that round, getting us back to 1-1. Talk about the momentum snuffed out.
I still like that though. As much as that play went wrong, the fact that Riker came in, was able to support, his teammate as well, Jerk being able to make that play, that audible call is nice. It's just that relurk in Hookah is just a bit of a problem.
That one was brutal.
Risks at the end of the day. This time though, same start for NRG Academy.
Yeah, just get the waylay deposited up, be long off the dog, see what they can work, see what they can address in the mind game departments around the TPs, but double lurk setup from NRG Academy as well, right? Instead of an initiator feigning the shower's pressure, we're gonna see the Sentinel back in action on bind, solo working this space, but they've just concentrated into B Shayo.
All that confidence I saw in pistol, them pushing down short, getting proactive. That Hookah peak as well might have been just a bit too confident. Now traded out for these scam positions really far forward, trying to find certain picks. You need to land your shot, Riker, and you will eventually. A chance here for Alliance.
Yeah, Atlas, Bucky waiting instead for the teammates to rotate over. Play a cohesive retake. They also still have Riker in the dark here on the flank.
30 seconds
He's got the scope though, might do some big damage. The timing is not going to be with them. Nothing going right for Alliance when they have a chance now. Equaled out to a 3v3. Bucky inside halls, never loses. Atlas, lethal with it when he's in position. And the rest of the team will slowly creep by. That being said, how do you challenge the spike when it's tapped? Oh, you just stay right in front of it. You peek over and you stay patient as Alliance. Giza has the sightline locked down as well with the scope of his own and is not privy to missing these shots. A second one ready to go on that side as well. Might be a big shot from Gimon, and he has to go nuclear to win this round. It's not enough against Renz, the star of this series.
We're gonna look at the clutch percentage after this series, and it's gonna be astronomical from where it's ever been in any of his career series. It's crazy to see right now, and again, when the team needs it, when you're about to get re-ecoed back, it's an interesting position to be in, right? And I like the poor positioning. They definitely got the jump this time on NRG Academy multiple times, right? Riker there, obviously. The refight getting caught off guard there as well around Truck. There were opportunities to punish. It's just when they paused, they didn't take that momentum stride. After those kills is where things slowed down.
I gotta say, it feels like I'm watching somebody play a single-player RPG on the insanity difficulty. I feel like every single possible look from Alliance here is the most difficult one at a challenge with less numbers, at a challenge with less information. I'd love to see themselves lower that difficulty, make things easier for them. Right now, Jerk in his own spot will actually go for easy mode. Goes for the TP, but Giza has that challenge, a boss you cannot even take a % of HP from. This guy just holds down sections of the site. Gimon, though, proactive peek, gets some value after the fact. A forced fight for Wildfire, who also doesn't lose. delay with the molly, and now things reset for both teams.
That's the difficulty here. Again, with this double lurk setup, you have no safety net. You have no way out of those uncomfortable positions unless you're the waylay. The pivot here is nice, but Atlas, Judge up close.
They can do some damage. Here we go. If that thing rattling, patience might just be too far though. You had the chance to slide and peek. Doesn't matter. Play for your team. Net might just solve the round again. Down to a 2v1.
Oh, and the gimmicks just fall flat. And we're going around the world.
God.
We're going back to the B site, right? You know Wildfire is there. You know we popped the molly to delay. There we go. Gonna be a solidified plant, and now you get to set up all of this Giza Utah that was kept, right, until the post plant.
Honestly, I have to change this guy's name to Safety Net instead, because every time he's in this advantageous position, he makes it even easier for his team to keep playing without risk.
Wow, and as soon as that wall gets triggered, they're gonna fall back.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, they don't?
Oh, for now, they were split up for the moment. He's gonna be behind his own wall. Might have made a step. Wildfire with the read, Net with the patience. The read's good.
And now we can say Wildfire is starting to gleam the spotlight there, right? We talked about Teo at dead, but there's a clutch back in his favor to put his name on the board. Whew. And that's just honestly individuals, right? Again, we talked about NRG Academy keeping a nice tight lid on this round, right? Around the Judge, around the TP escapes, but it's honestly the disrespect that Wildfire showed passing that wall instead of the whole trap setup from him falling back from it to then get the elbow pressure as a surprise play that worked against NRG Academy. So 2-2, we're at least having an even tied game again. Not a one-sided blowout for the time being, but these ults, 4 out of 5, not quite bingo just yet from NRG Academy, can keep up the momentum.
I really want to focus on the ultimates in this round. It seems like if this was an airport, you're looking at some planes for the moment. NRG Academy taking off. Alliance, their flight delayed. They're just 1-2 points away for some of these impactful ultimates that can actually have them at the table having a conversation in this round. NRG Academy pour all their util into taking this space, much more than they need to, because they have the ultimates to play for after the fact, hitting the site.
You saw the gears turning, the plan adjusting, right? When Orbital Strike's not needed because Shawdex is already in the garden. So what do? Pop it back side. The entire stack anchor play completely upended.
And look at that, Seekers rock in with the flashes. No chance for the defensive players on this site to have comfortable positions to peek. The first ones will come through. Collat, they're almost for Jerk. Things finally held down. An amazing smoke as well from the side of Wildfire to give his team some space to breathe. Meanwhile, everyone else on Academy down, congested, not being able to actually take a single breath as the flood comes in. And Alliance finally get a cohesive round on the board.
Nice team fight set up there around the site. Smoke out of Alliance Guardians to close things out. So we'll love to see it. And that's a huge round 2 of 1 for Alliance Guardians. Not just because you're leading, but now you shut down a few of those ultimates without a return as well for NRG Academy. And again, this isolation, this piecemeal approach that GMD took, just very impressive around HUD. The full display of what that site anchor should look like. And again, a quiet first map, bouncing back very well here on the defensive bind.
And all these wins from NRG Academy have also cost them a bunch of rifles and lives as well. So coming into this one, they're kind of completely kicked back on the eco. Just a Bulldog as the strongest weapon for Rens. But you can't count them out. They have such good strategic moves around the map if they do find that first pick.
Yeah, Jerk knows the weakness too. So Outlaw out and ready be long. But that's why it's such a heavy hookah stack, right? You can pop Steel Garden perhaps if you get up close and personal. That's why there's no Vice Lurk. And see if you can do some damage.
Not sure if that molly ends up hitting. Net has to win that on backside as well. Gimon finally finding his pacing on the site. Unfortunately, Rens is just that guy. Atlas will be here. How many shots can that Judge actually push through? It's going to be taken down for the moment. And you still can't get comfortable pushing these smokes. Atlas finds a way to win every fight with just 1 mag of the Sheriff.
A second 4-piece for Atlas to this map and 4 rounds to follow for Alliance Guardians, right? Not an unlucky number this time around for Alliance Guardians. I mean, I honestly, it may as well have been a shotgun, that Sheriff, with the action we just saw from Atlas up close and personal up against NRG Academy. And again, investing those ultimates, so that Steel Garden without return. Riker obviously having to dip into the conversion pads there, but it was a nice counter to keep the ball rolling. Again, you want to keep that mental up high when you were bodied a little bit in that map 1 with that 113 loss. And this is the first NRG Academy timeout of the series as well. So MC, what do you got?
I mean, we got to lock in and maybe not let these guys overheat too much. But even in overheating, I would say the biggest issue right now is some of the scaling they have and pushing these sites. I've seen, Seekers come in with flashes, but nobody peeking really behind them at the perfect times. I've seen these guys push mostly towards one side of a side on B, but not really following their util as much. When it comes to NRG Academy, I want to see some confidence with the utility they have. They're getting this initial space really, really well, but hitting that site as supposed to be a problem. Not sure if it's a Shondex thing or Renz's util is not coming online at the right time. It needs to lock in here.
Yeah, I was actually circling back then to Fracture in that regard, right? Shondex getting set up by the breach by net round after round, and now again it's just a flash and that's it kind of here for Shondex. He's been trying to do it all himself, and even that last run, right, was the Bucky over Hut, no follow-up. And it is, again, we're starting to see maybe the chips, the wear of that solo duelist instead of the double with Renz. And again, Bind has always been a weakness in their pool. We'll see if the timeout's enough to remedy a path forward for the time being.
The best thing I'm looking at so far is the timing for NRG. And you called it, Zobia, at one of the start of these rounds. So much action happened. There was still a minute on the clock. Wildfire is being forced to use these site smokes over and over again. Nice pick from Giza, by the way. He's being forced to use these site smokes which makes it a lot easier for Gimon to bunker down, but it cuts off information for the rest of the defensive team. If NRG Academy can get a pick like this, calm down for a little bit, force the defensive smoke from Wildfire, and then push in again while that smoke is not up, that might be a key to winning. They're playing on that pace amazingly right now. Still have a minute to go and are angled for that A side.
Oh, GMD. Right place, right time to full anchor, but that orb makes it so difficult.
Shondex up top has that pocket angle. One more second, chooses to actually invest into it. Orbital strike coming in to just clear things out from the defensive side, makes the retake a lot easier. And these double layers right now make this overwhelming for NRG.
Interesting, it's not used to deny the pit, but instead just comes in from
30 seconds left.
From the sides, yeah, I mean, this is amazing though. They've cut that noise down. They've let that defensive util push forward onto the site, and now they can choose to actually move around it in the best way possible. They're finally playing their own game. Heaven's a gap though that's filled by Giza, and they've made that adaptation. They're beating Alliance at their own game now.
Yeah, it feels like downright disrespectful.
Yeah, it's an answer, and now this pit turns into a trap. You're forced to stay inside it. It's guarded on all sides. Right now, Gimon is in jail. He's got guards everywhere. He's got a warden watching his every move, but he's found a tunnel to be able to escape.
Jailbreak through the TP?
He's behind the poster with a spoon, and he's forced right back into his cell again. They're keeping him like a pet on this A site. This guy cannot move. Shondex now has that final angle. They've covered up the dirt. There's no chance for this guy to stay alive here. Maybe his shoulders swung and peaked. Yeah. Prisoner executed. A perfect round from NRG Academy, beating an orbital strike in a pit.
And I mean, again, we talked about the disrespect that was shown. I mean, you invested your orbital strike to flush them out, to force that rotate away out of U-Haul, and then they just re-clear it and flip into the back site space. Like, that's showing that NRG Academy, again, they're still feeling confident. And I think even when they're really down against other opponents in the past, like, it's always been a factor in their gameplay. But yeah, definitely the pacing is interesting from them. I mean, Giza, like, within the first 20 seconds, gets that kill in deep shower and is willing to give up that space and go for the regroup, and they cut noise after that completely. So, again, Alliance Guardians having a hard time pinpointing, I think, these defaults from NRG Academy. That's where Double Duelist... I want them to go back to Fracture tendencies. I don't want you pushing all the way into their spawn, but this trio in shower is looking mighty primed for it.
Have a little bit of a trailblazer to look at any information coming in after the fact. But again, Giza, that final boss, is able to play around that piece of util perfectly. Now we'll rescale into showers. So usually NRG Academy have done something by this minute marker to gain some space. And with this trailblazer of their own coming in all the way through that B side, it'll pull more numbers towards that way. They think this might be a full octagon take. There's more defensive positions here towards the B side. But they're not convinced that nothing's happening on A. 2 anchors still on the site.
And I could be mistaken, but I don't think that guiding light really spotted anything out because of that poison orb as it was popped. So they haven't gotten the answers they were searching for necessarily. And that's where this smokes and this dash may give away the plan if they commit to it.
Hold up, that's what I'm saying. Again, Wildfire will toss these smokes down. It's a pattern. Gimon is going to have a solution to stop the problem of their gap when these defensive smokes actually push down on the site. And now with Jerk getting that pick, NRG Academy's patience plays against them. They're forced onto A. Who's been on the site the entire time? Wildfire. and he's perfect in his angles. That Guardian being exactly that, holding down the sights. Atlas has that slide, but lets his teammate peek as he's the defensive overlord of this side for Alliance.
Yeah, flawlessly done, both just from the trades that we saw to cap off the round to the steadfast anchors as well, right? That fake from Shondex falls flat on its head, and those anchors on B site shut down that plane, like you mentioned, in the nick of time, right? 15 seconds left, they're forced into this A site where, yeah, Wildfire just, again, gun out, doesn't need to invest that util, just plays off of Atlas really, really well. And this is going to be an important round for NRG Academy, or Alliance Guardians will be at 6, probably 7 with your impending eco.
Yeah, both these teams have kind of shown their playbook in this rock, paper, scissors type of matchup. They've both shown exactly what type of conversation they want to have. Immediate defensive smokes, shower space taken almost every single round, and this time Wildfire has a challenge on this one. The guy who owns showers is not going to look too clean with this one. We'll get a pick, we'll understand some information, and Atlas will get out with that kill as well.
Like, ironically, the first time Giza's help was the first round NRG Academy shower hold is punished. Like, riddle me that. But all in all, still, you lose the player, NRG Academy don't care. They're still A splitting.
This time with no flood smokes available, Atlas had to take a risk. It is found out. Dog gets the info. Molly in the business as well. Gimon is doing a good job at buying time for his team to rotate in, but how much of his team is really left alive? He has to put in the work himself, and that work is calling for overtime. Hours he does not have. Jerk will clock in instead.
Flank brewing from Riker, so they are going to invest the pit. Just some unanswered questions. They know how important this round is for a possible tide. Or advantageous half.
5-4 will be a much closer scoreline for them, but again, that showers control, understanding a counter, but then having a counter already ready for it. Net's brain working overdrive.
No dog.
At the same time on this side, it's going to be tough. Have to play around the wall, but I feel like these guys want that to happen here. Jerk might get a better position that kind of troubles them for the moment. We're making noise here. Giza will be able to find them. This guy doesn't miss when given control, and he has the utmost of it. A little bit of loss there, but the number's too much for the side of NRG Academy. You got to dash away here for the side of Alliance. Riker saving that gun for the next round.
Very well done. And it's like a balance now for what the anchors are able to achieve on Alliance Guardian side, right? GMD's, the switch up to A has been nice, right? They got the snakebite delay there, they got the fragmentation, but when they went back in for the hero play up against that full front of entry util, you asked for it in that timeout, more capitalization off the util, and that's exactly what they did, right? Yeah, there was that Shondex falling to GMD, but the flash, again, the double swing out of shower, very, very clean. So the 5-4 as hoped for from NRG Academy, and now it's, again, pressure back on for Alliance Guardians. They haven't had enough consistency just yet to keep the money flowing. They don't really have the ults other than Atlas and this overdrive either.
You mentioned pressure. I'm seeing some proactiveness for the side of Riker, getting that operator, looking for that shot, whatever it is possible. Inside, though, with a no-scope. You got to make it work. Refract is close, dashes out. His C plays off of it. Jerk has tried this offensive angle. It hasn't worked so many times. This time, jackpot for the team.
Absolutely no trades. Yeah, no nullifying that pressure, and I'm expecting, I was going to say, the alert to get shut down. Hopefully Atlas can at least trade it. No? All right, we're still getting Giza lurks. Finding capitalization factors, possibly flipping rounds on their heads, right? All that work that they just put in to be long, smothered. It back to a 3-on-3.
And by time with the Seal Garden, chooses not to actually go for the harvest this time. Wants to wait for that one pick first. And we have that lurk from Ange as well. Garden to push more people out. There's a pocket in heaven, but he understands the Guardian Angel could be in that corner, so he's looking towards the backside. Meanwhile, a double up towards Ange's position, getting off this flank watch side. Getting ready for that Molly to come in as well. Jerk has the timing here and can play off of it.
Guardian Angel when you have Guardian Ange, right?
This time, could he save the team is the question. One for Jerk, pop flash in. He's going to be able to track things down. Ange just too good. Molotov might not be there, and the orbital strike doesn't need to be either. Another round where Riker does not find as much value in the post is going to have to save that scope.
A second time.
Whoa! Hold up.
I was gonna say, having to save.
Delay, yeah, actually fully blinds him. A flash left over there by Giza. I mean, this guy, if he has position on his side, maximum control. What an honestly unfortunate situation.
Yeah, when you have a sky, you don't have to worry about where you leave your arc rows. It's not like it's the only flashes like we saw on Fracture from a certain team, but oh, Giza, again, just really the one who single-handedly opened up this round, and they finally set back into those protocols. Again, post-plant simulator with AxG, with his incendiary, with that overload strike that came online from handling the flank. Just very well navigated to tie us 5-5. Again, the money reset. So there's a world where NRG steal the lead out from under the Guardians.
Trying to go for an anti-play here. You can see that orbital strike has 3 players highlighted on it. They might get trapped here as well. Oh, here comes that Trailblazer. This is where you actually slot it in. Here it comes, scope and toe as well. Jerk is forced to actually go for the fight. It is erased by the side of NRG Academy. Stim to push up, and this time Atlas has that sheriff. But can he do it again?
Not if stunned by the dog.
Not a chance. The whole team flooded in here. Last time NRG Academy would have scaled into this. Pre all these timeouts time. A minute on the clock, as you mentioned before, Zobi. That's where the chaos starts to die down. They actually make the patient decision.
Now they're getting flashbacks, right? Giza's lurked down A before. Do we double back? Do we stack? And it's an eco, so they're going to stay grouped on B. The correct call.
Have some more utility to be able to cycle down some of these positions on site. Rens with those Seekers, double flash available as well. Here comes the first. Hinders there. The scaling perfect. Thorns in tow. Everybody from NRG, like a SEAL team, comes through and finds almost everything on site. Gimon does not have enough bullets in the mag to hold things down. They finally clench the lead.
And NRG Academy knew what they were doing, right? Seekers immediately spot out all through on the site, and they're still barreling into it, right? Disrespect for the stack shown. And this trap as well. I mean, Outlaw holding the extremity because they know it's an eco as you try to escape down long. And I mean, only the Neon gets out because they have the high gear in their back pocket. But all in all, again, not much groundwork laid in the eco attempt itself, but you can still get a respectable 6-6 here. Anything is respectable at this point after a 113, but Seeker's overdrive, it's a long way coming in. One pistol and you are back in business.
Because the Seekers, though, Jerk's kind of moved over towards the A side and much more of a safer passive angle. No support here for Riker in terms of pop flashes. You just have Atlas on a really deep angle towards the site. Could be smoked off. Their B-hold is not going to be as strong. And Wildfire just has a shorty to play with in Hookah.
Silent scaling this time. No Giza lurk this time. Seekers are going to spot out the entire full front force behind this toxic screen, but not before it's too late. Jerk loses his life.
Cost of information. He could have just used the body. That being said, last round, put the ultimates down. Atlas has to be the one to save things here. Got the overdrive. Gave his rifle over to Brim as well. Unfortunately, Wildfire is not moving. He's not convinced of this.
I like this.
He thinks this might be a fake. Double back. Here comes Atlas. Overdrive in tow. 3 people waiting for you, and you absolutely get shot down. Wildfire stuck in this one again. It's a 2v4. They can't do much. 1v4 now. And they're waiting on this one. Conversion pads on Gimon. Even if he was the star this time, there's no chance he's going to be able to shine. Bright Sean next comes in from space and absolutely neutralizes him.
30 seconds left.
Now just one man with a shorty. I mean, no way he can win this one. An amazing half comeback from NRG. Really cool adaptations in this one. The ebb and flow, really well understood by Net.
Oh, again, there was so much potential. It just falls apart from NRG Academy pausing. It's their secret weapon. And shorty, unfortunately, I don't think is your secret weapon. Wildfire, the 4K for Sean Dex, the 7.5 half procured. Again, they can get a win here. They'll start revving that bind record. And honestly, this is a great way to start your season, right? Slaying the demons of old at the previous stage. And again, it's coming from these really constructive team fights there. Again, the disrespect towards the overdrive just slaps Atlas down after he's had a decent half as well. And the 2-4 pad in the KDA. But all in all, coming into this half, they need to keep that momentum up. Riker, again, was in that kind of more snipey role. It's going to be that secondary entry against Atlas. They need to stay hot and fast.
Yeah, honestly, hot and fast is the name of the game. So, like, if you look at Alliance in that first half, Lightning McQueen in terms of hot and fast. They were looking really good at starting these picks. They made a 5v3 advantage multiple times. But then, as the round goes on, we get towards Cars 3. McQueen's fading. What's going on? These guys end up losing these 5v3s. They end up making multiple mistakes and giving NRG Academy so much space. This time, though, come in with the momentum, push in with his util, get hindered, throw it right back, ping pong between both sides, and these guys end up going with a smash paddle hits. Wildfire there with a few of these trades. The aggression looks good, pushing past the smoke. It's not going to be possible for Riker to see much here inside Octagon. It's a brawl, and it's too much for the side of NRG Academy. Got to call the referee, got to call for some assistance here, but a smoke might be that to give just a little bit of chance to breathe for the team on this defensive side.
He hasn't budged. And while it's a 2v3, it feels unfair when the regrowth is on the side of Alliance Guardians. Everyone back squared away. The re-exec or the rotate. They just trusted Ange to make it winnable for Giza. Or Giza thinks that a 1v3 on the pistol round is winnable, and in his hands might as well be.
I mean, this is so huge from Ange, though, being able to just clear all this space, maybe even getting that double back flank. The thing is, just not having a teammate here, a smart decision for Alliance to stay all together this time, not give that one. They've lost to these players specifically before in this spot. They do not want to take that risk, but the timing from Ange might just be enough. They've got no clue about this flank. You could just be waiting inside elbow. Jerk is going to be playing safe here, but he has position now.
Jerk has the jiggle
he's
line.
in octagon.
But Jerk has the jiggle line. They're aware of the possibility.
Looking for it. Flash comes in. Does find the info. Now it's on Giza. What do you do when your teammate's under pressure? Go down. 1v3 for Ange. Can't find the first. Amazing pickup by Riker and Octagon, and to end that round.
And we got to see a little Alliance Guardian motto, like, never back down, never what, Shayo?
Never give up.
And that's what they took into that Octagon fight, all right? Like, it felt like it was starting to lean back towards NRG Academy's way, right? It just, the consistent util, the reflash that was coming out from Renz, right? I wasn't seeing enough punishment for the hinder, for all the util they were dumping into that. And then it was just Riker that heated back up, just took the fights one at a time, and you saw it, Ant had to throw it in the rag, the towel, and get out. And again, just too much tip damage, and honestly, Giza having to turn on the Giza show that just never got redemption arc. So Eco rare out of NRG Academy having to stack towards B. It's gonna be and at least gifted an orb out of shower, but it's more red herring of the perpetual A hit to come.
Now I'm liking the patience from Alliance and moving up this one as well, and trying to find some information, and will allow his team to move up a little bit earlier, but Alliance should have this one slotted down with this much positioning already gained. Scaling looking perfect for them so far. Smoke for Ange. They're playing careful though. PTSD from some Lost Eagles before.
Ooh. And the massive TP. GMD, you cannot hand this gun over.
Please don't lose. Flash coming in. Atlas is there. Nice two-way fight as well. Understand there's just one more left. Shondex, low HP. Maybe with a refract to get back into this teleporter. Should be a done and dusted round. No scope almost. And yeah, it's just Shondex up inside. I mean, again, Alliance, this is really good. Winning that pistol, getting the 7-7. This composition is of theirs as well. The just overall double duelist coming in is going to be tough to deal with for NRG Academy. I mentioned it at the start, but having play against that vibe makes your defensive setups just not that strong.
But that's the issue as well. We're getting Senti syndrome, right? Obviously, we're only 2 rounds in, but they haven't hit the Vice site yet, right? So now you have Giza switching over to B, hoping that this is just their default, is to scale down B long, to test the waters outside Octagon, and they can design that around the Viper setup and put the stack instead A. Or maybe that is just going to be their default setup with the Sentinel, right? And it was just, oh, Giza A for the pistol, right? The gamble, obviously, for the follow-up round. So we need to see what this comp actually looks like as we get into the meat of their defensive half, and then we'll get those answers of if it can stop the double duelist.
This time they are going to be aiming towards that site that has the Vice. But if you're looking for answers, though, we're almost there. We're almost there. Guimond trying to do his best. Giza on the attack side, impression as well. But here is the difference for NRG Academy. They push these smokes deeper, give Shondex these angles without using any of his util already. Still a risk. And it all comes down to this fight. Guimond wins it with a bulldog. That's what you want to see from the veteran up in the business, opening this round up for the team. I might have to get even more from this position.
Oh. I liked the bait of the Incendiary. I think he could get ahead of it, not expecting it while also protecting that weapon. But like a thief in the night, Mon is gone. Going for the regroup, and we get to see the Vice trial. Come on.
See how it works. You have Atlas, who might be able to try to skirt past, but his team will be sectioned off from it. Just one player. What can he find? A judge inside the pocket. It's the key. Hindrance there too. Backside. You can't move. You can't see. You cannot fight against this combination. Alliance look good.
I don't even know if we can call it a fair trial. I mean,
it never is.
Like, there was no Vice util, I believe, outside of B with the Neon just running it down with that judge, right? Like the snake bite disrespected, and I mean, GMD completely cut noise and still somehow gets a flank kill there while they're contemplating the save. And it's like, okay, you guys want Thrifty us the second round of the map? We're gonna get our bonus in the next half when it's our double duelist time to shine. And I asked for both Riker and for Atlas to be online. And obviously Atlas having to have a major shift from that Vice onto this Neon between maps, and it is looking good. So much so, NRG Academy quaking the boots a little bit. An early second timeout called.
Gonna have to lock things down. I think you might see something of a pattern coming in for Alliance and how they're going to be hitting these sites. One big thing that I think Alliance used in that last one as well, thighs, amazing for holding things down. Putting a thorn that far deep or close, I guess, to Hookah is also kind of clearing that angle out for the attacking side. When Neon jumps in, you're not going to expect anybody to be actually playing in those thorns. So you can confidently dive in, get into the site. This is much like Fracture, but flip. You want to try to interrupt Alliance before they get to your site. For NRG Academy, you have to be proactive like Shondex was in Showers. That being said, Shondex might need some help. How to smoke might need a second player. That's a lot of investment. You got to find the best possible position, the best possible pattern of where to be on the defensive side.
No, completely agree. It felt more like damage control after Shondex died, right? The Incendiary coming down versus you pair Ange there with a Stimmy so that if Shondex doesn't have the refract set up, that they can get out in that fashion, or you have Rens with the guiding light. Again, you need to build that safety net around Shondex. It's Shondex, don't get me wrong. You can depend on him 9 out of times 10 times, but at one time and round starts shifting towards Alliance Guardian, and we're starting to see the eco. It's heavy reliance on Ange. And then just fast rotates.
On this one with the judge, though, sometimes you're going to be playing in these close angles where the sheriff can't pop you down. That being said, they just get a judge at the end of the day. Attracted 4 players on this side. Can Alliance find the answer to kind of leave, or at least go through short, get the long-range fights? That'll be the question.
Ooh, Hinder. Judge still one shot against Light Shield, so you got to get past it, break the crosshair, and it takes 2 lives to do so.
What the Riker doing for the moment, doesn't find anybody. Unfortunately, that shorty sees nothing. The judge kind of completely suffocated away inside Showers. Rens will be the only person who might have an answer to this one, and he's going to be seen down. A 2-way split for him inside Halls. Double smokes on the side as well. And yeah, the judge might see a little bit of success through it, but the rest of this round is going to be a far reach for Edge.
Yeah, Alliance Guardians do a good job shutting down the kind of heroic headliners from NRG Academy. Any of those individual moments that we saw on Fracture, they just aren't letting them happen. That Riker backstab where Rens could have maybe gotten a kill, could have gotten an upgrade, but even there, just the safe dealing from GMD, lucky shot, lucky hit, and you're good to go.
Another round, understand it's eco, but immediately in the first 10 seconds, Alliance has control of Showers. They're sending this judge in fast. The answer, possible thorns immediately. Put those smokes down if you want to as well. You have to stop Alliance from taking space for free, and for Alliance, keep running that aggression if NRG does not want to stop you.
And if you can't stop it, because they haven't yet, and the judge is still back online now with an overdrive, just get out of the way. We've really yet to see like a 5v5 retake. That's my favorite thing. Veer from one end to like, okay, proactivity's not working, to the complete opposite. Like, just cut your losses, get off, and see what a retake looks like when you are such a chemistry-heavy squad. And instead, take the proactive approach, trying to get the op online, but conversion pass prevents that too.
Miscom? There a pocket found actually on one of the sides where you don't get burned. Shondex, the operator, finally back online, and the op is one of the things that you can use to hold these sight lines from a longer perspective. Get that shot down before the neon slides in.
They've closed the distance down belong though, and ironically the judge is holding flank here, but the op's still in the dark, right, with that whole orbital strike debacle. Net as well, kind of playing bait up close that you don't think it's there.
Flash coming in, perfect for Nat, and now Shondex knows exactly where to shoot. Endrin's not going to find much for a millisecond of time. Missed, and as a result, your HP bar drops as well. Rens can only do so much. The slide has finally come in. Giza has a decision to make, but it's overdrive over time for the side of Atlas, who gets fired from the site. Gimond, shaky with the spray, and shakes his time for this one. He knows exactly where Shondex is. Things have finally trickled down to a 2v1 in a very tricky position. Spike given to Gimond. HB almost on his side for just one of these fights. He will be swapping over to A.
A safe passage found in that regard. Plays out the timing, and Ange, best decision not to jump out of hookah there, right? Does not want to underestimate this Ascension level player who's now in a pivotal 1v2. The difference between double digits and breaking the money again for NRG Academy, or a potential tie game here. 2 rounds time.
MVP level round if he finds the answer on this one. Shondex so looking down with that scope, and honestly can only miss once in a round. Tagged by Gimond towards the end there. 6 HP, but the team locks it down.
Wow. And it's these big swing rounds. NRG Academy won it in the previous half. That's how we ended at the 7-5, and it feels like we might have just done it again. They know that when, again, their back is up against the wall, they're using that as leverage to bounce back, parkour style. And as well, you got the overdrive out. Atlas is even backing down from the judge. What is this? But there it is. Thank you, thank you. And now Shondex has an out as well in terms of this convergent paths, right? And we talked about Shondex as well having that safety and that support behind him. It was fully ready, right? The Rens got in light in. You had Ned at his side, like, yeah, I'm 9-12, it's fine. You keep getting those kills, win the rounds for us, and I'm happy. And that's what could get us back to 9-9, Shayo.
Could be a possibility. The investment here, the aggression from the side of Alliance took a lot to stop last time. Had to use an orbital strike.
So many
to set up
smokes.
the operator again. This time, conversion pads there to maybe get that retake going in fast, but Shondex is not going to be able to play off of it from this position. Ren's also just one away from his next utility point. Here's the conversion pads. Paul's going to be free. 3 people kind of affected by this one. A judge just needs 1 bullet, though. Doesn't matter how slow it is, your body falls.
Orbital strike as well. Deny the one space they don't have control over towards Shower. This is looking good. The spike hasn't even gone down yet.
It's still a ball, just absolute bar fight on this side. Ange gonna be forced to take the swing, hitting bodies, collision into each other. NRG Academy looking a little bit slippery with it, and not in the evasive sense. They're just fumbling into each other, and unfortunately, because of that, it's down to a 1v5. They did not find a single person on the site, let alone what? Just 2 bullets landed on the aggression that Alliance put down on A.
Now you're min-maxing the round, waiting to play it purposely so Jerk can get the additional orb, right? They're talking about the next round, the round after that, like the plans for the future. You're settling down with the family, the picket fence and all, but Ned, new kid on the block, back, we should say, in the neighborhood. VCL, what can you do? Or are you just going to go for the save? Again, you look at the bank. Hey, saving here, and then Giza and Shondex will be able to get a buy. I do like this just to try and keep it close, keep nipping at their heels, but it's difficult because that round NRG Academy did what was recommended. They gave up the space, right? After that, it was like anti-op protocol activated, triple smokes go, and they couldn't even get footing in that retake because of that judge and U-Haul. So again, perpetual problem yet to be solved. And now, trying to solve a problem of his own, how to save this Vandal.
I was talking about like Iman being the MVP in that one. That's going to find a few of these, defuse them as well, but the round's basically done. Iman was going to be the MVP for me if he won that clutch, but it's just being stolen away by Atlas every single time. This judge, you're definitely right, Zobi. It's so hard to deal with the NRG Academy. They drop an ult into it, yet still scale right into the crosshair of Atlas again in U-Haul. He's got money. This guy's rich. Elects to get that judge back up again. Does maybe want to buy for a teammate and keep things locking with this gun. Take to fight Hookah with a dash. Just get into halls as well and make sure you have maximum impact. Him holding these key positions, NRG, without an orbital strike, have no answer for it.
You're top racking with it. Why not? And okay. One thing that could flip the eco would be the Steel Garden. So Giza takes the timing, takes the risk, and runs away with the reward. And now, you know, at least there's a shower lurk. Don't know how many that was there supporting, but they do want to play safe. I think hence the back out towards spawns. They can pivot as soon as contact is made, either with the net or with Ange.
So patient from Alliance on this side, though, usually diving right in. Want to make sure that everybody on NRG Academy is simmering, waiting and maybe making the wrong decisions, leaving their posts like Ange might be forced to do with the lack of information here on this site. The retake will come in, but the firepower is just not here for the side of NRG Academy. They'll try to flood this site. They can't even peek over Truckman. The attack scope from Riker is going to be so tough to deal with. Close range, though. Atlas is still there. They're going to invest this ult to rock in with. Gimon, though, going to be tripped up. Shondex does buy his team a rifle. Wildfire was just a bit too far away, so he's going to be allowed to actually have a conversation here with his rifle itself. Ren's now stuck in, and an empty ultimate this time. Not going to really even scale too much. Net found on flank as well. Not a disaster for the side of NRG Academy. I like eco rounds where you supplement things with an ultimate. It's one of the things that can really flip the tide in your way. You still have the Viper's Pit. You got the Seekers for retake. Not completely out of this fight just yet.
Like NRG Academy played that formulaically perfectly. It was just, again, I think Alliance Guardians showing the respect where respect was due, waiting for those refights. Like, the idea was drop the Steel Gardens so that Shondex can go kill, because they're going to be the only one with a hero rifle in the server, right, at that point. And you even waited until you were confirmed that they are committing to this A site. It wasn't just a one-off player that you're wasting an ult on. And again, just not enough support there for Shondex. Gets pinged down by the shorty, the punishment without the heal, and all starts to fall apart. So coming into the next, again, we're back with NRG Academy back against the wall. Lose this, you're broke. It's match point. We're probably seeing split. Win it, you are right back in.
Hit through the smoke as well. Net gonna be able to segment the dog with the molly. Still though, almost pushed past. The util will actually pull away the rest of Alliance towards Hookah, where things might end up going even more disastrous for them. They've got the Thorns in tow. Atlas could clear this one out, but things going the way of NRG Academy for now.
Giza full blinded. Now expect the Vipers accompanied, since they're still tucked away in that pit.
They're going to hit this one. Complete showers control for the side of NRG Academy, so they know this hit is coming in at a perfect time. Thorns delayed till the last possible second. I think that was a dash up towards the top for Riker to see over the wall, so no dash for the Vise wall on this side from Waylay. All the answers for NRG Academy are looking good for the moment. They found a second pause, might get another smoke. Seekers come in. Look at the information that Ange has pushing out of showers. It's a full B take, and now there's a flank that's almost active for NRG as well. I mean, Alliance need to hit the site, and it needs to go perfect for them.
30 seconds, 25 and counting.
What a flash!
Oh, the anchors are anchoring, dragging them down to
death.
So
well. Yeah, slowing the round down, and Renz also has an amazing, perfect angle from the side of CT. Shondex covering him as he uses util. They slow down the round. Perfect Thorns in tow as well. Riker finds a little bit of a gap now. 2v1, he could do it. Locked in. Renz low HP, they know exactly where he is. Get up into the site, headshot not found, 1 HP. Shorty's there, but so is Ange. From showers to B, from coast to coast, from world to world, this guy is able to secure the round.
Oh, and I was holding my breath there. I'm like, Renz, are you waiting for Ange? Are you not waiting for Ange? What is going on? Like, honestly, I think we see Alliance Guardian win that if it's isolated 1v1s, but that final regroup there as the shorty comes out, perfect trade synergy, op collected. Again, even if it comes down to the wire, comes down to the 1v1, these pivotal rounds are what's keeping NRG Academy right back in the fight. And you saw the desperation, right? Jerk kind of running at them, trying to, again, solidify that site with the limited time they had. They cannot be in that plan B positioning.
Yeah. This is not like a science fiction. This is not a drama type movie for the side of NRG Academy on this defense. It's horror, because the Alliance is still coming in with action-packed speed. They're taking Octagon, taking Hookah. It's so tough for you to be able to play as anchors in that side. Again, possible this time, but every round NRG Academy are winning, some type of star power is getting activated. Alliance having an easier time hitting sites, taking space already onto the A. Just a Trailblazer and a wall. Ultimately, but it's going to be tough this time for them to find value. Riker loses all his HP getting greedy on Thorns.
Oh, and Giza almost hit him through the smoke as well, but it's again the judge, juried executioner here, Shondex, asking for a mistrial, gets approved, and Riker, while low HP, is still finding haymakers.
1-2 can't leave. This Viper gel for the moment. And we'll have a chance to maybe get on towards Riker, but Jerk is already there on the flank, able to shut him down. Around you cannot save now. You have to all in for this one. Not taking a chance to shoot the boot, unfortunately. Gonna be seeing a living player in showers. Still Jerk is finding value in this one. Net has made it a 2v2, but time's a ticking, and that pit is still up. They've got no answer for this one. The scope's walking back. Looks like a match point here for the side of Alliance. And if they can get the scope down as well, that's a big win con. Shondex waits for it, is able to secure it down for now, but this is where Alliance might just win the game.
Wow. And I thought for a second that the dumping of ultimates was going to force NRG Academy into that very structured retake style, and they had the showers control to do it as well. Again, that serpentine approach, but Jerk just comes back, the final kind of nail in the coffin at that point to re-clear it again. His map understanding is so high up there in the VCL environments, and that's what kind of steals away. It feels like hope for NRG Academy. I feel like we haven't really seen them convert these broken buys other than round 2 of Bind, so I think we're gearing up for split again. Have never solved the Atlas judge either. All right, can you surprise us here? Can you get the thrifty when it matters most?
Big match point. Shondex up with the operator. If map 1 was all about aggression and execution, map 2 so far has been about repositioning, re-lurking, getting that space. Alliance playing a much different game than what happened on Fracture. Fine seems to be their map. It seems to be easy for them this time. Conversation of utility drop back and forth. Atlas does not care about the ground melting below him. He'll just push right past. Wildfire can see it through smokes as well. Atlas found this pocket position all the way in towards the spawn. This judge is about to drop an absolute horrific sentence on the side of NRG Academy. Atlas is gonna find one, maybe slide for the next. He's got 2 more shots, 2 more lives to take. The first one slid down, scope found afterwards. The 180 doesn't even need to be there. You've got a beam from space to help you win this round, and with just the operator, will not find the best of chances to win this one. A tall order, one that he might not be able to make this time. NRG Academy on this match point for Alliance will have a save, but get shut down. What a way. A nice map comeback for them too. On map 2, you can see their identity. They look so good.
And that is the definition of mental fortitude that we need to see out of Alliance Guardians. Again, the series isn't over until it's over. And we kind of propped up that question. We're like, okay, NRG Academy, consistency is what we're going to need to see, both from the players to the team as a whole. With this firecracker mentality across stage 1, we might have just seen it in the series itself. We'll have to wait and see when we get to our final map of Split, which is an interesting one. I feel like we haven't seen it too much from Alliance Angels. They did get that 1 MFH rep, but otherwise, it feels like a really strong finisher zone for NRG Academy, and it's more a question mark of, okay, once again, where do the roles land? We're re-clarifying their identity, their new identity with Net, and if it again has enough support for Shondex as this individual duelist, right? Blew it out of the water on Fracture, meh, right, on Bind.
Bind, we got to see a little bit of how this team likes to play their game. We mentioned it on Pistol as well. It's all about being proactive. They immediately walk down short. They look so different in this one. I want to see this team, not the Fracture team, but the Bind Alliance Guardians going up on Split. Should be an absolute kick-a-banger coming into that map as well. I think we've seen the best overtimes, the best map 3, Zobi, on that map too.
Oh, absolutely. And with that, again, I mean, this is the first series of the day, right? We have another best of 3 after, so they're gonna sit tight a little bit longer because it all comes down to that map 3 decider of Split after the break.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Stage, 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 stage!
Sage, stage, sage, stage.
Come on, keep going. Oh, okay.
Clove, cove, clone. Oh god. Okay, this is too much.
Clove. What? Oh, okay. Nope.
I can't even. There's too much going. It's too fast for me. I can't even do this.
Raise, ace, clove, clone, gecko, stage, sage. What? Clove, gecko, ace, raise, eco. That was really okay.
That's crazy.
That was a little difficult.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map. Oh, anybody.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You've got looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Heading into the second map of the series, it was an opportunity for Alliance Guardians to prove that that loss on Fracture did not define them, and they certainly stepped up to the occasion. It was close at the half, but after that, a strong attack Alliance Guardians to close out 13-9 and take us into a map number 3. Vans, we had questions for both of these teams on what looks we were going to see coming out from them today, and maybe not quite how it shook up, but it's going to be a successful one for Alliance in the end.
Yeah, the script for me has been flipped of what the expectation was to what I'm now witnessing between these two teams. Because again, I really thought it was going to be Alliance Guardians trying to play solo duelists and then try to play, you know, on maps that has less sites, so they could actually not have to rotate as quickly and whatnot, or rotate more quickly to fight with a team. But instead, it's them coming out with a double duelist playing against NRG A with a solo duelist here over on the side of Shonix. Again, I think it is just kind of like a map pool veto preparation coming out from the side of Alliance Guardians too. But again, I feel like it just made sense that they were gonna, you know, get slapped and clapped on Fracture. But this was their map pick. There's a reason why they picked this map. They also wanted to pick it against NRG Academy, who hasn't found any good results since kickoff with different comps that have been running. And they thought they had a solution under this one, but unfortunately didn't.
Yeah, winning out the pistol round, giving them some momentum there in that second half too. I definitely feel like carried quite a bit, but they were just generally pretty comfortable here for Alliance on the attack. Like he said, like double duelist seemingly worked out. You had Atlas getting, I believe it was like 24-17 on this map alone, and then 21 and 12 there for Riker. So I don't know. I liked it too because I feel like Giza didn't have like util impact as much as I kind of assumed heading into this, you know, especially playing into the Vice, being able to potentially shut down Atlas and a lot of those takes, but it felt like they were so strategic with their openings and their engagements, and it all seemingly worked out.
I thought we were going to see a 2-0, to be honest with you, after that second round, because when things started with a great pistol round for Alliance Guardians, and then you get into the second round, yeah, I mean, you're playing with a lot of chaos towards the long B side and getting perfect trades, but then it's like, what, a 4 versus 2 or something like that, right? Or a 5 versus 2. And then suddenly 2 of you get mowed down by Classic. That's fine. But it's how the hell do you play that 3-on-2 after? You're over-rotating. You're getting into bad positions. You solo swing out of hookah and then lose all that space that you've taken in the first place when you're soft side on B. So I'm like, okay, well, they haven't pulled a timeout after that. And I'm like, these guys are going to be mentally boomed right after. But thankfully, as soon as their economy came back in their favor, I think in that round number 4, then I started to see, okay, we're starting to see some good fighting coming out of the team for the side of Alliance Guardians. They're also playing double duelists on defense and still were able to, you know, minimize the bleeding and make it very close on that at the end of that first half, where I'm like, okay, well, this is going to start looking good here once they take the attack, because they were also able to overpower the theory of what NRG Academy had to throw the Vice and try to slow down the double dive. But there's just too much going on here with not only the utility from both duelists, but just the firepower coming out from both of them which was a game changer for the side of Alliance Guardians.
And I feel like where you really get to see the impact of that double duelist is with the first kills leaning so heavily in Alliance Guardians' favor there. But you're looking at who was putting up numbers for it. It was 10 between the 2 duelists, with Atlas taking 7 of them, right? So NRG is always just kind of playing from a deficit and not really able to quite make up the difference. There's a Neon running around with the Judge being oh so annoying, Riker's in your face, and then being able to follow it up when we've highlighted individuals like GMD being so consistent for the team Gompers. I feel like this was a lot more of the Alliance Guardian that I wanted to see going into this.
Absolutely. I mean, GMD, way better game this time, but also I feel like there's like a lot of familiarity with Bind, playing into the Viper, right? So it just felt like home, and I can't really get any better than that. Having two duelists that are able to, you know, kind of just navigate themselves around your smokes and the calls coming through from Wildfire, right? So, you know, I do feel like that last map, yes, they face the loss. Sometimes you just got to say, GG, go next, you know, reset the mental and head into the next one. And I feel like that's exactly what they did. They relied on each other, right? The two core here of this roster, Atlas and Riker, really just supporting each other in this double duelist role. They knew that they could like really just influence the momentum of the game.
I mean, the Phillips Norelco head-to-head, we got to talk about this double duelist more. Because again, this was a style that maybe it would have anticipated a little bit more out of NRGA. They certainly have the players for it. But instead, we get to see Alliance Guardian pick it up. And something that fans just look so harmonious for the team. Like, I loved this pairing.
And you brought up an interesting point before we got into this head-to-head here by Phillips Norelco is the fact that you have some positive picks in first kills on the Atlas and also Riker and staying alive in those moments. So you have Riker opting on the attack side too, while you have Atlas creating space with the Judge. So even if you're losing HP through like Razor Vines and whatnot, the space is still taken, you're still alive, and Jerk could be there to heal you once you minimize and slow down that tempo and also got the map control. So again, the game plan was super great, but also the Judge abusing from the Neon is something that we've seen so prominently through Santiago for Masters that now it carries over to Challengers. It'll carry over into stage 1 of VCTs, and why not, right? Take advantage of what's broken so far to allow for you to pass that finish line. Take it with strides. So, you know, Atlas being taken away from the Yoru, but still able to put up big numbers on a different duelist with Atlas, I think is beautiful to watch.
I mean, I feel like we're going to see a little bit of that Judge abusing and carry that over into the third map of the series now. As tying up the score, we get to go to our third and final map of the series and looking at split ahead. And this one's really interesting because obviously as of Challengers, we're still brand new into this. But last split, we got to see NRG on this map quite a bit. And Gombers, we did get a recent showing from this new Alliance Guardians team. So there is going to be some indicators of what we can kind of expect going into this.
Yeah, and it's cool because I mean, going on to split as well, I think we do still kind of see Atlas and Riker playing into that double duelist role, right? If they, under the occasion that they do stick to the typical. So for me, just the fact that we get insight on both of these teams is good because I felt like it was very one-sided on both of these maps as to, okay, what does Alliance have to offer? What does NRG have to offer? But the decider scares me, right? Like NRG obviously picking into Fracture, winning that 13-1, way better fight being given against, you know, in regards to Alliance. Now we're actually seeing like the momentum here from Atlas and Riker start to elevate, and GMD now especially. So when you have these three like powerhouses really connecting and vibing with each other, that's when things start to get dangerous.
Super fun to see this as a third map for split. I mean, this is a common map, and the meta seems to have been developing a little bit more here, where you're starting to see potentially a mirror match coming up between these two teams with both the Neon and the Waylay. But what I like from the evolution of this series so far is basically the storyline in itself. Fracture just came back into rotation. You've practiced some scrims. You've come up with a non-standard composition from how Fracture was played in the past here for Alliance Guardians, and you get rolled on that, and it's normal. And it's okay for that to happen because you never really tested out in an official. Then you go into a bond, you know this is going to be a strong map for you, a weak one for NRG. They still haven't really solved that either. But now you have split that's pretty decent for both of these teams. So now allowing this potential double duelist on both sides to fight with chaos and on how basic split has been in the past. With no real changes since the real changes that came through on like middle and A ramp and stuff like that as well, then this is going to be just a fun game of good macro. It's going to have to come down to micro decisions that hopefully will be on point that will keep this game close and active.
This one will be really interesting heading into split with the mirror compositions because we just got to see how much this double duelist did for the side of Alliance Guardians. But NRGA, of course, we talk about how strong they had been on split. That was with a different IGL, but net within the series and the comps they're running, Vans has been able to keep going for the Vipers. So how do you feel this one's going to be going off now that we know it's a mirror?
Yeah, this is super fun for Net as well because not only he gets the IGL, but he also gets to play the lurk role as the IGL. So now he gets to find his own timing too. And starting off on defense, again, I'm going to have to reiterate that he had that experience already calling most of the CT sides when he was with the Guard and with Cloud9. So he's going to have this level of comfort to move the pieces around too, so that he gets the best value out of where he wants to anchor and where he wants to lurk and where he wants to flank. So I think this is perfect for him too. A great litmus test for, you know, going to a third map decider as an IGL for the first time, calling both an attack and defense. It's going to have to come down to, will his plan work out, and will he be able to keep the momentum on the attack side if it starts failing?
Yeah, as well as, I mean, very, very briefly too, like Shondex kind of, I remember Chloric, I know that they're not here anymore, but they had kind of talked a bit about how quiet Shondex was, and how, yes, they're an amazing aimer, you know, but they're still getting adjusted to communication. But I do feel like off the first map and a little bit off the second, we've been seeing like an insane change. So to now be so comfortable to where we're seeing the Waylite be taken out, you know, they're playing alongside Rens and honestly just absolutely providing numbers. I'm quite excited, right, to kind of see how this split is going to be able to present itself.
And it's when we're ready to get into NRG Academy Alliance Guardians. It's time to find out which of these two teams is going to be ending off round one of Swiss with their win. Let's head to it and send it to your casters. Once again, it's Shayo and Zobi.
Thank you so much, guys, for all those breakdowns. For that first map on Fracture, NRG shut the lights off on Alliance. On the second one, Alliance had control of the camera. Now with double duelists on both sides, they're bringing in the action. Zobi, for this one, you're calling some compositions that are in the system right now on Split. Talk to me about what you see.
Yeah, I mean, this is the rare occasion where it is going to be that one-for-one substitute with Chloric stepping out and Net stepping in. The roles aligned. It worked, right? So they're starting off where they left off in the previous stage, and that was already successful, right? Only dropping it once in the previous stage versus Fracture, again, ground up. It's a new map. Bind, you never found your identity last stage. And so that's what makes them scary is, again, that was what they did without any prep. This is a map they know, and just working that into that system and that calling that's touched upon. But the difficulty is it's attack for Alliance Guardians, and they never figured out how to solve Atlas, and I don't think they're going to this time, Shayo.
And we'll see what happens immediately getting the site. Defensive side is going to be a 5-side retake from the side of NRG Academy. So many sides to this one. Full screens push though from Alliance, and I feel like Giza might have an understanding that it's actually happening right now. They have nobody actually coming in from the defender spawn. Net is going to be late on this position, but that might be good for the rest of the team. They go straight for that A-ramp push. I mean, good answers from both sides. The attacking wall actually covers them, and Net finds one of the gaps, fills it over. They find a leak inside Heaven. And now these guys are able to seep out NRG Academy from the A-ramp side, finally onto site. There's Chaos, Net still finding value, adapting on time at the same position. Those screens get flooded in. There's trades from both sides. Heaven's found out again, a 2v1 on the retake from the defensive side. There's floods everywhere. Wildfire has to find reprieve in the smoke. It might not be enough, but he's just too good at finding the final shot. He finds peace inside Chaos. This guy just cannot go down.
And a third consecutive pistol for Alliance Guardian. It might be forgotten what the second round thrifty of Bind, but again, just picking up the momentum where they left off on Bind, which is my concern. This is the only map we've swapped sides, and we're already seeing that fuel, that fire, and it feels like we're setting the stage for another playoffs team upset, kicking off stage 2 of the Swiss. But again, a lot of Valorant still to be played, and I liked the quick calling there as well from NRG Academy, right? It's so much info gleaned from Net, and they immediately again flooded without using as much util because they know they're going to need to commit that later on. But Wildfire, nick of time, turns on the clutch gene yet again.
Just so good at making sure he solidifies these rounds that are needed for the team. This time, they'll want to make sure this anti-eco from the side of Alliance is not going to be leaving too many gaps open, not going to come at too much of a cost. Again, so good, Wildfire, breaking down pressure, making every 1v1 absolutely his. Drop smoke coming in as well to maybe find an advantage as it blooms. Doesn't see much. Textbook round here from Alliance in scaling as well. Net might find a little bit of value. I was about to say with the Bandit, that's just a classic. Big damage as a few rifles fall down, but Alliance again in approach already for the defensive aggression from the side of NRG Academy.
I'm getting flashbacks. And Taiko started on Bind with 2 classic kills from Net, and there's the 2 classic kills, but Wildfire, again, the Slayer here, the hero rifle in hand, going for the complete 4K, would get the from the Shadows on the line in round number 2, which would be crazy. Shondex, Outlaw recovered. Going to do damage more than anything.
Try to find it. He's got a little bit of firepower, but not expecting too much from the man in this angle. Smoked off as well. We'll start to save it over. When it comes to Split so far, I mean, I'm not going to call the patterns just yet, but it seems to be fast and furious for the side of Alliance when they have power in some of these rounds. It should be a the double duels as well. Kimon, yeah, no knife. Just to kill, keep it clean.
And that's the difficulties are going to start setting in, right? NRG Academy, they were spared, right, from the ruthlessness of that judge dive, from the map ending, right, on Bind. It didn't end the problem because we're seeing it replicated here. And the flip side of that is we only saw, I think, 1 or 2 full-on retake attempts from NRG Academy, and neither were successful over on Bind. So now you're coming to a map where it is retake central, and if NRG Academy cannot figure out a way to combat these deep roots that Alliance Guardians are setting, they're going to have a very difficult defensive half.
So this is business as usual. We mentioned that NRG Academy played this match 5 times on split already. Not the specific matchup, but the map itself. They've lost pistol from the defensive side every time but one, it seems like, cleanly. So they had one match, I think it was against Alliance Guardians before, where they won the defensive side. Look at that little bit of aggression on ramp. But usually they're used to being down 2-0 on defense. They can easily bring it back.
It's where the double duelist, I guess, but here we go. Early kill. Early shot re-healed, no harm, no foul, but GMD looking to make some gaping wounds. Great timing through vents.
These will freeze up a little bit. So much bolsteration towards this side of A on ramp. Shondex ready to all in on this one from this angle. Has nothing else left for the moment. Renz is going to be there finding his first frag of the match, and at the same time moving forward, not going to be able to get more past that. Things held down for the side of NRG Academy.
They're just looking for mistakes now out of NRG Academy at this point, and they're grouped nice, handling it. They're tucked away to punish any over peaks here, perhaps to re-clear ramps, but it looks like Alliance Guardians looked lost almost without Atlas to entry, right? Even though they had Riker, that double dive. We'll watch the rest of the judge kills prevail, but the saga comes to an early conclusion. But yeah, it's like there was a paranoia, there was a flash, and there was no follow-up off of them, right? From Alliance Guardians, and I'm curious if that problem's going to perpetuate or if Riker will be able to claim the reins, right? Because he's a force in itself, right? Atlas is the one that like has flexed roles, right, amidst their fun haver reps so far, and it's Riker that really has to take charge.
He's found that space up before. Runs with 4 after that round as well. Is going to start to lead that defensive charge. Now, these guys are really strong on defense when it comes to this map. You've been highlighting a little bit, Zobi. You want to, dive into a little bit as to why you think this team is so good. Is it the net addition now as well? Is it just that slot into Viper that makes the team look so nice?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, this map itself, it's again, the grouping.
Yeah.
Just, again, they're so surefire on the trades, but again, it's my hesitation, my trepidation for their defense and the retakes more so. Again, what they succeed on is shutting down them, like stone-faced in their face like that.
Always grouped up together on one of these sides, and at the same time, when it comes to the defensive holds, the comps stay the same. Everything looks fine on both sides. Shondex hitting 2 before going down as well. Just having that support, having the bodies to be able to lock down with as well. Molly available. See what's good. At the same time, Seekers buy a little bit of information. 3v2 need a miracle out of at least one of these players from this angle. Lock down on pillar. Loop-de-loop back over to get greedy inside spawn. Ange is ready for it. Kimon has to find something on timing now. It might just be this paranoia held out. That gives him an advantage. Unfortunately, the spray's not there. Jerk finds the first one. Is able to hide back in. And Kimon finds an answer on this side. Now a big question, Giza. Can you win the 1v2 from the skies? The ground hits hard as Kimon saves another one for the team. 3-1 for the side of Alliance.
Huge 1v1s being won on the Alliance Guardian side. And again, there was that balance of Andrew wanting to support that re-entry out of heaven while also trying to play his own game there in alley. And it's getting this consistent disrespect, just slinking up, finding those turnaround points, and they are good to go. Money reset again here. Renz one off here from the overdrive, so Bucky in a close proximity here in mid could get the job done, but again, Alliance Guardian back to what worked. They lost too many players on that mid split attempt, so just go fast furious like you said, Shio, this time into A.
Be a bit slower behind the wall though. Pop flash over up into heaven. Understand that you've given away information as to where you are, but they're still not exploding onto the site. They're expecting maybe some type of anchoring or maybe a stack on this side. This Trailblazer should say that they might not have as much information as what's going down. You double up onto heaven, find the pick, and now things should get active on the side of Alliance.
Should for sure, but they're still being cautious. Guiding light deep into elbow. Site smoked down to dash into, it looked like, as well. No, it's just the rotative shame out of NRG Academy here, and gonna be the splintered post-plant positions, right? You have Atlas who can get up in their face, you have the late ramps re-clear as soon as pressure is made, screen set up from Riker. Promising.
And that's about to be caught out here in rotation. Never mind, both Vipers miss each other. Judge stunned down, a very good movement. Tech from Renz, their overdrive active as well. They're trying to secure this one down. Jerk, magnetic towards the head of Renz. Is not going to be led away from getting that kill, and as a result, this hold gets even tighter for the side of Alliance. A choke almost on the side for NRG Academy. Going to be tough for them to retake this one. Pincer on every single side. Riker is able to keep that flex opposition rolling towards NRG Academy.
Yeah, I saw some hope when we get Renz a weapon off of that Judge kill inside of Elbow, and I think we're finding the solution. Okay, the relay bolt shuts down the Judge when it's also coupled with like everything else in but the kitchen sink, right? Which you can't use every round, but there it was a nice way to at least pick some weapons out when you're on the eco, but it does cost them the overdrive, which is a little bit difficult. And Riker here mentioned seizing the reins. Well, they're galloping now. That was a nice three-piece to keep, again, encapsulated and ensure that even though it's not planted for them, that no one can get on that spike.
Immediate space again in B main, and Riker finds that first pick. He can get trades, he can find entries in the site, and at the same time, immediately can activate off the space the team is making. So again, might have been a smoke spray, but good timing overall. From Riker. The rest of the team now after that pick slows things down, is able to put that pressure from B main on the rest of the map.
And 15-7 first bloods on Bind, and that's another tally in the column for Riker in that department here, as they're up 4-1. Again, this was the buy round. That's also your Omen. That's your B-side anchor, hence the lean and likely follow-up from Atlas.
Ash all the way back in, guns active on both sides now though, so yeah, Academy's let these guys in. Wildfires find a pick, or gotten picked as he tries to move past the walls of Neon. Atlas still backside blocked off. Ren's doing such a good job at isolating these angles. Conversion pads and the 180 spray. He's taken down for now. No! An ace from Renz to keep the dream alive.
Oh, the flex player extraordinaire back on the duelist and making it count. 10-4 off of that ace. And whew, it just felt like some minor miscomms that kind of pulled apart the seams, and suddenly you had no threads left to grasp at, right? And the conversion path support as well. We talked about other players lifting up Shondex, so how about Shondex lifting up Ren to the pedestal he deserves?
I mean, that was just sick. You say that, you know, there were some threads that were kind of pulled apart a little bit from the side of Alliance's push. I would say that NRG Academy, Ren specifically, isolated every angle perfectly there. Ultimate put in as well, of course, from Shondex to help him out, as you also mentioned. This time, though, slower pushes over towards the safe side. It's been a short forward thing. They've gotten to site multiple times. Ange will be here to stop the space taking from Riker in its path as it's actually getting active towards the site, and they'll supplement the loss of a body with a pit. Now, will that pit and screens be enough is a question.
Oh, with Atlas playing forward bodyguard on it, I feel like it is. That could punish any kind of dog reclear, any attempt there is. So NRG Academy declining, going for the reclear instead.
Immediate answers for the side of the Academy right now. They know that no one's in that ramp. Shondex is the only person all the way available on the side of site that was peeking in map, and suddenly a few players have to leave this pit. It's not planted inside the pit at all. This pit starts to become a trap almost. So smoke put down on site by Wildfire to buy him a little bit of time. Stun hindrance coming in and a pre-fire from Renz. This guy can see through walls for the moment. Gimon with the timing. Shondex gonna be there. The catch off the back. Shondex with this timing and push doesn't matter if Renz is alive. The spotlight is on him and he does not want to leave center stage.
It's flashbacks to Bind where they just absolutely disrespect one of Gimon's Viper's pits, right? It's like, okay, the spike isn't in it. We can fight out behind it and still capitalize, whether it's the attack or the defense. And very, very seamless in that regard. Again, just the focus on the right points in that retake. And I think as well, we're starting to see the impact that Riker has in the late rounds, right? It's Atlas making the opens, it's Riker closing them. Again, can be a little bit more aggressive with that refract, can be that master of mischief. And without that, because they got traded off the first blood, was a missing link in the post plant. So money, reset. Aside from a hero rifle for GMD and Atlas, I mean, downgraded from the Judge to the Bucky. We'll see what you can do.
Yeah, I mean, Atlas is making space. You're saying that he's, you know, finding the openings. So I think it's a highlight on the O in that one right now. Need to see a guy putting a kill on the board for the moment. but still this might be the case in a second. You can actually fight the paranoia with just this gap close immediately if you want to, if nobody else is on the site, but making that call is going to be tough. As all this aggression happens on the B side, as things change on the defensive side for NRG Academy, Net is able to find a little bit of reprieve, and Renz finds the alert from Guimond as well. There's an anti-eco and is played really well from this side. Renz is just doing tricks on it right now, man. This guy is flying down ramp. He's finding aces. He's getting 3Ks on the retake. He's looking so good.
And can't know if it's accredited the eco or not, as yeah, Bucky long range is gonna find much in Atlas's hands. But the disrespect, just again the confidence in which they're taking this space solo. Again, Net just walks down and finds two in Ramen. Can we get Ren solo clearing A side? I'm curious if they're gonna keep up that ante even in the buy rounds.
I mean, the proactivity is really nice. I think this is a trap set by NRG Academy as well, letting that Viper alert go all the way through A Heaven as well. That kind of maybe gives false information over to Guimond as to what is available on this side. Maybe he does it on a rifle round where he thinks that might be, a confident lurk to take. I mean, this time immediately two people, are there actually playing those angles, not letting it be a gap. Information gained from Ange as well on the angle of B. Hit on defensively. Guimond has a task in mid.
They just dive right into it. Friends. Caught in the crossfire, speed of crossfires, fast lane, overdrive, seekers. Entire roundabout here on the B site.
Atlas has a special gun. He's got his superpower. An Angel TP to maybe get some confusion into the business. It's a smoke on the other side, but all in towards the dome that's available in front of him right now. It will fall, and he's not going to be as fast as the double duelist duo that's up in the business of CT. That defender spawn is going to be absolutely gap closed, and that judge will move around, patiently waiting to strike. Atlas in hell is going to be a demon with this shotgun. Shondex has the availability to maybe have a scope on the site, but things look dire for this team on the retake.
And the judge is not done claiming victims. There it is, the little footsies of Net who was tucked away. Ali, I thought he was gonna find Shondex on the peekaboo off of ropes, but slinks away safely. If they stay in vent, should be able to keep this weapon. It'll be a matter of the reclear possibility from Atlas back through a heaven or not. Okay, they're good. All right.
Scope saved now, but like for what, right? Because Shondex hasn't really been online towards the B main side. He's been on A himself a little bit on ramp, but again, that's getting Viper smoked multiple times.
And that's where I was going to say, put him on B main, and look where he's headed right now. I think that is the best bet because it does feel like Alliance Guardian are magnetically drawn. Like they like to repeat at least once when they're finding these super streamlined execs, and this time they don't have a Viper's Pit to stop them either. But it looks like their instrument is mid-space this time instead. Double duelist stack. They want a bully Net this round.
Slow on this side. Wonder how much Utah they'll actually put down. Actually getting Ange across here with that scope, actually acting as a babysitter to get him into position. Now that shift will be over. Might be seeing Shondex move over to mid and then just using Ange as a trap card here inside B main. We have seen Atlas make it into vents though. He's gonna be found out, not without getting some value though inside those ropes.
How does he get one?
The trap play. Hold up, dog in, TP out, and the op is also diffused by the smoke.
Oh, but they're in and out, and only one will brave the terrain is Riker, but gears are turning. Ball comes in, you're hitting back into the op.
Just past the smoke, able to peek twice, flashes are gone. Nothing put out, you have to be able to land just the shot, and we're holding the spike for now. Riker has the position. Found out. Pseudo Dosso coming in. Himon stunned away, and Renz takes his time with the slide, making it a 3v1. Riker's a good opener. Might not be enough for him to close though on this round. Giza able to wrap things up. 5-5 for NRG and Alliance.
Wow. And it felt like, right, it's like Alliance Guardian were the ones in control of momentum after the whole eco debacle, right? And it was always NRG Academy playing catch up. Here it does feel like a true like back and forth. I mentioned the eco round, the win shifting in terms of the confidence in how NRG Academy is playing. And so now I'm wondering, okay, is this the streak that they're going to start capping rounds up on? But for now, I mean, Op's still in play. You're going to see how Alliance Guardians start to play around it. And they're still on this default arc. They've leaned away. They know that NRG Academy can retake A, so they haven't really found a solution that works for them.
Ooh. Same time, their openings so far have been amazing. I want to give big shout outs to Alliance and the way they're actually attacking this map. They're finding these sites back to back over and over again. That was the last round where you know, B was actually held down by an operator, and almost with the 3K. It's little gimmicks like this, though, the all-in plays from NRG Academy, they're actually flooding them down. On a normal round, they find the space on the site. Gimon is still in a really good lurk spot, dodging the flash entirely as well. Oh, is gonna find him out.
Again, consistent contact reclears. Whether it's, again, friends diving in off of their own relay bolt, or they're just walking up off of a timing where you're like, oh, I'm gonna pull the hood over their head because the guiding light didn't see anything, and then suddenly you're getting swung by 2. And all right, Renz, let's test that anchor ability here, or they're gonna silently pass you by.
Walking right past him.
Oh wait, he's gonna get the timing. That's unfortunate.
Should be. Yeah, done and dusted round here. Atlas. Slide is available. It's a Neon versus Neon. They know exactly what's coming, but the judge is just too big, too strong. Atlas, a chance now, 25 seconds. Will they double swing this before that spike goes down? No, they'll let him have it. Moved over to Pillar. Spotted one on Rafters. Is not going to be able to find that flick shot, though. He's, again, closing around.
And there it is. It's, again, that balance between, okay, we're feeling confident. We're going to solo anchor Renz here. We're going to have net swing solo ramps against JMD. To then, okay, in these fine micro moments, like, okay, it's a 1v2. We can't lose this out. Let's take it hand in hand, side by side, and just walk out together. And it was navigated very well in that degree, and it's allowed NRG Academy to get up to that 6th round first and foremost. But again, the money's still decent, like round after round, right? And Alliance Guardians, it's respectable for their last round buy if you couple with the convergent paths. And I'm more worried that they're consistently going mid. They've kind of gone away from their style, which is the very straightforward execs, the very strong post plants, and that's where they've hit this lull of rounds, Shio.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about where they choose, though. Their step 1 looks amazing. They can find that first pick. They don't see Wildfire. What's the dog doing? He's not checking right. And now, with this position, you might see a complete pushover into B main, knowing they have a timing. At the same time, we've seen on some of these ecos, NRG Academy sometimes push out of B main itself as well.
The reflash could spoil the game.
Yeah, it could come through. Check it out on A. Double anchor there too. It's a pause on the map.
Both sides as well. Very passive hold for mid. Smokes come in, convergent pass come in. Net knows.
He's just too good. And there's the trap play here as well. And made it all the way across. The double swing coming in from NRG Academy. Hanging in a museum because it looks beautiful when it comes to a setup. It's art from them towards the end of this half. Alliance started things out well, but cannot find a way to secure things on their side. 5 rounds, still very good though.
Yeah, definitely the end of the half coming when Alliance Guardian needed that change of pace, but we hyped up the double duels for NRG Academy. We said it was going to thrive more so on this attack than its defense. That's where this 7-5 half feels not as close by proximity. So we'll have to see, especially when you think about NRG Academy have not won a pistol since that Fracture victory, and that could be AxG's way right back into the fight. But I mean, when he Renz is 18-6, I mean, Shondex has been on that supporting role for Renz instead, and it's gonna be curious how they set each other up this round, especially when you have 4 going mid on the pistol.
They'll push it. We talked about Fast and Furious to the side of Alliance. This time might be the same thing for NRG Academy. They slowed things down, actually. Nice straight over. No Riker this time, so no dash to be able to enter the site. Iman gonna get absolutely slid on, but finds a solution. Drops down into hell, gets up with his teammate, and now suddenly a little bit of a man disadvantage for the side of the Academy.
Again, the solo fights just do not go NRG Academy's way. And now you've regrouped, you're trying to re-clear B main side by side as well with Wildfire to keep these numbers.
After Iman found out, now it's a 3v3. Timing not there whatsoever in position. Just a lack of, unless Wildfire finds a way to get this slider down. Gonna be able to land one shot, a collat almost. Heal might be there, yes. From the side of Giza, so even footing on both sides. Position though again, Atlas on the flank with his knife out. Got in the way, putting it down to a one-off between 2 players who've had impact on so many rounds before. That heal saves Ange's life. He's got 1 smoke and a pair to work with. But with 40 seconds left, he's got to choose where he wants to go.
The Sheriff collect is huge, right? You get 1 paranoia off, you're likely to land both of those shots, the finishers, before that ghost can drill you down, but 26 seconds left. They're fighting back into the stack. And you're not going to re-clear B main again before planting, are you?
You might just plant safe, though, after picking apart all this time. You might catch him on the crossback. Hold up, Ange. Going to drop down silent. Jerk just waiting for the plant. All in for B side. Will he walk after the tap is the question. Smoke down, planting in it, knife out, Jerk. Gets close to the shadows and is able to find the light. Getting that pistol, making AxG have an even chance on split.
Wow, 4 out of 6 pistols going Alliance Guardian's way. I think just the fact that they get so many first bloods is exacerbated on a pistol. It's harder to kind of bounce back here. And in this round, while the first blood didn't go their way, it was, again, that immediate trade back and all that space gained towards A that allowed these surefire rotations to come through. And while NRG Academy wormed their way through B Heaven, it's just, again, they lost numbers every step of the way, when normally this tight-knit system allows them to minimize casualties. So, again, AxG doing a good job making it hurt. And now double Bucky is scary when it's Renz and Sean Dex, I will admit, but we'll see if it's right place, right time to get those gun upgrades.
Is this the meta we're playing right now? We wanted to stop Yoru, so now we have a double dive with the shotgun coming in. A judge might almost just be better. A second one to chase. And Renz is gonna do it blind, do it live. It's totally fine. Jerk is not really gonna find him. Getting close to a Bucky angle again with the right click. He's taken down so much HP, he can't heal himself. Wildfire will find a bit of value on B. It's chaos, and that's exactly what NRG Academy wants. I can't even keep up with it. A 2v2, how is that even possible?
This is crazy from Ange as well. Fighting into spawn, almost gets the double. It might be enough chip damage for Giza to finish the cause, but Giza's the one that didn't have a weapon in hand. Riker holding, expecting the swing up, and there it is. Oh, the eco denied on NRG Academy's side, and I really thought we were about to run back behind Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, time does not exist for Giza. He wants to take that proactively by himself, and I like the idea in case Riker is moving up. One right click, 63 HP. I think even to the body, it might have been possible. Unfortunately, the reads from Riker. This guy likes his books. He knows what's coming. Now, when you look at binds, Obi, right? These guys on the side of AxG, they were being proactive. They were stopping the scaling from NRG Academy. That scaling issue, the step 2, kind of stopped for them at the first half of this map. It seems like, at least in Pistol and the anti-eco, on the second half, you know, what work they do in the beginning is actually being acted upon in winning them the round in the end.
No, absolutely. And again, it's just that forward awareness, that reads that you called. We need to give it a Riker a title for that later on if we get more of them. But for the time being, I mean, back to business. We're back to the buys for NRG Academy. And that's where that proactivity gets doubled. Return to sender Wildfire deep into B main off this smoke with a Bucky in hand. Maybe picked up a lesson from the double Bucky last round of NRG Academy.
Look at this info from Iman in mid, though. He's peeked past the smoke. He's looking in the market. He understands this is not going to be a mid take, but Wildfire's caught past that smoke. Atlas going in. Protection from this judge on one of the sides. He'll break things down, slide things out, and Atlas gets 2. Double the value. Iman with the peek as well. Riker from Rafter. I mean, the entire team is active, and they're finding every gap in NRG's attack.
It's like small mistakes adding up. Like if Ren's reloading out in the open while trying to get the high gear jump peek. Net. Oh, great attempt there, but again, yep, seamless. Flash out, swing out, DMD secures the kill, and the bonus goes Alliance Guardian's way. I mean, we need to circle back to Atlas. Again, this problem has not been solved, right? This judge has not been shut down, like, any attempts. And, I mean, the second kill there, like, didn't even have the gun out, and it doesn't get punished there by Ange. It's lethal on the attack and the defense now.
Ren's put a Kevlar vest on for the entire team and a helmet with that neon wall. Doesn't matter. Atlas goes for the legs, goes for the 2 people at the back who are slower on the team, finds a perfect gap with the audio, right? You're playing double duelist. They're going to be loud dashing in, and he can find a way to get to your backline as well in the beginning of B main. This time, though, NRG Academy taking a play out of their opponent's book. Renz with the shotgun coming through. Iman is going to stop him in his tracks. We do it first. We do it better, is what he's saying with that one.
Oh. There's 2 duelists got to worry about, though, Shayo. Sheriff on the other side, but you got to worry again. The Atlas judge. The snow is short as well, so Sean Dex feels like he's going to a similar demise, but they were out of bullets. And your Sheriff isn't as effective with that hinder in your face. So a little bit of stabilization, a little bit of silence, especially with that hero rifle collected. So square 3 on 3. If they get one more weapon, which they have off that judge, this could be the thrifty they need. But look at Ramps, look at Ramps, look at Riker.
He's looking too good. Perfect timing again. Found a way on the side elbow. Will be lethal here with that judge, though. Can we get that extra rifle? Sean Dex, some of the cleanest shots we've seen so far. No hinder used, though. Had to take down a Titan with it. This time Riker has it. Dash coming in. No, just the first fight after the fact. Refract. Go in for the information. Get it a little bit, but get shot down by the judge. Give it a moment. Lasts a lifetime. Up for Wildfire now. He's not going to be coming in with the time to be able to play with. Mind games the flash corner with the judge, and Wildfire gets it locked down again. The A-site clutch is his to own, from pistol to rifles to stopping a judge.
I mean, just concerns after concerns once that spike went down, right? I'm looking at Riker, I'm like, are you gonna wait for Wildfire? And Riker's like, no, and then dives in. And then I'm looking at Giza, who gets that brilliant trade off, right? Here up against Riker when Shondex falls, and then doesn't pick up the Vandal, and instead opts to continue the Judge Sheriff combination, navigate that 1v1. After the Seeker's reveal, he had enough time. Again, small mistakes adding up for NRG Academy now in subsequent rounds, which is where this timeout comes in. Big picture wise, like, even though they lost 4 rounds, again, it's coming down to the minute details. Like, they're playing these rounds out well, at least from the get-go.
Let's be honest though, Atlas and Riker, you talk about strategy for NRG Academy, they are just breaking these guys down. And you would assume that this is happening on attack, right? Like, this shotgun is a problem on attack. Atlas is like almost retaking his own side of the map with this judge and winning. It's taking 2, 3 people, 4 pieces of util to stop this guy down. I mean, it's too much. I know it's only just 9 kills, but it's not impactful ones to keep these guys on their side of the board. Same thing on the other side though, right? Renz, in that situation, made some space a little bit for his team. They got in, able to get a few of those frags. The relationship both these teams have right now really is put on the shoulders of Renz and Shondex, the double duelists on the NRG side, and then Riker and Atlas, the duelists on the side of AxG. Which two can move faster?
And that's what's ironic, right? Look, Renz and Shondex at the top of the leaderboard for NRG Academy, yet they're trailing compared to this team effort as well, the stability that GMD has been able to introduce as well, or did, we should say, in the previous half. And now, all right, speed things up. Atlas carrying the momentum.
Dude, overdrive through B main. Forget a trap play. I'm using a quick fire spell card. I'm going straight for your dome right now. This is exactly what Atlas wants to do. Laser's gone for the moment. Net will walk in, rifle first, and Riker will take his time. Value is found in the fact that nobody else is behind him. Look at the time this is bought from Riker. Net calls everybody over towards the A side, and now they've wasted the time.
You saw NRG too. They were hoping that Net would get that kill so they could just clear out the A site, terraform it for them. Now, a minute left, you're fighting back in the Atlas Judge. It's inevitable.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Right back to the judge. 1 shot, 2 more, 1 slide, 4. It's almost going to be there for him. Gimon just finds a fractured out individual in Renz. Just forget that he moves on ice, I guess. Melt that ice though for a second. Get a bit crazy with the TPs. Wildfire is just buying some time.
You're waiting for the rotations. Ooh,
oh my God.
Just get it done on his lonesome anyways. And that's a difficult round just because the overdrive, like the perfect counter, it's more so the player it found, right? Shutting down Shondex, when it looked like, for all intents and purposes, that was going to be a fast, very direct B hit off the convergent paths. And it getting stripped away that early means now you're off tempo. You have this broken buy with the ults that you want to invest into a game plan when you're running out of time, running out of rounds. AxG now 3 ahead. I think you honestly have to invest them into this round, even if you have this half-buy situation, and with again a very hefty A-side lean, that's kind of my expectation for the time being.
Where they're playing though, trap play towards Hell's side and very open on the site on the defensive waylay position from Riker. They're not playing in positions where you can actually get an easy shotgun down. That being said, Shondex still finds it, punished towards the very end. A second one, almost there. Renz though, in the way, is gonna clear things over with the overdrive. Gimon getting greedy, drop down, and Giza finds him. Disaster. 1v3 for Wildfire. He's won his ones, but you're asking a bit too much of him now from this position.
The dog reveals. Mind games with the shot of step, and now your kit's whittled away, and you can see the crossfires brewing, the regroup. I'm expecting a little 3-2-1 swing action, and it's multiplied by the power of friendship, and there it is. We'll call it like a pseudo-thrifty, right? There was a Vandal in there, but all in all, a very less of a buyout, but I mean, they didn't have to use the convergent paths. Like, they got past that Riker convergent paths as well. Like, that was impressive. They shut down Atlas, and I think that's the first round we've seen that proactivity from Alliance Guardians, right? We talked about Riker solo clearing that side of the map. GMD has done similar things, get punished, right? GMD found nothing for his efforts, and now you suddenly gave numbers over. And we'll see if they rein that in, because again, it's right now Razor's Edge. 2 rounds separating these two.
2 is big though when you're up on double digits.
Yeah.
Might not change much because Atlas still has that judge. Pit Seekers and from the shadows available. So when it comes to position and filling in the gaps, they actually have the tools. At the same time, you look over on this side for NRG Academy, it'll be a bit slower. That thrifty round with the shotguns worked on speed because they were desperate. Now with strategy, how do you break this judge? How do you break the hold of AxG?
Well, you first get info. Trailblazer out. Also whittles away. GMD delay util. Let's see who wants to pop the Viper's pet, but for the time being, just gonna respect and give up that space.
The later this round goes, it's a problem. We have Seekers from Jerk, and there they are. As soon as that minute hits, you're gonna be able to see all the information. 3 of them pulling over towards the A side. Conversion pass will come in. Balance is at a perfect spot. The sense is not going to be fast enough. Broken down, but look at the crossers he attracts. This guy has everyone orbiting around him, so the rest of NRG can clean up, but that cleaning is leaving a little bit of dirt on the ground. 3 players left against 2 from AxG.
Again, they need to cut their losses, play the 3v3, because now Riker is feeling the heroics, has to have them fuel him, and it's suddenly 2v2, but you're still doing it alone! And now it's all on Wildfire, who canceled from the shadows and is on the other side of the map!
Ashen, perfect for him, refract! Take the chance back! Up in map, Shondex has found his location. Wildfire, TPing to cause some confusion. Could have gone into the smoke. 5 seconds of time bought to re-peek from Angie's. Found one of the ones he needs. And Ange is not going to buy it. Backs up in time. Wildfire confident in the swing. Back to back. Omen diff. Shorty close with the second teammate that you have to actually be able to deal with. Hinder. Stop the motion. Slow things down. But speed up the catch back. The comeback here from NRG Academy. You said a 2-round differential, Zobi. It's now a 1. As they played the numbers, they played the sight, and they're playing this really well.
Just the blaring juxtaposition of how that 1v2 attempt goes as well, and avoiding the fight at all costs versus Alliance Guardian have been opting into every 1vx they can find. In that round, it literally broke them down. Again, we saw GMD do it, we saw Riker do it, and when neither works, then you see, again, a full screeching halt. And that's where Alliance Guardian need to realign these priorities and maybe reel in the discipline a little bit. I've dubbed it this, Shio, and maybe you can. You're the plat chat wizard. I call it the closer syndrome. That's what I call it. Like when you get up really high, when again it's an upset, like, and you need like the 2-3 rounds, and suddenly it's like you're choking. You're making mistakes you normally don't make.
It's true. I mean, the big thing too is not just mistakes. The thing that AxG was doing beforehand, Alliance Guardians, they had their 3 guys in the back, Wildfire, Jerk, and Guimond, winning their clutches, having man advantages, right? That was the big thing. On closing, it's a problem right now because they're not getting the best spots possible for those final fights to occur. In the rounds previously, how we got to this 2-gap, 1-gap thing where they're in the lead, they played with numbers. Wildfire was there for the fights. There were these things where, you know, when you give merchandise for like money, called trades happening on the team as well. Like the trading was really good. Wildfire also won a lot of 1v1s. The 1v1s were going AxG's way. Now the tide turns. NRG Academy are getting up with that momentum. You're talking about the closure theory, the closure syndrome. That just might be it. If AxG were relying on winning their ones, it's not a sound strategy. If you're breaking things down to a 1v1 on defense, the attackers usually have that advantage when the spike is down. So you got to be careful on this one. You have to be working as a team.
Kind of are, Riker.
No
Open
way.
and kill. Had the support of Jerk. Again, that guy didn't like to get out, but they're doubling down. They're trying to punish it. NRG Academy. This is the difference. They cut their losses. They're not continuing to dive in on these players. They're reevaluating.
Scout destroyed.
I think it's super slow on this one, even after getting a pick. Could have accelerated. And again, you look at the economy from the side of Alliance Guardians. Not an all-in. They can buy next round, but it should be an easy one for the NRG side to put on the board. Rens, I'd walk into an angle in the worst possible way. Guimond has to slap back a little bit now. They're ready for this one. Dog coming in, guiding the rest of the team onto the site. Stunned down. Rens will find the spray, but at the same time get defused by the rest of the people that are on the site. Moving back over already through the sewers towards B. Nets found some space.
And I'm impressed at how much time they've been able to eat away on an eco round in the Alliance Guardian camp, but they have left a major fault, a major gap. Net with a sniper rifle has gotten so much of this B space. The only fault is that early poison orb has given up the entire act. Wildfire knows. And see the slow movements as well from Alliance Guardians coming back over. This time it doesn't feel like they're going to take the ones. They're not going to get ahead of themselves.
Those Seekers very important. They're going to be seeing some things happen in heaven, but might actually leave a gap inside B main. One of those Seekers would have gone towards the flank. No one's looking at it for now. That gap filled over by Ange, who's there with the Outlaw. Stop anybody from breaking out and moving on to the weak point of the site. Smoke coming in after the fact to maybe find a way to get back into B main. Don't want to use too much for this one.
It's like, do you expect the second or the third flanking, though?
Yeah, it's the big thing. I mean, looks like AxG does. He's inside that smoke, realizes that there's a reason for this one, blocks that shot away from Jerk. Gimon is here now, but he's found. 3-man move onto this pit. Time's a ticking, though. Have to keep pushing forward. Giza stops this one, and yeah, you'll pick up a few rifles. Won't be able to save all of them, though. It's just Gimon who has to back off of this one. Amazing round contained by NRG Academy.
And we are tied at 10-10 on split. I mean, already Alliance Guardian has a newly composed roster, again, built back up from the ground level. It's looking strong, but the momentum shift is just undeniable. Like 5 rounds in a row, and it could be 5 in a row for NRG Academy, right? To get to map point first, and that would be a heck of a turnaround. And I mean, money lending to it. You only have GMD and the Vipers, but it's just gonna get invested off barrier drop from the current POV. And NRG Academy, they like these A starts.
Really gonna control this rep so often. Riker here to challenge it for the first time. Hit in mid, so this is an all-in, and with speed, they're moving forward. He's hindered, his teammates on his side. It'll be a trade in favor of the Academy, looking for that lead. Atlas, though, has that dash and wall still active. Wildfire, Para and a smoke with a TP available too, but we talked about trading. We talked about timing. He's trying to be the hero. Atlas is found. The gap in the smoke. Again, everybody doing their own thing here. Double swing, you can't handle it. NRG Academy, a team versus individual heroes. The team wins every time.
Wildfire. I mean, just looking.
The solo players. Again, a double swing again. Over and over, you're just playing against a type matchup where you are at a disadvantage every single time. It's fire against water. It's grass against I don't know. Is it ice? I guess is the thing. I gotta get up on my type knowledge here. But dude, this from AxG, they're getting baited into these positions to just literally lose. They say, yes, you guys have won your 1v1s. You've been confident so far on the side of Alliance. Peek us as peek into NRG. Give me every one you want to possibly take, and eventually end up losing the round.
No, absolutely. It's again been a perpetual problem they've yet to solve, and that's where, again, just well-oiled machines been playing together. It's almost instinctual from NRG Academy at this point. The only players they're still working into the system, you could argue, would be Net, new addition, and Shondex only 1 stage with Maryville compared to the core.
Cover going out.
And you're 1 step away from map point, securing at least an OT, so there's caution to the win from NRG Academy. And previously, it's been pretty hefty investment once presence is shown, so this is not bait them into net. You know there's some light shields, half by littering this other side, and it's prime for the pick and the punishing.
Through mid, back all the way towards A, it's desperate. At the same time, I think NRG Academy are realizing they have some time to work with. Look at this simmering down. The patience, the sudden stoppage before the actual execution. Making Alliance second guess, putting 3 on the site. Spread apart on the map. Atlas, again, will try to do things alone. Seen for now. Stun will come in, actually, to help Shondex peek that one out. I mean, it's perfect play from NRG Academy. They're making these gaps possible.
Wow. And I saw Atlas leave the site, right? They had the judge in elbow instead, fast lane out to screens. I was like, oh my gosh, they're going to finally play together. But nope, every single player left out exposed and taken by a trade by a head-on fight, supported by Util, like you mentioned, from Shondex. And it is just unfortunate. This cutting of noise definitely baited them into this fight, searching for answers, expecting it to be pretty deserted. And perfect sniper rifle leverage to deny the half buy and get them up to map point here. 12-10. There's the 5 rounds I promised you, Shia. I don't know. And now it's just a question. Can you get that final burst of energy, the adrenaline pumping to send you to overtime? Have the convergent paths.
The chance for them to go in, this time a flash being used for information. Not going to find much for now.
Gap left in heaven. Riker now finally gets the timing to refill it, but not before Renz can tuck in this close corner.
On re-peek, Shondex finds it out. They've been so privy of a judge being in that spot this time. They have patience to wait for a peek to come in first. Immediately dumping every possible form of util onto A, separating what they can on the side of Alliance's hold. Atlas is able to maybe get 1 jerk, helps him with 2 jerk. Up at A ramp is able to get as much as possible down. The entire team now playing off of each other's angles. Gonna be looking so good
Yeah, that was a very, very outplay maneuver, but job's not done yet. 1v3, position known. Paranoia more appeasal at this point for the regroup, and finally we're gonna get some power friendship. High, low, crouch behind, and there you go. One more round needed, but what stood out to me here was, whether intentional or not, NRG Academy got tricked a little bit, right? Convergent paths come out, it reeks of desperation to hold on, cling to this A site, so they don't expect that there's two people tucked away, right, in that A space, right? We had Atlas and we had Jerk, who just were like, surprise, we're still here. And when they popped out, when you saw that tunnel vision from NRG Academy, we finally got to see that congregation, that surprise element that gave that advantage in the fight to Alliance Guardians. So again, when you only need 2 rounds, getting a surprise play like that works. But can you do it again with only an overdrive online?
You have to slot into crazy positions. You have to be at flowers, doubled up on that A site. This time, bit of a standard thing coming in from AxG. 1-3-1 split from NRG Academy. They're looking for that space. Information with that Trailblazer put down, but Net does not want to be found.
Don't miss me too much.
Don't know how I feel about Nop in the last round.
I mean, if you're playing slow and people want to be on the ankles, or angles, I keep saying ankles.
Hey, I mean, Shondex was looking at the ankles, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. I had a trap set up to punish that sort of aggression, but that's the big switch up I noticed in the previous round. Again, they were just playing very tucked positions on these sites. Without taking a timeout, having that level of pivot shows promise of the OT, but it's going to be a difficult exec to keep out.
On this side of the map, I mean, the win condition here for AxG, find a pick, but do not lose too many lives. And there's one for Riker. Best possible decision, but they've lost 2 and got nothing. Unfortunately, Drake is still on that site. Atlas now.
30 seconds.
Overdrive not active just yet. It starts. Stun to stop him. Pit to block his sight. The laser up in there. TP across with the Chaosies. Raising everybody on the side of the Academy. Mr. Atlas keeps the dream alive. Pushes it almost forward towards overtime. 13 seconds. 2 shots to take with the scope. 1 might be enough, but Atlas is going to find that second angle. A hero to push things forward.
NRG Academy apparently need a lesson in double dutching, because that was some jump rope in the Viper's pit done blindly. I mean, you know they're all corralled in that space at that point, or you're hunting for the Viper and just literally blind drilling into so many of these players. And I mean, I was worried, right? The overdrive was the exact thing they needed to get back into that, just because the judge otherwise would have been rough around the edges. And I mean, 12-12, and again, it came down to individual heroic strikes. So maybe we're just barking up the wrong tree, and individual heroics is the answer. I mean, it's gotten them this far.
In those moments when there's patterns happening on both sides repeating, you need something like Atlas to come alive, right? Like, that is a perfect play from him. Honestly, make the play, try to get the advantage. Over there is where I don't mind if you're fired and you try to attack water. This one from Riker, though, unfortunately, nothing seen, nothing gained. Shondex with some perfect pre-fires takes Demon down, which will stop their entire A plan now. That Viper wall is not going to be able to come up. From the defensive side of NRG Academy, you can be able to just sit here and watch this angle over and over again, or block it off and have control in heaven.
That Trailblazer saw enough to prompt the rotation of Shondex away from screens as well. Mid, pretty vacant, no one even holding the A heaven vent space, but that's fine. They're priming for a B split instead, and the stack from NRG Academy is here.
First person to get through is Nat, who's on the off angle, provides the information. Shondex down below, just pushing up a trap for if someone wants to jump out of heaven now. Wildfire's not going to be able to cross here. Again, remember, man advantage for the side of NRG Academy. On this side, though, it will be a 4v3.
You can see how grouped they are, right? Net gets the info and they're gone. It's this, look at Alice's positioning.
He's so good, Alice. Towards these later rounds, doing everything for the team to have a chance to take the lead here. Single-handedly pushing them past with their positions. Atlas is finding more value inside defender spawn. Wildfire gets the spike down. 2v4. Can't throw this round out the door. Giza has positioning, has the advantage. Almost perfect. Doesn't matter. 3K for the boy. The star of split so far. Atlas is pushing these guys towards the finish line.
And NRG Academy, it felt like they left some gaps. They slipped up a little bit in the grasp that they had, and it was a gamble, right? They really thought that because it's OT, the Alliance Guardian were going to simplify. They were going for that run and done, that run and gun into the site, and we get to see Atlas slow things down, ironically, and be the one to linchpin this into an OT advantage. 5 rounds in a row, doesn't matter. The lead is back in their court.
Atlas has literally the world on his shoulders right now and cannot stop lifting his team higher. On the defensive side, usually with the judge holding that vent side or being supportive towards Riker on that A heaven. Somehow Gimon with the movement is able to jump double back, put that molly down, and hold control of B heaven for just a moment. 120 on the clock. NRG Academy have got control of B main, a little bit of A main, and B heaven. The whole map is theirs on attack for the moment. What choice, which page of this adventure will they go on if they have the whole book to play with?
You're hoping B, right? Stacked back sight. Wildfire even realizing, hey, there's a gap stairs. They can flip into spawn, flip into SA screens, and suddenly, again, a mistake that even NRG Academy made last round is repaired in an instant.
Yeah, cleared hell as well. You are absolutely correct, Zobi. With all this pressure pushing this line further back, the equator is inside their spawn for the side of AxG. Absolute advantage here for the NRG Academy squadron. Just Wildfire off an off angle, and that thing gets absolutely smoked apart. Advantage inside the dome. Might go for something yummy here. Wildfire. Won't have the chance. 30 seconds with the spike across. Yeah, timing. Perfect from Shondex. Watching that loose con perfectly. Net will find Riker as well, and it looks like we'll go back to back. I mean, God is still alive here. Atlas has a chance to push this match through.
Same angle.
Not with Shondex. Yeah, not on this angle.
All right, Jurek. As you go back on the block, let's see what you've got. 1v5 ace clutch to win out the series, to save us from a secondary overtime, but time ticking, net encroaching. You only have the singular flash. Running gun one and done, and that's all you get. 13-13, we're going again, and I feel like, Shao, we just saw like the complete polar opposites of each other in defense, right? It's like you spread yourself too thin and suddenly the sites themselves are fragile, right? GMD, obliterated, they get the site very easily. On the flip side, NRG Academy, their defensive fault was stacking too heavily on these sites, and those gaps were exploited. So this next OT cycle, it's gonna be honestly the defensive mastery that gets tested, that balance of both of these two teams, because that's the one that was contentious, right? Like we ended this as a 7-5 half, and it's now bubbling over to, okay, who can solve that problem faster?
Feels like AxG love these fast floods, and NRG Academy are forcing them to stay in their spawn, waiting for that flood to happen. If they erect the barrier, though, if they're able to just put that dam down, the water from the flood does nothing. This time, though, on attack, they'll push in, hindered within the sky, stuck in hell. The judge is answered. Shondex is there. The double duelist combination on the side of NRG Academy has read this push, has locked things down.
Is that the calling card? In the beginning of the end, you finally shut down the Atlas judge as the world crumble beneath it. We'll have to see. But for now, Jerk, Wildfire. Wildfire's been the clutch lifeline for this team. Jerk. Feeling sensors out everywhere, trying to feign where they're going, but they're encroaching. Spikes down, Wildfire. Eventually gonna get cleared here. Inevitable.
Up this man's contract and get him more money, because you're making him and asking him to win so many clutches in impossible positions. And he did it a couple of times for you guys at the start of this game. You cannot be relying on it towards the very end. That being said, I don't think that was the game plan. They expected to find some value coming into the site, but you've seen it in double duelist comps, specifically on the A site. If you defensively dump all your util the same time the enemies dash in, yes, you have a chance to fight the duelists. The biggest thing, though, is you separate Jerk, Wildfire, and Gimon from coming in.
Last time we saw an NRG Academy B hit was the overdrive launching and then shutting down the convergent paths. I don't think Alliance Guardian is going to expect this off the rip, and Wildfire, only player here to defend.
The one and done. He's going to find 1, 2, a third not in the way, but he gives space for a knife to come in from Atlas. The world crumbling beneath his shoulders. He did not have the judge equipped, and as a result, no voice in the round, no kill to be found. Off Raptors is a flood coming in from Riker, who's looking a little bit iffy with those movements and kills. He lets Ange get the gun. I guess so. It's totally fine. I said iffy. I guess it's a guarantee, even with the blunder. AxG find a way to win.
I don't know how to feel about that round, because I'm like, this cannot be how it ends with Atlas diving in with a knife out accidentally. So I feel like it's like the world balancing itself, that okay, Alliance Guardian still end up winning that round. But maybe that's why. Maybe it's a technical issue that he pulled out his knife.
Sometimes.
You know, mouse disconnected, it just like scroll wheeled before, you know, we'll get that sorted out. But all in all, I mean, again, the surprise element was clearly there. And I think the ricochet of the relay bolt might have just clipped Giza. So then the teammates weren't able to effectively fall out or get that trade. And Wildfire gets 2. And I mean, there was that hefty mid stack as well from Alliance Guardians. So the B side a little bit more bolstered than expected because of how fast they can pivot. But all in all, Alliance Guardian, that resiliency in both of these teams, just the sheer energy levels right now have got to be reaching a bare minimum with how long this is going on.
I mean, that's one of the things, right? Like it comes to maybe exhaustion. It comes to Atlas having to make a crazy play after a crazy play. What he's doing here is not easy. Consistency then over time might falter. You'll bring out your knife in one of the rounds, but I'm liking the fact that the rest of his team is there to have his back and is able to be able to also is there to shoot from rafters, is there to fill the gaps overall. It's a long game, but I think both these teams have every single player now coming alive on both sides to try to get that win.
Absolutely.
It looks like from what we're looking at right now, what's happening with AxG is they might be getting a little bit of packet loss overall.
Ooh.
So there's an internet tech pause happening for the moment. We'll see if we can get that fixed. I'm not sure how long we have for that, but we want to make sure it's fair for both sides. Every slide that Atlas has a fair chance of getting a kill.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you just said their performance is reaching their peak. The internet's got to be there to back that up as well on the Alliance Guardian side. But, okay, NRG Academy. We mentioned that it was kind of defense that they were having issues with. And by a miracle, who knows, Alliance Guardians are able to remedy the faults of that previous round and snatch that away. So are we going to see NRG Academy able to do the same thing? The previous OT cycle, they won because it was like Alliance Guardian hit that brick wall of that A site stack, right? And it kind of fell apart. They shut down Atlas, right? With the judge was the joke. And with this split here, I'm not going to see the same tendency, but it's funny that Alliance Guardians are like, you guys just went B, we're going to go B.
Yeah, there's a chance though to mimic that. That'll be the whole thing. We found the packets, by the way. The packets were found. So we're back in, rocking through, and ready to go. This time, immediate B hit from AxG. Judge, yes, for Atlas, and hopefully no knife coming out this time. Okay, trap play right before him. And not really the one that he's looking for that fight first. Paranoia coming in and stops the timing on the wall, blocks the hindrance as well. GMD in mid, finds the pick. They still commit towards the side. Atlas block down, refract back. We can calm for a second here. Flash will come in and buy the space and time.
The pressure closes in. We finally see a cancel, right? No one just blindly following out after they've lost that space, after the fract is good. And honestly, that Paranoia trade for the hinder and the fast lane and the relay bolt is such a stark return out of AMS. It's going to be hard if they rerun this back, try and go for a second time, especially NRG Academy. They haven't rotated off.
Yeah, and NRG Academy, you mentioned all the util that was traded. Renz has his entire pocket still ready to go. Look at AxG. They've got nothing. One teleport from Wildfire, a heal from Jerk, and a smoke, I guess, and a molly from GMD. They've got no actionable util from this spot. They might just be waiting for Jerk to get that flashback. Shondex moves down, though, and takes Gibbon out. So the most utility they had is gone.
30 seconds
They've got one Sky Flash to do this with, and they might not even wait for it right now. Riker is looking for a fight. Hindrance to help with the kill as well. Inge one-wayed himself a little bit. It's tough. Shondex, 3v1 for Wildfire.
They're waiting. All right, look at Giza's position. There's 15 seconds left. You know Wildfire's feeling the heat.
Ston coming in, and Giza's there perfectly swinging in the weights to everything thrown against that Paranoia. So it'll be very good call on that one. No utility left for the rest of the team to work with. Run dry on this round, plus they re-lurk through the map. Shondex finding that rotation inside sewers. That was control from NRG Academy. That was amazing from them on a defensive round.
And that's gotta hurt as well, because Alliance Guardian finally had, again, a late round difference in calling, right? They didn't double down. They didn't, again, just funnel out seamlessly. They waited, they recollected, they reevaluated, but might not matter in the end. Alice, does 2 and off?
As one, haven't really seen this before. Can't really slide in with this one. No armor to be able to use as well with Neon is gonna be a decision because this agent loves to fight. So we're switching up the pacing entirely here for AxG. I don't think they've heard the op. I might be talking over it, but not going to be hearing it for now.
NRG Academy, the A-Pops have been decent.
They're ready for it, though. Look at AxG, 3-man hold here. Bunny hopping in. Pop flash to maybe segment some people on the backside. And here's GMD, standing as the world melts around him. Gets gets one. Riker swings off of him for two. What a good sacrificial spot from him. Kimon looking so good in the business. Oh, at the same time, an immediate relurk slowly into A, having devious from NRG Academy to try to save this 3v4.
Does Jark expect it though?
Might just be on rafters. They'll skip him and go into vent. This might not be the solution though. Shondex might be seen on the cross from this map spot. He's waiting here for the moment. They make noise running away. I think Jerk might have heard it. Shondex, what do you do from this spot? I mean, this is a gamble on all sides. The roulette wheel spins.
30 seconds.
Does it land on the AxG side? We're hoping for all red. Shondex has found the drop down on Jerk. He's calling the team back. Man disadvantage, but the position is prime. The shot from Jerk is sublime. Looking so good at holding this side down alone. Two more challenges. A smoke for him to be able to play. Amazing look from Wildfire. He's been on point. Riker sees him TP on top of maps. The shorty is enough to get this round on AxG's side. That is insane.
30 rounds already, and we're only getting started, it feels like. And honestly, we're getting flashbacks, right? How many times did GMD swing that Raptors position, and how many times was he alone? And finally, we get some support from that backside elbow player. Didn't give it up, wasn't playing screens. Riker played off that contact perfectly. The trades were good, and as soon as it kind of fizzled down, as soon as there was that, okay, cut noise, regroup ramps, we had Jerk immediately funnel in, reclear that position, and get on to rafters to, again, set up across with Riker. So again, their issues are getting solved one at a time.
It's not through judge play. It's nice cohesive team play this time, though. Chaos in mid. Every team is all in. Inside, the actual smoke cloud is going to be tough. Renz finds the first on Atlas. Broken down Riker with the second one around. Giza gets Riker. Wildfire finds Ange. No smokes for the moment. Jerk is the only one in the middle, and at the same time, it's a 2v1. It's not going to be possible. All left down to Wildfire. Gimon on the lurk through A, but can the spike find its way over to the site? Nets will have to push past the poison to get this pick to stop the spike from going down. He hears the footsteps. Wildfire has a chance to TP across. It's a challenge though. Net with the off angle, might see the head, does not find it. 2v4, exploration from Gimon, a whiff. Giza finds him. Now a 1v3 to keep that tie or the lead. Not a chance for the side of AxG. NRG Academy have the back and forth lead again.
And it's just complete lunacy how similar these teams have become when we got to overtime, right? We hyped up the mirror comp being where we settle the score. Again, a full circle moment where Lions Guardians lost to this team in the first round of Swiss Stage 1. Here for redemption, namely for Riker, for Atlas, the two players at the top of this leaderboard in NRG Academy. We're 32 rounds guaranteed here, and you're taking finally the OT timeout. The tech pause wasn't enough. Like,
they tap in this time. They really want to be able to win this round. The biggest thing for AxG, and I'm surprised they're actually going bout for this one, their ultimate usage right at the start of these rounds, their all-ins with the conversion pads, letting Atlas in with these overdrives, was one of the reasons they had such a voice inside regulation play. In overtime, everybody starts 3 orbs down. They've been doing this just with rifles, just with those judges. It's very impressive for them to be in this position, but it comes at a cost of patterns. NRG have a chance with this timeout to identify those patterns. AxG will have to switch something up now. I've seen so far on defense for AxG, they've doubled up on this A side every single time. Riker on the back, you have Jerk. Even if he loses A having control, you mentioned it, Zobi, he stays on rafters. So if you know there's 2 guaranteed on that side, mid should be easier to take for NRG Academy. Do they elect for it? Will they go for the B main space first? We'll see how this timeout breakdown goes down.
And I'm hoping that's the kind of thing MCE pointed out, give them the info they need to call around. That's how their system operates. And honestly, I mean, the B hits have been hit or miss, and Atlas, we've seen this before, Wildfire playing the exact same position.
They're going straight for the B hit. Atlas in the position. He's going to be found out. Renz immediately takes God down. GMD, Gimon in the position as well. Is not going to find anything. Renz, the answer, the solution. The man who just believes is able to take everything and hold that space for his team some more. This is where they can win the match. Jerk, though, has to find a miracle from this spot. Drops down, makes some sound. Overdrive from Renz.
Give him the
finds the ace to win. Might be cherry on top of this cinematic game. It's perfect for Renz, and it's blessed for NRG Academy. A hard-fought win on splits, winning the BO3 on the day.
Wow. And I bet they did not expect that to be how their first series of stage 2 was going to go by any stretch of the imagination. But if that match is any indicator of what's to come in the other round 1 matches, it shows how just because you're a playoffs team, just because it's new orgs that either barely didn't get relegated, have built from the ground up, or even coming from Premier, you cannot count them out. You cannot underestimate them, known names or not. They're coming in with fire and tenacity.
Absolutely. If we started on the ground floor in stage 1 when it came to VALORANT Challengers North America, in stage 2 here, we can easily see that we're rocking in and moving up the skyscraper when it comes to skill, cohesion, team play. And I guess some people watching Dombi inside Santiago, man. I mean, these judge plays were insane, Zoe.
Absolutely. It's like, okay, OT, they finally shut down the judge for 1 round, and then he abandoned all hope and went back to the rifle. And honestly, the execs were never the same.
I mean, paper beats rock in this one. NRG clearly hit the books and were able to find a read on that final round after the timeout. That being said, we need one as well. We'll be right after this break with another series for you. Don't go anywhere because these are bangers today, man.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You got looking for the 18. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
It was a map that I thought was never going to end for a second as we go toe to toe on Split. NRG Finally, though, after 4 rounds of OT, they call their timeout, they close out the map, and they're going to take the Series 2-1 to be ending their first Swiss round with a win. I mean, Gompers, did you ever think that was going to end? Because that was just so close.
It should have ended, actually, guys, a long time ago. It should have ended a long time ago. So many hiccups, actually, that I was seeing from NRG, which I feel like sometimes when you're in an OT situation, you know, obviously the stress is high. One single mistake and it could potentially go the other way. I do feel like that maybe had a factor in decision making, the fact that they were opening so many angles so wide, maybe trying to beat the fear while also making bigger mistakes at that. So for me, though, I feel like they kept themselves very, very strong throughout the entirety of the game, right? Like they had such a good strong start, and then it really started to unravel. But all in all, like Alliance, they were amazing. I feel like for a team that I didn't know much about originally, you know, with the first 2 core players, and now especially adding these new people onto the roster, they were impeccable in regards to, first of all, their pacing was amazing. The fact that they were always there for those first-hand engagements and those trade-offs, and just in general, like, this team is fire. And with more time, it's going to look even better.
See, I think it was unfortunately the opposite for me when I was watching this game. For the side of, excuse me, Alliance Guardians, they were missing a lot of teamwork when it comes down to the defense. When you're looking at a comp like this, so for example, when you're having a Sky trying to control one side of the map, one thing that makes it strong if you're trying to flood as a team and getting good scaling off the retake on the A side is an Omen paranoia. But there were so many moments where the Omen was playing towards B side to stall on that side. He had to move over towards the A side, but he always has to retake solo because everybody's trying to go for hero plays and trying to get their one. And the mindset was like, if I get my one, if I find my timing, then that will give a chance here for my teammates to rotate across and win, right? Because technically it should be a 2 versus 2. But what do you miss by doing that? Even if you swing out in your timing and you get the kill and you lose your kill, for example, from A Heaven, your guys are still rotating from the B site. The opponents could still take the A Heaven side, and it makes the reclear even harder for that guy because you haven't been holding that space. So they have to hold for their team. I felt that they got their ankles broken way too many times there for the side of Alliance Guardians. And what kind of kept them in the game was Atlas with Judges, or anybody playing with Judges in the opening rounds. And in this round, for example, Atlas, if it wasn't for this kill, we would have seen the overtime on that side. And to tie the bow in the end, it feels like with enough reps, I think that's why they called that timeout so late there for MCE. They said, look, Renz, he's gonna hold that corner with probably something. Just come through and get that kill. He thought it was probably gonna be Wildfire, but it was actually Atlas that was there. It ends up Renz still being able to get an ace to close out that map, even getting a second ace in a map in itself to drop 30 for the kill. So Renz definitely showing that Neon is his wheelhouse, and how it allowed NRG Academy to squeak through the finish line here against AxG.
And for a Renz, though, you've seen a couple of different looks out going into today to be able to close out on split, it being that Neon, and just how they close it out. Like, get to 4 rounds of OT and you're going to close out with an ace. Like, all right, Renz, all right, chill out a little bit. But I think for NRGA, like, there was high expectations on this team because of what they were able to accomplish last year. Sure, maybe the later half of the split playoffs was a little bit more tough, but it was still a team that we had known for a lot of cohesion, for a lot of these big step-up plays. We had known someone like Renz to be a really strong player, right? And I'm really glad going into today, when we are seeing Net on his IGL debut here, Vans, that the team seems to be looking good. Of course, this was a close one. There's always things we can learn, but they're going to end off with a win and be able to start off the stage strong.
Agreed. And again, it also, not only that, it's also role swaps here and there for maps, right? Because Net on some maps now having to play the Viper, Chloric usually still playing the Initiator, so Giza has to pick that up as well. So there's been definitely a little bit of practice they had to do last minute to make sure that people are comfortable in their roles on different maps, and it still works that well. Again, just because of Renz at the forefront, when you're dropping 2 or 3 on your side, then it makes things a little bit easier for the rest of the team, right? So I still think that overall, long term though, NRG Academy are still looking like a pretty good team. And again, unfortunately, I know Liz DM'd me during the matches saying, hey, what are you talking about here? NRGA falling off here. So now NRGA are back with a strong start with stage 2.
Yeah, strong start. And obviously, with both of these teams, there are some things that need to be checked, right? In regards to like, you know, Net getting comfortable with playing with friends and Sean decks and kind of like what that duoship is looking like. Obviously, them on their own, they can do whatever. I do briefly remember like this team specifically being more of a calm it while it happens sort of thing. I remember the coach saying like, you know, they kind of handled themselves. Team members like Clorix saying the way we handle comms is we kind of, or like strategy is we literally just go with the flow and we kind of tell people, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, right? So for Net to kind of be thrown into that environment, I'm assuming, you know, if they had kept that sort of pacing and attitude throughout the entirety of this stage as well, it might be a little new and it might be a little different, right? So definitely things to kind of fix and I guess overall just, I wouldn't say necessarily fix, but just talk about in regards to like what that synergy is going to look like. But it was cool to kind of see that in action and see how they were able to navigate with this new player, especially with this 4 core just playing together for so long and then now having that kind of be that extra addition, but absolutely destroying as well in regards to what the KD is looking like.
Yeah, and I want to finish up on my point with on the side of AxG. So as Gopper started off with like, you know, the nice part of the sandwich, I went with the meat in the middle with what went bad on that split side. But I do have to close it up to agree with Goppers as well as to like the positive aspects of this team of Alliance Guardians is the tenacity, right? Remember, it was a 13-1 loss that they've gotten on that first map. GMD was like 1-13 going into that matchup, and then he's still able to put up some pretty decent numbers in that second and third map and trying to throw util as best as he can, playing on the Viper on the other 2 maps, and still as a team able to keep this game quite close now against NRG Academy. So you have to look at what's changed for that side for AxG versus NRG Academy, for example, where AxG has to come out with 3 new players around 2 core players of Riker and Atlas, a new IGL, trying to fit that together. There are going to be a little bit rough around the edges, but overall, again, just going back to NRG Academy, they look definitely better prepared with the small changes that went through their roster.
I mean, the fact that this NRGA team, for the majority of the members, have been playing together for such a long time now, I feel like when it really got down to the nitty-gritty, we really did get to see that come through. So again, they end off with a win. We get to see that core of NRGA keep on continuing on. But I want to talk to the new piece of the team as we have Net on the line now for Phillips Novelko interview. Congratulations on the win. Hey, welcome to your IGL debut with the team as well. How has that been for you?
It's been pretty good. Honestly, it's been a little bit stressful just because we've only had like 4 days, maybe 5 days of practice, and it's been a big adjustment for me, honestly, just because IGLing is like a big difference compared to just playing, to be honest. So, but it's been fun.
And they're putting you for the ringer, considering it's been about 4 days of practice, because we get a full 3-map series. We get 4 rounds of OT. So then how was that like for you mid-game, trying to figure out how to close out? Was it solely your calling? Is that more so with that time out at the end to be able to make the difference? Like,
I would say it's a collective buy-in, honestly. Like, everyone played a big part in winning the game. Like, a big way that I like to think about just team sports in general, or just like competitive anything, is everyone has 20% contribution, and everyone matters. You know, everyone on the team had a really good part of playing, the coach included, and we couldn't have done it without like everyone putting in their best.
I'm really excited to see you on this team as well. And NRGA, we've seen this core team be able to perform for a while. You're going into a group that's already really well functioning. So how has your adaptation into this team been? Has it been a pretty easy fit?
It's been a pretty like interesting fit, to be honest, just because I feel like I played on a lot of different teams, and the way I view the game is very structured, and they were a little bit more loose before I joined. So I'm trying to bring my flair, if that makes sense, and introduce it and help them a little bit. And yeah, we'll see how it progresses as we go along.
I mean, you start off with a win, which is great, and you're already posting that, you know, we take the win, but it's a little shaky. So if this is shaky, what should we be expecting from you in this NRGA squad going forward?
You should just be expecting us to get better every week.
Simply put, it's been a long series. I'll let you rest, but Net, congrats on the win, and thanks for chatting.
Thank you. Have a great day, guys.
You too. I mean, it's going to be NRGA starting off with a win. And we'll have to see how they continue on going forward. Still another match on the day, though, and it's going to be none other than QoR going up against Shopify Rebellion Gold after the short break. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Challengers North America. We're getting started for our next series of the day. It's going to be QoR going up against Shopify Rebellion Gold, the team that made the run and were your Stage 1 champions, going up against the Team Gompers that had to fight their way through that promotion relegation to find themselves here in Challengers yet again. It's going to be a tough opponent for round number 1, but I cannot wait to see how they face off.
It's cool because you have the winners, obviously, of promotion relegation and the winners of Stage 1 Grands Final going up against each other. Of course, this being, like you said, a tough matchup, right? So that is a bit worrying, but after the showcase that we saw out of Shopify Rebellion Gold, there was so much insane improvement that honestly, it would be incredibly impossible for them to play the way they played last time. They're going to play even better. And that's the thing that's going to be really cool to see today.
The fun thing about this too is, as you just mentioned, Gomps, is QoR defeated the Shopify Rebellion Black in the grand finals of Stage 1. So hopefully Shopify Rebellion Gold coming in here from promotion and relegations will have a chance to avenge their colleagues here going into the week number 1. But this is definitely a tough ask. This is also a team that is not unfamiliar to the challenger stage for SRG, as they've done it in the past, but they were struggling actually to find their first victory going into challengers until they got immediately relegated at the same time. So hopefully we'll see a better look. Their time has changed as well. The roster has also slightly changed, and also the firepower has greatly increased overall due to that time with the amount of server time that the team has put together here for SRG.
I mean, let's talk about QoR first, though, and the little switches that we get to see coming into Stage 2. Because, again, this was your Stage 1 champions, and notably, there is a little switch up on the team as well. Smoke had his duelist debut with the squad for Stage 1. He has been stolen away, and instead, we're going to get Derek on the team, someone here, Vance, with a wealth of experience.
The thing is experience for me, I don't know if it's going to fit yet to this QoR roster, right? Because who is he switching out? You see at the bottom of the screen, it's Smoke that left the roster, that went to join a different team to add the firepower to that team. While I'm not going to discredit Derek, but it's also what Smoke brings to the table. It's a duelist role. It's an op role. It's also a Yoru to a Wele to a Jet. That is not the role for Derek. And also at the same time, it's overlap of roles between Flya and Derek, who are both initiator players, right? So how is this going to work out for this team? How is the playstyle going to change now with Flya at the helm, IGLing for this team as well? So who's going to be opping? Who's going to be moving around? Is it just going to be the responsibility of Fumi, or is Note going to step away from, you know, playing the controller and give it to Derek? That's going to have to play a new role here. And so there's a lot of question marks going through this roster as well, but it's potentially good horizons.
And I like that you say that, because Smoke was the newer duelists, right? They were learning duelists. They were the ones that had finally become so comfortable in duelists and grinded ranked games just to get better at this agent. And now all of a sudden Derek's coming in, and like the entirety of what they've been working for in Stage 1 and what made them win has now changed. Of course, like given they have tweeted, they're super excited to play with this player, right? They know how much Derek has to offer despite things having to change. But again, they have changed. They've had put Smoke on an agent they didn't know was going to work out, and it did, right? So all in all, I do think they have like the right direction, or at least like a sort of direction that they're thinking of moving forward to. Of course, I know Kumi does play duelist every once in a while, so I'm kind of assuming maybe there's going to be some fill roles here, kind of like sorting in.
I mean, regardless, this core team kind of just has the magic touch, because even going into stage 1, when we saw the group of players come together, I didn't quite imagine it'd be how it was. Smoke had also said that this was a 3-map team, yet Flya was able to lead this team to victory. Flya is somebody that we've definitely seen a lot from here, Gompers, and both in the server and in this IGL role. And I think it was so impressive how he was able to just rally the team against any odd.
Yeah, Smoke actually themselves gave such high regard to Flya, quote, saying the best IGL I have ever played with, because they have trust, they have evidence of great leadership, right? Like, this is someone who decided, okay, Smoke, you're really good, and here's what your fundamentals are looking like. I think you'd be good on Duelist, right? Like, and kind of just focusing on what the strats are going to look like, how everyone's going to be able to play together, what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, and how to avoid that, right? So I think Flya, all in all, has shown that they are a fragger, they are a leader, and they are incredibly smart when it comes to combat and very quick thinking. So for me, Flya is like one of the top IGLs, in my opinion, going inside of Challengers as of right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the stocks definitely came up here, or went up rather, after stage 1 here for Flya, and especially winning against SRB on a 3-0 scoreline, and also him going into tweets or conversation mentioning how, you know, the experience that he's gotten from EMEA and bringing it back here and understanding the game a little bit better, but also just being on the fly, no pun intended, being able to read that map into the mid rounds to find those gaps to activate the rest of the team, right? So that the young fraggers could actually step up to the plate and get those openers for the team and get these rounds. I think he's definitely really good at moving chess pieces around and also able to frag. I could think of him kind of like being like a Valen here for the side of G2, although playing an initiator role instead of playing the controller role.
And with how this core team comes together, how Flya does such a good job leading the charge. I mean, there is so much stacked up against SRG going into the series of today, but this SRG team, of course, we see teams ramping up. We know of the accomplishments they've had in the past, and this is not going to be the first time they find themselves here in Challengers. They've made it here before. Maybe it's a tough draw for round number 1, but hey, Vans, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, right?
Yeah, exactly. And when I was mentioning how every single one of these players kind of just activated too and elevated themselves, even though they had the loss to Team Liquid into the grand finals of GCC back in last year, you could definitely see that they were a dominant, still a very, very dominant team out in the game changer scene. But to show what they were able to do against a Winthrop University team that also had such a strong run, albeit a different coach, different roster than last year, it comes to show that they definitely have what it takes to continue to fight at the top this time around too for Challengers. And I think honestly, it's also off the back of Noya. Noya has been putting insane numbers as a Senti for this squad, when she's also played so many different roles in the past, from like Duelist to Initiator as well.
Yeah, there's obviously talk of Golgi coming in as like that new coach and kind of changing the dynamic of things quite a bit. But I do think it's been working out, right? Playing in Fun Havers and trying to play against a variety of players and teams, which is something that they do every single year. They're not one to really stay silent after game changers. They love to compete, they love to practice, and they love to get better. So for me, their showcase against Winthrop was phenomenal. I really enjoyed it. And like Van said, yes, this wasn't like the hardest team to beat, but Winthrop, they had beaten Shopify Rebellion Gold before. So it's not like this, that was a victory, and that was incredibly impressive to see. So to kind of come back into now Challengers and prove themselves again is a big feat.
And looking back at their series up against Winthrop to get them into Challengers, I feel like you could really just pull a name out of the hat and talk about anyone, because there was such great step-ups across the board. But we chose to talk about Sarah going into this. I mean, we've seen what Sarah can do on any role, but specifically this Sova. But I love being able to see her, Vans, with the Sova and this Waylay not having that performance drop off. Like, that was crazy.
Yeah, that's the fun part too. And that already shows to me that Shopify Rebellion Gold could potentially already move into, you know, this change of the meta where Waylay and Neon could be super important, or and now she could maybe play that Waylay alongside with Dodonut as that Neon, right? And they could also play the Sova if they wanted to, or even a Breach. Remember, Sarah used to be awesome on a breach in the past as well. I wouldn't be surprised for that to come out either if we're going to maps like Fracture, for example. So yeah, definitely great firepower out of this player, and also a great support player for the team. And now also very good at the tip of the spear to create space for this roster as well. So it's very nice to see how we've evolved from SRG. And maybe that's something that was needed too, right? Remember, this is also, as you mentioned here, Gomps, a new coach coming in from Gogi, an assistant coach from Cloud9 into VCTs of previous years. But also maybe that's what they needed for SRG. Being so long with FEs, knowing the system in and out, and kind of maybe your opponents knows that system too, that maybe, you know, identifies these gaps that doesn't allow for them to progress. But now with a fresh mind, with a fresh coach, you maybe hopefully could see a brand new SRG.
I mean, it was something that FEs didn't even talk about in stage 1, was he had learned what he needed to from the team. They had learned from him. So being able to see these new looks to SRG, I think is really nice going into today's series. Last but not least, before we really get into it though, our Phillips Norelco head-to-head. You know that we had to do it because QoR going up against SRG means Moose going up about Alexis, and I am not surprised. Alexis just smokes Moose here. Like, man, come on, what can't she do?
Yeah, I kind of wish the KDA was a little bit lower though. It should be like a 9.0, right? So she just owns. But at the same time, yeah, she's definitely all across the board where hopefully here in this game, she's just going to dominate Moose, and it stays in the server, you know? You had those moments. I kind of like this. It's kind of fun too, because it reminds me of back in the day, again, just to give another shout out to Roy and Mel. I think there was at some point where maybe it was a scrim or even a match on the Icebox where it was Roy as Renegades versus Mel with Cloud9 White. And, you know, you see them shouting against each other going through. So I wonder how this is panning out between Moose and Alexis. I don't know if they're together in the same place right now. Do they have to put up like a screen between them and like just make sure that they muffle white noise right next to each other? Like it's a LAN game right next to each other. And if, you know, Alexis starts dominating, Moose is probably going to start putting out like, stickers and post-its in front of the monitor to like try to find an edge.
In case you guys are wondering too, these stats are like 100% accurate. They're like not fake at all. VLR unfortunately just can't keep up with the numbers. It's like way too much. So I just want to let you guys know. I want to update you.
Yeah.
I mean that 0.1% of the time where Alexis doesn't get first blood, like the only chance QoR has going on to this series. She even subbed in for QoR stage 1 a little bit, so you got that extra little head-to-head there. But Moose going up against Alexis, QoR going up against SRG. Regardless which way it goes, it's going to be a fun one. But getting into the series, again, the map pool has changed, and love to see where this ends up. But it's kind of going to be a little bit of the same with some more familiar maps. Starting off on Bind, this one, Gomps, is going to be QoR picking it up.
Yeah, I like the Bind pick. For me, obviously, like first map picks that we've seen so far have been going in favor of those who've picked it. The start of the season, you know, new things have been brought. It's not like anybody really knows like the iterations of your playstyle before, especially now with QoR having Derek, right? So there is an element of surprise there that's quite exciting. We've seen Shopify, you know, how they've been kind of playing, especially within Funhaver's tournament now with their previous matchup against Winthrop. So there might be a little less more familiarity there, right? So for me, I'm kind of excited to see what QoR can do, especially like, guys, we talked about it. The fact that we lost Smoke. Who's the duelist? What's the initiator, you know, thing going to look like? Are we going to have double? Are we going to have double duelist, double controller? Who's going to be filling in? What's Derek going to play? Are we going to see Derek Smoke? I mean, Derek duelist, and it's going to be a Smoke situation. Like for me, this is kind of cool to see, and I think it's kind of heavy on SRG to now try to figure out what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I think this is a great spot as well for Derek to be introduced into the QoR lineup and roster with a map like Bind, because I feel like probably the perfect fit for Derek if he's not going to play a Sky or an Initiator for QoR, and you don't see the roster or the role switches. I think Viper is a great entry for him. And then Moose has always been very versatile and played different roles. And Derek's just, hey, just place this wall and then just play your own way, and then we figure things out right after. And then for Haven, if you're looking at SRG, I don't think there's necessarily a reasoning for them to need to change their map or their comp, for that map. They're playing that Viper double controller composition that has been coined so many times by G2 until finally an evolution of how Haven's being approached from Paper X, for example, right? So with the Phoenix. So I think now not many teams are playing that Phoenix way to fight against the the Neon Viper walls. So I think SRG will be quite comfortable to still play into their bread and butter of even with that comp. And then the unknown will be going into Pearl if needed be.
I mean, now that we've set up the series, we've seen the maps. Trying to see if that changes what we thought this series was going to be as we head into our official predictions. I mean, look, for myself, I saw the stats. I saw what Alexis can do. I don't think she can be stopped. I'm picking SRG, baby.
Fire. That's fair point. Very, very fair point. And you're almost very close to getting the prediction right on the first series as well, right? So it was pretty it's pretty cool. I think this is still potentially a good 50-50 because of Alexis stats. So we'll have to see.
Gumps, what about yourself? I feel like that kind of feels like a betrayal, girl. Like, what are you doing?
Listen, I know. And I'm always an SRG fangirl. Truly I am. And the last time I didn't vote for them, they won. So like when you think about it, this is really just, I voted for them first and then I was sitting with it for a little bit. And then I had thought about it. And when I didn't vote for them for the first time in my life, they won. So I was kind of like,
anti-jinxing.
Yes. So I kind of realized I probably should not be voting for who I'm actually thinking for in this moment. You know?
So what I'm hearing is biased caster trying to jinx the cast?
Well, actually, she's Analyst right now, so she's not casting, so she's fine.
Whoa,
no, guys.
Hit me with the well, actually. All right, I'm getting out of here. We're sending our agent select and getting started with this series. All right, fans, you love to talk. What can you expect coming out of these teams? What we see? Good stuff.
Okay, so we are trying to just keep Moose into the Viper role and then also keeping Derek into an Initiator role, which is actually totally fine too, to play a double Initiator on this map. I think it still worked quite well. It's just going to be very difficult for them to play some stalls if Shopify Rebellion Gold are going to try to activate a lot more. So I think now with the double Initiator, you're trying to leverage here this very, very early information to try to set up Kumi in some good spots and to hold and insert that line on defense. And then you try to stall for Moose on that B side. So I think this is the reason why we have buying for core with a short turnaround with this roster change. And probably the most comfortable start they could have here with the map pool available for them.
Yeah, they're kind of missing out on that veto that they used to play here from core. I know Kubi now actually playing into the Waylay, but I did like the veto. I thought veto had a lot to offer. So I do feel like in the sense of now reworking the roster, you're also missing out on components that really made the map work for this team in specific. But I think this is good. The fact that they're kind of like working around it with having Kumi play into the Waylay, especially since they're very familiar with it and it's not something that's not uncomfortable, right? So for me, it's good. It works for now. The question is, are they going to be able to kind of readjust and figure out how the strats are going to work from here on out with components that like Yoru and Vito, right, and Clove, right? So I guess we'll have to see.
I mean, you're asking how it's going to come together, how it's going to work. Let's find out as we go to bind for the first map of the series. Core, your stage 1 champs going up against Shopify Rebellion Gold, who've worked their way back to Challengers. Let's get the face-off with your casters back over. It's Shayo and Zobi.
Sierra couldn't have put it a better way. We got the kings of the castle versus the queens that just stepped into the main throne room, and I want to see who ends up with the crown after this one. Zobi, we just finished a banger, and I think the real one is starting now.
Oh, absolutely. Shopify Rebellion have been bidding their time, right? Didn't play in stage 1 OQs, waited for that direct invite to promo relegation from winning out Game Changers North America, and they are here to prove that they deserve to stay in Challengers this time. And Mel even said it earlier, she's happy core is getting out of the way early so they can go back to scrimming them. So these two teams, despite the dark period for Shopify Rebellion Gold, know each other and know the changes that are coming out in the server. And speaking of those changes, I feel like the role changes for core were predictable, right? Derek, Fly, it was going to be one on smokes, or sorry, one on scan, one on flashes, right? Shopify Rebellion Gold, every single player changed their agent. And it's truly off of Sarah and her flexibility. She has played now Sova, Sage, Waylay, and the Viper.
And the way that bind plays out also changes as well, right? No Yoru up in the mix means that first minute of time is actually palpable. It's actually abusable here. You don't have to worry about a scope or an off angle that gets teleported in. Immediate action from the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold as well. Taking over an Octagon, getting that space. Smoke and tow as well for them to be able to actually challenge, get in there, and pop out if needed. There's a threat on this side that needs to be answered. Sarah starts things off with a pick in the halls. And there's lots of control here from QoR on the side of Shower. So they haven't moved over to B to answer this octagonal threat. Kumi will slow things over and seam things off with aim of his own.
Oh, the threat's not neutralized, though. Alexis was backing her up, and that Prowler just short shies away from her as well. Not quite sure if it's intentional or not, her pausing here outside of short. For the time being, Shopify Rebellion Gold looking to scale into B.
Flya, big flank. That snake bite gonna give him the time to be able to catch up. Donut. So far close, but here comes Flya on that flank. Gets 1, 2, and everything just falls apart for the side of SRG. That moment, that lurk, that movement there from Flya to get into that spot just breaks absolutely everything down. The Kumi kill actually finds some value for the rest of the team actually moving around the map, and now Alexis put into an impossible position on pistol. The bandit, though, will be lethal for a lot of these kills here. 1 for the moment, and a move to 2. Not enough bullets for that 3rd. And the spike making the side is a question. 3 seconds to get there. 2, 1. She makes it. Up top, Kumi comes through. So close for Alexis. Almost does it. It shouldn't have been that close.
And if already our pistol is literal milliseconds away from kills to clutching out 3Ks, I think we are going to have our work cut out for us, as you promised, Shayo. I mean, obviously some defensive gaps here getting pretty exploited there by Flya. Great walk down, and I feel like there might have been some miscomm or some slow rotates there from Alexis that they're going to just have to get over and move through, but now that they're probably all back on track and back in the server, should be good to go.
Passive Molotovs on the comp for QoR, there's not going to be that much hard stoppage coming in from any of the initiators, right? Like a lot of the times you can just move past these scans, the dogs, the flashes. SRG held back by just a snake bite there is a miracle for them in terms of the timing. The side of QoR to be able to have that flank come in for Flya. On this one, weapons invested for every single side on QoR. They're respecting the roster of SRG and the potential they have, especially with Noya on Chamber, to have some impact on this round.
Again, one of the strongest Sentinels. The only logical for her to shift to the Chamber eventually. And you leave her on an island short while the rest scale up into Shower. There wasn't much contest there. They got the orb for free, and they're hoping they can get the site from free via this avenue.
They're going to be first contact here. Lethal range, the classic though. Kumi stopped, and he smokes. Looking so good. The side of AxG being a little bit more proactive on this map to give them space, but the spam in the position is there. Mel has the right idea and approach, but the firepower and the timing from the side of QoR is just a bit too much to handle on this one. Flawless from them, looking good and keeping these guns secure.
Yep, keep it contained, and the only real takeaway there for Shopify Rebellion Gold is that extra ult orb they were able to scoop up inside a Shower, but this is where they get down to business. Big weapons in hand.
Again, you can see the difference between these two teams. If you watched their binds previously, those first 30 seconds, slow exploration, nothing usually gained just because of the Yoru potential on the map, the Waylay TP potential as well. That is now all gone from bind. We saw it in that last series too. Those first 30 seconds, getting proactive on either side is easier now and very important.
Looks like SRG want to keep up this momentum, this space taking in Shower. Boombot in, Donut in, Sarah as well. Again, that stable force. It makes sense for her to be on the lurk roll. Sarah frags, Sarah lurks, Sarah finds and kills, and no, looking to do a similar feat, trying to pick a player off. Mel's not having any of it.
No, it's gonna have a chance to pop that Molotov down. Does it towards the Shower side. Lots of smokes to be able to play in. Skip the dog. And get barking here with a stinger. Scan, able to be absolutely clamped on. Noya in a pocket position. Spike down for the moment. Can she find a way to just get some reprieve for the team? Donut made it over to bench, so they have position, but they don't really have the spike yet. Need to find a few more kills. Flya activated, but Alexis goes huge. And will she overheat for another one as well? The Seekers find the information, but the action needs to be here from maybe Donut. Stopped on triple for now. 40 seconds. Loss of time to find that second player in this 3v2.
Oh, Flya pinpointed, the double swing comes out. Sarah Matter she's on Viper, looking to get up close and personal.
Poison's off.
I like that, using that poison orb to be able to actually cross there from Alexis. Low HP though, have to be careful. 20 seconds. Understand that both players here are now on the A side, so we pivot over to B immediately. The timing though, from the side of Flya, low HP, but can he find the gap to maybe get one pick? Battles in with the tri-burst spray, doesn't find as much in the way after the fact though. 3 players on the site TP'd in, hookah control. Tough for QoR, but not impossible.
Alexis kind of needs to bait for Donut here. Needs to be the one to die first off this trade with the low HP, or he can both survive. A perfect guiding light leads them into the exchange, but Moose 2-piece and spray down the line through Hut to secure the third and the bonus off of it for QoR. That is just tragedy for Shopify Rebellion Gold, right? A great last-minute pivot over towards B. You get a spike plant, you get a proactive play in a spawn, and just blind shots. Not once, but twice.
Doesn't need eyes. Moose has a pulse on the server, and that'll send SRG just absolutely reeling on that one. A pick found to start the round. After that, a perfect play on side of A. To go to a TP, have control, the pop flash in as well. Moose is though built different. That pump pre-game hitting inside the server, man. 3-0 for QoR now. They have that advantage, a miracle for their side. How far can they stretch this absolute gift?
And we're waiting for Donut to get online, so again, no showstopper early. Other ults early, kind of aid the cause of this possible eco conversion. It is just Noya. Hopefully a lucky headhunter finding its mark, or he's shutting Kumi down. The outlaw baited for by the Flya spray down.
Transactions happening here from the attack side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. They are trading off their smokes for initiator utility. They're poison orbing long, and then once they get the Octagon control, they'll put an Astra Star down again from Mel to be able to get these guys a flash once more, burn some of their util before they hit the site, starve them of that information, and you make them use this utility to not have it in the actual fight. This time though, scope online for Kumi. You might not need the util to be able to hold this angle.
Yeah, doesn't even want to pop the toxic screen, just full trust in their teammates' aim here. Only spotted out the one, so Noya's still in the dark.
Real plans on A though, and it starts to actually send some fruition. And note though, finds Donut on the push. That one-way smoke comes in, making short an impossible task. Donut not being there too means there's no dash. Alexis will have to move through with no util really, and they start to go up short, immediately pivot towards this B side, and that operation gets absolutely a stamp of a fail as well, as Kumi denies access to the site.
Yeah, it feels like SRG are trying to make these bold rotation plays off the TPs, and again, without finding these kills, this way in, it's not finding much. It doesn't seem like it will this round either. Meat grinder of a hookah execute. Kumi lurking below with the shorty to the face on the flip side of the sniper rifle, and now 2 out of 4 rounds have been flawless for QoR so far, and it feels like that's just the beginning. Again, the groundwork not getting laid. I liked the A hit out of shower. That was promising, right? Yeah, it was a bonus attempt for QoR as well, but it was Alexis, as soon as those smokes dropped, pushing forward, taking that backside space, and they also had, after Sarah got the opener, her also rotating back to try and get that late U-Haul crunch as well. So that's kind of what I want to see from them instead of these slower defaults, because that's the identity we saw in promo rally, that confidence that I want to see in the server.
They're moving up well. They're taking this space with low cost, and that's good for SRG. It's actually getting on that site, winning the gunfights, and honestly, getting a little lucky as well, because when it comes to the core side of things, I mean, the feng shui has been on their side. That play from Moose, some of the 2v3 situations where they come out in the lead. Flya, affected by that stun, has to back up just a little bit. Octagon control is there. They've gained space of that fighting ring, and again, using Mel's smokes to have the cross be a threat. They'll back off from getting control on this side, maybe work towards A here.
And again, it's just pure discipline on the core side.
Look at this too. Look at the position from Kumi. Up online in the showers angle. Defensive smoke does not need to come up at all. He's got mega info on the sight line.
Yeah, exactly. So you have the op, you have the Trailblazer that just went down B. Yeah, they're not playing for any 2 forward positions. It's reclears off of Hans, and even that sets up the spray.
Yeah, seized. Advantageous fight for Derek. Not going to take it. Patient. Conversion paths comes in. Derek wins. Op shot to be able to be taken. Going to be a miss on that side. Flya is ready for this one. Blind. Taken down. Pop coming back in. Affecting Donut's position. Moose up top. Blind again. It's perfect from the side of Alexis. Really activating this one. Hot shots in from the side of short. Noya gonna survive, and this time Shopify have found a way to get on site.
And Derek's position noted, you know, Kumi's going to be coming into this fight with an operator in hand. It's a very difficult position, and they're not here. It's going to be playing for the timing once they make their way out of CT.
4v3, ball already popped down. One person passed on backside. No, has found a gap. Will activate the entire defensive positions. Find a headshot once. And one of the players, again, two actually found out. The spray there, almost looking good. Scary, they know exactly where Mel is. 2v2, the second player has to find a way to get in. Total that denied the nade, and Mel will lose the gunfight. Derek, 3K, does he have the time? Absolutely. Spike defused, a rough one from QoR. The first time SRG finds the site, it's not possible.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? The tunnel vision did a little bit on that post-plant utility, right? The grab well, the nade combo. Donut gets caught with utility out, and it's all falling to Mel's shoulders to instead play down that clutch position. And it's difficult, right? Because SRG preyed on this time the QoR slow timings, the slow reclears, and that didn't connect. So now that you've found the answer, or thought you found the answer to getting onto the site, now you're having post-plant issues. That's where finally Googly has to step in.
Yeah, No's just able to disrespect the space a little bit and catch the timing on Alexis there inside tube, kind of activated everything. Unfortunately, one of the gunfights went messy as well, played for the side of QoR and timing. After the fact now, you look at loss getting even deeper for the side of SRG. You've got Nightfall, Orbital Strike active for Derek and Note respectively. Mel, yes, has that Cosmic Divide, but that's not really the most impactful ultimate. It'll give you space on the site, won't actually move people or affect health bars though.
That's where, again, my eyes are drawn back to Shower. It's been another small victory that SRG has been able to win round after round. Now, that's without the Kumi operator posted there, so it'll be a challenge I want to see them tackle, but I do think that's where you can get that big ticket ultimate you're asking for, Shio, online. Donut, Showstopper, right? Or Sarah, a pit, right? So then you use the Cosmic Divide and then that combination to get that space.
It'll have to be a fight first, though. QoR has been proactive at holding this space, so you're absolutely correct. You look towards Showers. The op's not going to be there this time. Kumi moving over towards the short side. So not really any orb protection up in this round. They're just banking that off this timeout. Shopify Rebellion are coming into this one, going for a normal strategy. Only two people here on B as well.
Yeah, I think this is the most forward we've seen players like Moose play as well. The Hookah Snakebite instead. Umbot flash reclear pretty quick to force you back towards kind of a vulnerable position if you chuck a nade in there, or
no way.
Yeah, another blind kill. Why not?
Like, it's insane. Finally answered. A little bit of the server giving back to Shopify Rebellion Gold. That being said, the cost, the interruption, Donut, Showstopper, not going to be there at the same time. The dive. How do you enter this B site without a duelist? I don't think you do. And so as a result, Mel's already left the smoke. Yeah. I think Noya might follow. They're thinking about re-clearing things, or maybe just waiting for a different timing.
I'm here for the info re-clear, but it's just Flya in this position.
Divide in there, messy for Flya, but still possible. Seeker's not going to be able to come out, so that Cosmic Divide does astrally cut down the site. Orbital Strike, though, across the plant. It's just a bit of your health. Mel's still alive. Defensive smoke coming in for Note to thrive, but not going to find much just yet. That Divide has bought time.
Oh, it's bought the plant more than anything. Site smoke, really. For what comes next, Noya offside, holding with the Tour de Force. This is their all-in round to try to get on the board.
No flank, just action, head-to-head on all sides. Noya, half the scope blocked down by smoke. Kumi has his own, doesn't matter. Noya's just better for now. No impact, that's slow in the business. Second shot will fly through the air. Kumi on the sight line. Noya, big diff, buys the time, slow on the spike. Not a chance with the pull as well from Mel. It'll cost them a divide, some ultimates, and some nice shots from Noya, but they get around on the board.
There we go. Again, you got to handle one task at a time, and QoR decided that was Noya, and it was too stark a poison to swallow in that case. And the true threat was those post-plant players tucked away in Hookah, and that's where some of those re-clears through the teleporters have been nice. I think Derek one round, for example, took that TP, and that was a missing factor this time around that we'll look towards if you are a QoR fan of how to dismantle that B post-plant, because again, it was major, I should say it's minor missteps that led to those falling apart, right? They stayed on site too long. This time they got off effectively because of kind of that shield the Cosmic Divide provided.
Yeah, well, they're also playing against Derek that has a heartbeat sensor right now, so it's not fair. You know, attachments are not allowed on weapons, Derek. I mean, not even Derek, it's Moose actually that has that heartbeat sensor. So many kills through smokes, kills while blinded. He understands the timings. As a result, even 4v5, these guys lock down the B side. This time, Showstopper in the business. A dog will not save you. The snake bite, it might just buy you some time. Scaling, though, will still be here for the side of SRG.
And it's difficult, right? You're back to solo duels, you're back to a raise, and you don't have that Waylay to follow you up. But what you do have is a backdoor option. The rotates come through to B alongside that Venn diagram of Viper's Pit. So what do? Let Noya take the deep space and get a deserted A site.
A Venn diagram of hits right now, but in terms of position, Derek has nothing in common with these SRG players right now. He's looking to stay clean for the moment, activate the rest of the team.
Huge season.
Spray possibility coming in. I mean, he's just looking accurate for the moment, activating everyone. Mel's still alive, 1v2 now. It's definitely possible. Pulling the spike. Time. Gonna be a pullback here to give her the next fight as well. Might actually see Derek through the smoke. It's not actually going to be there. Patience from her. Spray's beautiful. Mel is going to do it here. So close, but Moose cannot be stopped. When he's on his reign, when he's running at you, this massive a man can not fall in these 1v1s.
I mean, that seems to be the case. Absolutely there for the side anchors and for the clutch rotates and closeouts. I mean, literally opening and closing that round. Derek here was huge as well, right? It felt like Sarah was number one trying to split up from Alexis, but also then it was a bait to conceal the position, and the Siege just re-clears it here. And well, Mel's doing a good job playing out this Astra kit. Again, a role that she's pivoting onto from the Brimstone. It's just, again, not enough delay.
Even with the delay, I mean, Derek is just looking for his ones. He peeked into 3 people and found value onto Noya. That should not be allowed. At the same time, the rest of the team, I mean, you know, you've bought some time for Mel. She's put up in a really good place. Unfortunately, you're asking her to do so much against Moose, this guy who's been active on this map so much these past 7 rounds. We keep pushing forward. Those showers control, you talked about it. Kumi had control for it before. This time, Shopify, they're there so fast.
Yep, sees a delay for now, and more of a trade-off for that guiding light. But did it sees Dodona into the incendiary. It's hard to call up the re-clear. More blind shots.
That's the thing, right? C's will cut your audio, so you're not even sure you're getting burned. Drop you down half HP. You might not even have armor, the decay. You spend a second in that ball and you're gone.
And look, Kumi, again, you mentioned previously how, okay, when they're scaling B, he's deep in shower on the up line. He's all the way down B long. So that's why this is the 3-player strong stack for QoR on the A side.
I got Kumi playing a DLC version of Valorant right now. This guy's not even inside the server, but, you know, because of this extra map pack information that he has over towards Fountain, and the rest of the team is just absolutely enabled. You're right, Zobi. And with this 3-stack side, they're waiting for Shopify to maybe over peak, find some value, and turn that value peak into a mistake. Here it comes to the pop flash. They're ready for it. Textbook is red. The test is passed with flying colors. QoR up 7-1.
I mean, it was a good try, right? The coordination there, the timing off the flash, but just, again, a perfect delegation of what line was being held and where. You had the player from heaven watching towards shower, and then you had that little high-low around the barrel in the backside space. And again, SRG have the right idea. They know that those players are waiting to reflood in the backside, and they try to address it early, eco round or not. But again, it's to no avail. So 7-1, QoR up right now. Another buy round opportunity, chance for SRG to start closing this gap, make it a respectable half. But QoR 3 in Octagon. Little trap player maybe once the op gets out of dodge, and won't be none the wiser.
Trailblazers through, find the info of just a solo Sarah this side. Dodona already on site, defused by Fly immediately. The rest of the team was allowed to drop down, but what a weird way to hit this one. They actually hold all of it. Flya winning every fight. It's just Noya that makes sound with the scope, but the rest of the fans just cheer for the side of what's happening on B long. Oh my goodness.
I was hoping for the Noya Kumi off battle outside of sand, but Noya slinks away into spawn.
Angle.
Yeah, crazy off angle. The flick though delivers. She's not going down without a fight with this operator.
Looking at the economy here, Noya not going to be able to afford one, I feel like, for the rest of this. So the attack op strategy, I mean, it's a win con to be able to save this over here. You are behind enemy lines, though. The vice grip of QoR has found its grasp around you a little bit, right? Brim watching that forward bottom line, Viper all the way inside hookah. They let the time tick down. I think around 10 seconds might go for this hunt. They know exactly where Noya is. She can't cross in the teleporter. She can't cross past note. And they're waiting for her to come for the spike.
It was interesting though, right? She's 3 off from the tour de force, so obviously they're going to be stacked around Spike. So she kind of, again, chose to fight in those enemy lines, again, push forward. Now with that trademark destroyed, a safety net ripped away. It's got to balance on this trapeze for at least another 10 seconds. Honestly, tucking in the smoke could be your best friend for surviving these next 10-ish seconds after the round comes to a conclusion.
Might be a trap though. No, I think understands. And inside is going to be found. Noya will get the pick, live the spray is important. And yeah, have the op, don't need the force. We're big chilling.
Thanks for the favor, no thanks for the smoke, but that's the only favor you guys are gonna get, right? No mercy. Second timeout called here again, needing to at least get a few more rounds here. I will say, I look at this composition though, again, an Astra and the Viper together versus quite literally most controllers that you'll see on this map. It does feel like there is a bit more delay power in that regard, especially with, again, the raise nades on top of that. So that's where I do have promise once the sides swap that it could be a bit more stable for them. I feel like it allows Mel as well to compartmentalize the map control a lot better versus here on the ecos. Again, we've mentioned it. Usually there's a lurk player that can deal with walkdowns like what Kumi is doing, and we haven't seen any of that.
Yeah, and you're talking about the fact that these guys are, you know, the team on SRG can delay. The big thing is, the core's been disrespecting it. I've already seen Note walk past like a molly in a smoke. Nobody's actually holding what SRG are putting down. Victor, or not, apologies, Derek is coming in and is looking to just disrespect Heaven as well. Like every sight line that Shopify has a little bit, every section of the situation of space they control is getting tested by QoR, and unless they have a crosser on it, it's just not possible.
Oh, well. We'll see if that's something that Googly whispered in their ears to see, wake them up, the slumber they find themselves in. But 8 in one time being, another half-buy situation. Seekers maybe to get them in or fully understand the situation that they're proctored towards. And speaking of being prepared for what the situation entails, QoR 4 stacked on B, off barrier rip. That's exactly where Shopify was gravitating towards. Minus Noya, again, on the lurk. Ooh, Prowler. Wouldn't know if it quite missed, but Derek.
This time they have pressure on all sides. Even have Alexis just watching that long push just in case. Kumi on an absolute long sight line here, just playing for any aggression. And again, QoR will wait for SRG to make that first move, going for the hard read that this is going to be ending B side. A has the chance for the retake.
The Trailblazer did not see Alexis, so they're actually going to rotate off. It's just the operator left on the garden line, and everybody's about to pop out of hookah. Cosmic Divide even utilized to fake, I'd argue, the A side exec more than anything here.
Oh, but look at this. Fly has actually moved past the divide and might get a trap down on this one. Been a problem on this side. Here's Action. Unfortunately, gets not punished at all. Pop Flash is delaying the push past this divide. This is a smoke for the B side now. So tough for them to move past their own utility. Shopify is stopped by their own wall.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it being utilized for a fake, but it needed to be angled so it didn't affect or impede the B exec. And now they're backpedaling back towards A, where Noya again has generated an opening. 10 seconds left. Not enough delay. You to left. Deny out of QoR. And somehow, after all of that, we come out 4v4 with the spike down on A.
Noya has just found ways to keep this team on the board with a few rounds at least. One of the times it's been diffused, unfortunately. Dodo going down for the start of this one. Mel, close and personal with the Bulldog. Pass the lock in here. Alexis is looking active with that crosser. And it all comes down to her and Noya. Spray in, and it's a bait, but Noya has it covered. The dynamic duo with a pop flash over is still able to almost hold it down. Too much from QoR. The pressure, the utility is still saved for this moment. We're in the business, and QoR's looking to have the best transactions possible.
And again, it's so difficult. This just perpetual, like, Viper's orb that Moose has been laying here. They've been using that side smoke to retake time and time again, right? You don't know what angle they're swinging out of, so if you're trying to hold it together, it's really an uphill battle to full stop anchor these A post plants. And again, Mel's that player you want to have offside, while Alexis is getting aggro like she was doing to play that at post plant, and they didn't get to do really either in that half-buy round. And now, again, that was more of a force, so Money shy. And again. And QoR knocking on double digits.
Let's play. SRG's found a way to get onto these sites multiple times, but QoR has just done the insanity play to win at the end of the day. Also has that util ready to go towards the end. The Sky flashy generations on the side of Flya have been so good. They've also just waited for SRG to take space and not really use those flashes too much to get info. Not really banking in double time. You have double the initiators as well. You don't have to use as many flashes. You can have them for that retake. Derek this time though will stop the eco in its tracks here at 9-1. Everybody affected by that decay. This time they move in. Convergent pads onside with the C's, gives you the info. Shot still there from Sarah. Doesn't matter. Stun in the way. It's gonna actually lose twice to note. Are you joking? How
Full stun.
is that possible? Yeah. Noya, the answer, the solution will start things off this time, but the equation might be too hard to handle. A 2v3.
Oh, she's so put off as well. Trying to regroup from Alexis here. Again, it's difficult to have it under shower control. As soon as the presence is shown, I expect Moose to scale up and clear U-Haul even deeper.
30 seconds left.
Time on the board, but again, they're just waiting for them to make that first move. The lack of information, starvation of access as to where people are. QoR make this again, another horror movie on Bind. Alexis has this rifle, but with 13 seconds on the clock, this is looking like double digits to 1. This map, the momentous swings on it. Insane. Dive comes through, just a delay, and Kumi lands it down as well. Shopify Rebellion Gold struggling on their attack half.
Very, very, very unfortunate in that regard. Again, well-coached fakes and rotations, but just the players that are on site getting away with literal murder. I mean, you saw Dodo Mel try to swing that together. They're full stunned, and Note still somehow gets 3. And all that's after they somehow survived that Nightfall Convergent Path combo as well, right? A great Nova Pulse from Mel that kept the players alive a little bit longer to set up that refight. And okay, we're getting a little breather before the half is up. You know, want a little 10-2 over 11-1 action. But, I mean, I will say, I want to preface this, Shia, because again, it looked very hopeless right now, but to me, this was going to be the most problematic map for Shopify Rebellion Gold this split, because it was the only map they were running the Donut Yoru on. Every other map, again, they were toying with the Neon Switch, they were toying with the Solo Waylay, so they were going to have to fundamentally alter this map, and it was never a map they loved or hated, right? It was just like, okay, we'll float it, okay, enemy fix it, we can win it, right? And so to me, I don't think they're committed to it, and their best map is up next. Right? So that's kind of where I'm at here, is like, we're seeing, okay, the inner workings, the developments that they put in towards this map, but QoR knew what they were getting into picking this.
Yeah, you even saw in that first series we watched in the day, right? One like 13-1 doesn't mean that the series can't get close in a quad OT by the third map. And the big thing too with this one is that SRG still has had good sight lines at the beginning towards things, and unfortunately perfect util to get Noya maybe trying to rendezvous away, gets Kumi the sight line, and in a millisecond turns into an absolute easy kill for him. Noya down, and that's important for Shopify Rebellion Gold. She was the one being the answer for first blood, being the equalizer, finding them the pick to keep pushing these rounds. How do they do this without her now is the question. Flash coming in for info, and Moose pops in right behind it. What an active play. And again, Kumi on one of these sides. They've got a wrapper on this map right now. This defensive side for QoR looks indestructible.
SRG finding a similar problem where they're just relying a little bit on individuals. Now with the decay, you're still fighting into 2, wielding shorties, the flicks. Doesn't even matter what direction they're in. That would have been crazy. We're able to strike the land, but it doesn't matter. Derek is there.
Alexis, she could do it. It would build confidence for the rest of the map.
Start with Moose, come on.
Give her the ones, give her the ones. Has spike. Teleport option is the play right now. 30 seconds though, you'd assume that Kumi would just run completely at her. Yeah, not a chance on this. I tried telling the story. It's not going to work. Level 1 half for QoR against SRG. Pistol round very important now. We've seen comebacks of this manner, not common whatsoever, but it's about building that confidence, having a good set piece or a good pedestal for the next map, right? Maybe getting a few rounds down, making sure that you're still looking warm for what's to come.
Yeah, it is difficult, right? They chose to start on the attack half as well, so now the sides are swapped. It's like, even though we were hyping up the defense, right, between the Astra, Viper, and the Chamber, where if Noya's online, she can full stop op, hopefully here, if they can get the ball rolling with the pistol. But now you don't have that levity. You don't have those rounds to build a concrete foundation. Again, you lose one, it's map point, and you gotta make a mad dash for OT. And it looks like they just want to find out quickly. The stack and hookah. Look at this. Like, what is this?
Trying something. And of course, fighting right at them. It's chaos inside this Lincoln hookah. Mel in the business has 2 SARs, but I don't think she's going to be using them for the moment. One to maybe threaten to smoke, a recall to get back in the business. No, it's a permanent one, and she has the angle. Not the health, but the fight one at least. Alexis is going to peek after it again. I mean, all in for it, I guess. TP coming in from Moose. The guy who's won these clutches, and he might start it over again and again and again. The unsolvable problem, Moose. Every single clutch just goes his way.
Yeah, good identification here as well. Stacks on B. It's probably the chamber flip side. So Waltz is on in. Noya working the flank here. Wondering if the rendezvous is going to come back for her to maybe get an aggro angle out of hookah or out of octagon safely. There it is. Replenished and ready to go. Moose, though, keen, aware. Yeah.
He knows.
It's the walls.
Noya does have. she has the best gun possible in this pistol round. Like, that headhunter is just doing more damage than anything else. Shoots just a bit better, faster than the sheriff as well. We move through with it, though, and Moose will play patient, play for time, play for the ping of that spike. He's going all in for this one.
Wait, Noya?
Okay, Noya challenging him. And he waits, sees the edge of the shoulder, is going to play the fight, and Noya wins. Does she have time to get to the side is the question. No. Absolutely. Noya winning that pistol round, looking good in the clutch, all into the elbow angle, and finds a way to put her around on the board.
Yeah, plays her own timing, her internal clock, makes the contact engagement, and then heads back to spike with ease. 07's in chat. There it is. The second round on the board. A pistol round at that, so which I already said that as soon as the ball gets rolling, right, you're gonna get the Outlaw. Hopefully the Outlaw will upgrade to an op, and it'll be a challenge for QoR to see, okay, how do they manage the operator on the opposing side?
Has to be perfect here for SRG, though. Managing the op or not, you find a single gap, 1 round loss, you're on match point, and you know what happens when QoR gets the momentum. That being said, the best thing I've seen so far from Shopify Rebellion Gold is that when they have numbers, they can trade really well in some of these fights. So let's see how it goes. They elect for everyone to come in first. Able to take long sightlines with the Guardian. Dodging nade is what Kumi elects to do and gets close and personal with the classic. Will be seen, I think, by Sarah moving in. And yes, she finds the first frag after the fact. Moose overwhelming Noya, and they found an outlaw.
I was nervous. They weren't addressing U-Haul, they weren't addressing Shower, but the late crunch gives them that sniper rifle. Is it enough? Doesn't seem to be so. SR funneling in. Power friendship stacking around the site. Meat shield style. Mel should be able to get it all the way, no matter how many bodies may fall. Moose finds another, and Eric finds another, so it's gonna hurt. But the round secured.
I mean, this is hurt on a wound already, right? I mean, this would be fine if the match was 6-6. The issue is 11-3. And you take bonus. 4 people out. Yeah, I mean, that is an almost win instead of a bonus round loss. It's insane. Look at the difference now in terms of what SRG are going to be able to roll with here. It might be, I mean, I don't even think they have a timeout left for this, but
nope.
They're going to have to lock in deep, force up Bulldogs, Guardians, while everybody else has, I would assume, Ops. Outlaws are the best bet because you know there's going to be half armor. Yeah, Moose keeps his across the entire board almost. We do see some half armors in. It's a save for the side of SRG.
Ooh, disrespect shown. They know where an outlaw is now. You know the fade as well with Shower. Prowler deep to try and clear out Mel's position. So they have the deep A short control. They have early info detection as well over towards Hookah. So I'm just expecting kind of, aside from Noya who has the rendezvous, everyone just pivoting off of whatever answers info comes their way.
Butternut finds the first, and this is where you might be able to pick up the rifles. Yeah.
Not traded.
A real round.
Yeah, and if they don't clear out Hookah, which right now this site take looks pretty one-dimensional outside of Octagon, it could get dangerous. The timing has to be there. The realization that they've left a gap has to be there, or Mel might be at the receiving end, the short end of the stick, and there it is.
Retake coming in, Bandits up in play. Wondering if they can get down towards that rifle that they picked off earlier. Noya will find it, I believe. It's an outlaw, but it takes time to get that and get all the way back. Look at the brain of Derek. Knows that that rifle might be picked up, is watching the cross just for a moment, though. Pushes back in, goes back to the angle, and never mind, we're back on site playing as a team. No, Playing against CT, Kumi finding the first one as well. Perfect pop flash from Flya. Again, a demon in Octagon. Kumi can't even be stopped. We talk about the util, talk about the frag potential. It was a save from SRG. It started off okay. 12-3 now. They got 9 chances.
Hey, there's a 3. They need 9. It's a magic association. We'll see if they can make it work. But again, it was difficult when you lose that many rifles in the second round to convert a third round bonus. And it's even more difficult that the groupings that were super effective on the Shopify Rebellion Gold side weren't where the hero rifle was. That was Donut alone in CT. And the native was a nice effort to try and get out to regroup pinch maybe out of the choke, but they just took the fight head on and Kumi won it. And we kind of see where we're at now.
Smoke comes in to block that A sight line. Big thing here when it comes to moments like these for QoR, the win con is to get all your ultimates online and slam one of these rounds. Do not haphazardly use them to lose some of these fights. Very good scaling from them though on this attack side. Dodo is able to find one of the off angles, knows that there's still one person at triple X is going to be able to try to find it. Dodo still active on the other side. Through mollies, through the fires and the flames, she finds the waves to get a pick. Unfortunately, Showstopper lost, so the momentum in these other rounds is not going to be there, but an electric, fiery performance from her on that backside of the site.
Sarah just pulled the rug out from under her, like, no fireworks today. And all in all, it's like at first that round started and it was like, okay, QoR is just steamrolling the same old, right? Again, the util's so oppressive, right? Oh, C's, they're not gonna swing you dry off of just the C. They're also going to flash you. They want to give you no hope at winning that fight, even blind. And then they started kind of returning that fire, right? Out of CT. I liked the util, I liked the swings, and was nice again forcing them into engagements that favored you. Speaking of favorable engagements, Noya, rendezvous at the ready, outside of long, but the conversion paths.
Watch the time slow, jump right in, crosshair broken, doesn't matter. Noya gets the job done. 2 big picks and immediately, momentum stopped by QoR.
Flya's not backing down though. Once again, inserting himself into the situation. Has some help. Kumi now regrouping at the sideline, but Noya gets one on her lonesome. Sarah's there as well to tag team off the guiding light. Just like that, they're keeping numbers. And Moose, this time, no clutch, no kills for you.
Noya's keeping the entire team active, making sure that Sarah has a chance to move over, get that frag. Even on that offensive side, she was the one putting 2 of those rounds on the board, finding Moose on one of the sides, getting that double op pick inside long. If these guys mount to come back, it starts with Noya. She needs to be in the right spot in all these rounds as well, in some form of impact role, whether it's long or showers. I mean, this time it's where you keep things clean. That being said, that shot has to be just like it though, smooth, under control. She's going to be fighting, I think, Derek for control here.
Oh, or force procced already.
Just on the sight line.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Full shield as well, so not a one and done in that degree. You can at least escape with your life for now, but that is a respectable shot out of Derek. And again, that's all a ruse as well.
That's big info though. Usually wherever the chamber is the weaker side. You would put more people away from the Sentinel. So immediately QoR on the eco move over towards, they understand they might have a better chance to flood this one.
Look at this truck regroup though, both on the elevated position. It'd be difficult to expect this.
Top double time, have the nade to keep things delayed as well. Slight fake back into the B side already. One person leaving long, and I feel like they could hear it. You see the double back though. Sarah elects to stay just a little bit, and Mel holds that position inside hookah with the judge. This is the fight though that needs to be won, and Sarah does win it. The ruse, the fake discovered.
It's a delay. It's gonna be so good with 40 seconds left. The teammates should get there in time, and there's a judge.
Nice. Mel's position activates. Now your answers are maybe at B. Derek finishes the job the Marshal started.
Can you get to TP
though? Nope. Jumping back into the smoke, Derek has to come over back towards the fight. SRG had put another round on the board, but the doomsday clock is ticking on the side of QoR. Look at the ultimates. Note, orbital strike coming in. Flya, as the Seekers, the pit will be put down. They did use Nightfall for this one, and I called it out previously. As we see Derek try his best against the judge, you have to save your ults for a nice wombo to win that one round. If you use one and you lose, the chances for the other team coming back increase from single digit to double that up again. Like, it starts to get scary. So 12-6, we were already at what, 11-1? The chances are getting higher. 6 more for SRG.
Yeah, and while that was kind of an eco round for QoR, it's the most scrambled they've looked, right? Again, you saw them again struggling, trying to get to that TP, trying to go through these backdoor options, and SRG, that momentum, that sync is starting to come online, is why I was looking forward to their defense.
Definitely have a bigger voice than this one. Noya searching down the side, can't really disrespect that Viper wall though. Moose knows the angle, is ready for it. Are you kidding me? Again, a pulse on this map. Someone check his PC, man. What is this?
Oh, it just felt so systematic, and Donut trying to now avenge the fallen teammate. Moose might be just going back for seconds. No! Little crouch under, and now you're stealing the op away. You'll keep it if your teammates can finish the job for you. Go back for it later. A little burrow, but can opt to. I see this. Let's see what you got, Dodo. Dust off the skills.
Yeah, for QoR, you lose your Viper just a little bit, so the A push might be a bit of a struggle. Still have the Brimstokes to be able to use, but this is actually showing you that, yeah, this team wants to go towards the A side. Mel.
You're gonna crunch onto her.
A flash. Still in position though. Everybody scales up. Double C's hit on the showers. Players who are trying to hold things down. Patience still for the side of QoR as they slow things to a halt.
This is such a good decision to fight into a fly, or at least try to, out of SRG.
Go for the repeat, pulls there, stun as well. If you elect for that option, flick! It's a hospital one from the side of Dodo, but it doesn't find much for the moment. Another one coming in, misses by mere inches, might cost them the game. Match point here again. Alexis is dropped down. Dodo at 4 HP with just one teammate at her side. Sarah cannot find the answers, and QoR is putting SRG at death's door for map 1. There is the spray from Flya, and a dominant win for QoR on 13-6.
Wow, I mean, more respectable than a 1-13 like our first series entailed. They're going to claw a little bit back, make that name for themselves, prove that they at least worked on this bind. But again, it's like put that out of sight, out of mind. That was the least of your worries when you look at the grand scheme of this series and what you have coming up next. Your strongest map, again, one you know, like the back of your hand. You just got to reset. And for QoR, I mean, again, you didn't see them budge like at all on that defensive half. It was ironclad. Again, no slip-ups, no mistakes, no overpeaks, no nothing. They, again, were just playing out very systematically, like it was, again, a Tuesday in the office. And that's exactly how it kind of panned out. Haven, I'm not so sure if it's going to be that way, because the desk put it, right? Van said it. They've made no changes. They're coming in right where they left off.
Absolutely correct, Zobi. You said it just eloquently. When it comes to map picks, this is definitely QoR's. We see that. SRG, is it going to be theirs on Haven? We'll find out right after this break.
Remaining. 10 seconds.
Ready.
One enemy
orb emitting. Poison's off.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I started right now.
Stage, 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 stage.
Stage. Oh, okay, I see. Clove. Okay, this is harder than I thought.
Clove, cove, clone, cover, clone. Wait, this is impossible.
Raise, ace, clove, cone, gecko, VCT, sage. Nah, this is hard. I can't.
Raise, ace, clove, clone, clove, cove, cover, clone.
I did really bad on this one.
I did not do good.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my God! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. Looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek, bullet hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
They came off of a grand finals win in stage 1, and they're going to continue that momentum to start off the first game in their stage 2 appearance. It's going to be a core victory, 13-6 on Bind, put themselves up 1 in the series. I mean, Gumpers, that lead that they had from a get-go, 11-1 at the half. SRG just had no margin for error going into the second half, and it's kind of inevitable that eventually one's going to go for his way.
Yeah, it was genuinely their demise. You could see that their defense was a lot better. They obviously had kind of picked it up. Noya especially was absolutely phenomenal in regards to just understanding where their flaws were and then kind of filling the gaps there. But yeah, I feel like, bringing out the headhunter, they were able to get a little bit more comfortable with the op there for Shopify, but QoR just coming out stronger with the initial defensive run. And I mean, that just really does go to show how important your sides are. Winning as much as you can on the sides that might not be, too impeccable in regards to your play style. But I thought they played well. Obviously, QoR just a little bit better. They seem more cohesive in regards to peeking and getting those trades off, as you can see right there from Derek. But yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like I'm hoping that the game should have been closer, but it actually should have been closer for the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold. They actually looked really good on their attack side. They were so good at defaulting, manipulating the map, getting entries, getting some perfect lurk timings. The issue that went towards Shopify Rebellion Gold is the scramble to try to get from the zone of planting into the post plant. You had numerous occasions where they actually had great positioning. Your 2-player facing into an angle, a person swings out and they can't freaking get the kill. And it's just unfortunate because that person ends up killing 2 people at that point, and you also lose that space and the element of surprise at that point. And so that's the point number 1. Point number 2 is the pulse plants right after that. So as soon as you get into the pulse plants, you're not in a position to trade off against each other or to go back and forth with each other as well. And it resulted to about 4 or 5 defuses that you had on the side of QoR once you had Shopify Rebellion Gold on the attack side. Let's count at the bottom there. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. So there was a lot of rounds there that could have come in favor of Shopify Rebellion Gold because of their game plan. The macro was really good. They had a solid game plan at the very beginning. They just unfortunately couldn't shoot today.
And I mean, when you're even looking at how it was first kills, we're almost tied, right? Yes. So like you can see where some of these ideas came through from SRG, but maybe just, it's the first map. People talk about the first map being a little slow to warm up all the time. And I think SRG maybe a little bit of a victim of that going in the series. And when you're going up against a team like QoR, you don't have that room to breathe, right? Looking over at the individual player performances, QoR, we've talked about them at an individual level, right? And of course, this new member on their team, someone who's very experienced, is not really new at all. Derek, I felt like he just jived really well with the team here, Vans. Like, this is a QoR that they're definitely not unbeatable, don't get me wrong, but they're looking really, really solid in the show up for the first map.
Yeah, and I like a little bit of a change from Derek coming from M80 into this roster of QoR, where he seems to be playing a little bit more calmly as well in this role. Maybe it's just the players he's playing with, maybe it's the comms that are going through the conversations. But for example, when I want to use the positioning from SRG that had the opening, Derek was one of those examples, right? Two torch showers. Derek peeks out, he gets spotted, but instead of trying to go for the repeat because you just see somebody crouched out in the open and just try to get your one, he just holds back into the spawn and then throws a prowler out to displace players and then allow Moose to swing out and get a kill from spawn. So utility-wise, what he's doing in terms of assists, and even before that, actually got the first headshot onto Noya. So tremendous good positioning and plays coming out from Derek Ha that allows here for QoR to look pretty good.
You're going for the full name, man?
Nah, if I was going to go full government name, it would be Derek Ha Overwatch.
Oh, yeah. Okay. My bad. I mean, going into the series as well, we talked about the newcomer to the team, but we have to talk about a little bit of the core of old as well. And I mean, what better way to kick off that conversation than Moose? I know we had that head-to-head at the beginning. Looks like the odds were stacked against him, but I mean, Moose is always a player that can show up here, Gompers. And yet again, even if it's going to land himself in the doghouse, he's going to show up yet again.
I mean, yeah, lots of clutch moments, huge potential coming through from Moose, you know, for future games as well that we're going to see against Shopify, because they were really just on it. I mean, from the start, I remember writing down their KD. I believe it was like 11-1 when we had switched halves, or 11-2 when we were finally kind of moving forward. They had like 16-5 in their belts. They were clutching up, getting the defusals, making sure that they were able to kind of play off everyone on the team. And it really felt like no matter what, every single article of util had so much meaning to the game, and I felt like that was a big portion as to why it was incredibly difficult for Shopify on their attacking half.
And if not, he's also being very precise and quick in terms of being on the trigger here for Moose in that game. You saw that example, another one of those Shopify Rebellion double swing, unfortunate whiff, but the way that he reacts immediately from one corner of back halls to the other corner, and then instantly the third right into the entrance of the top B site. And he's had a lot of those moments where he didn't have to do it on a 1 versus X, but on a 1 versus 1 when he's trying to regain space on the retakes, when he's trying to play 1v1s. He's been very, very just good and quick to not allow his opponents to really get into good spots to give Shopify Rebellion Gold a winning position in the post play.
Especially too, when we look at that second half too, when you talk about making sure there's not really winning positions for SRG. QoR just had way too many rounds. SRG, we saw a couple of more ideas come to light later on. There's not enough room to work with, but they're heading into their own map pick now. Haven is ahead, and this is something that we've seen a lot more from the team. So I'm curious then, Gompers, how we're gonna see this one playing out.
I am curious too, because if I mean, same circumstance as before, you know, in my opinion, I didn't feel it. I didn't feel the Shopify that I saw last time playing against Winthrop. They were so synergetic that it was insane. And I agree with fans where it felt like it was a little off, right? Like their post-plant positioning was just not that good, unfortunately. And I've seen circumstances where they had such good post-plant positioning where it almost became impossible to get by SRG. So I'm kind of hoping with the change of maps, and obviously I know Alexis has been pretty popular on Breach here, potentially kind of like having that second-hand initiator to allow them to be able to flow a little bit nicer onto the site, and then also reposition themselves for Haven. So I think this is a good map for SRG, obviously, so as they think so as well.
Yeah, and now looking for QoR on that side. I think the positive side is definitely it's the wheelhouse for Shopify Rebellion Gold, but then now for QoR, what is the comp we're going to see on that side? Because again, Smoke used to play the Yoru on this, and I don't think I remember seeing Derek playing an official on Yoru before. And if I go across the board, maybe I'm thinking about Note, because Note for me is like a ranked demon in itself. So if he's able to just switch out from a controller role and give that over to Derek, then that could work as well. But at the end of the day, we're just going to keep going with Derek full into the initiator role. It makes sense. I think we've seen Fly in the past as a KG role already, but I think this is slowing down the way that they want to play things a little bit more here for the Sutter Core.
I mean, we've only seen them here once before, and then of course with a little bit of switch up, we're getting all new of something. But Gompers, with their agent select here, how are you feeling about this look from QoR going up against SRG with Donut here on the Neon?
This is good. I like the Neon from before when we saw Dodonut play. I think it was a combination of seeing them play the Waylay and then the Neon. The Neon was a lot stronger performance-wise. So, you know, just kind of that big elevation there, especially with Noya already being on top of it. I feel like there's a lot of potential here with this current composition that we're seeing. Alexis going into the Killjoy, right? The initiator being Sarah, now on to that Sova. So I'm quite excited. I think this is more so the comfort of Shopify Rebellion Gold, and they played absolutely phenomenal last time they had played Haven with this current comp.
I mean, going into it is their map pick, a must win for SRG if they want to try and take us into a map 3. Can they take down this revamped comp from QoR, or is it going to be QoR to keep on riding from their stage 1 win? Let's find out and head to Haven with your casters. Back over to Zobi and Chayo.
Thank you so much on the desk. We come back from the map one, which was a bit of a bout on one side into a last breath from SRG. This time the stage is reset. Sobi on Haven, their home turf, their home ground. They have the first step to make.
Yeah, if there is a stage to have your opening night performance, it is Haven for both of these teams. For QoR, it's the map that made them stage 1 champions. And for Shopify Rebellion Gold, it's where they punched their ticket back to Challengers. And now it's the shoes on the other foot as well. I mentioned Shopify Rebellion Gold having to reinvent themselves on Bind. That's the idea here for QoR. From Flya on the Killjoy to shifting away from that Cypher that Moose was playing prior. Again, this was Yoder, this was Smoke territory. And now you even have a Fade coming out on Haven over the Sova. That's spicy to see as well.
Great, let's just have that advantage of re-hitting very fast. So nicely, just very well round after round. Again, having double Prowler as well to be able to take the first set of space, and then again afterwards on exec is so nice. Fast action from SRG though as they start things off. Immediate garage control, which is kind of getting everything going haywire on the C side, but then A fighting as well. So a two-pronged approach. Moose though cheated so much space. So you might see it coming. Fly out. So the first one to slap things down. The position discovered from Moose. Noya punishing as well. I mean, everything over the map is just blowing up.
Look at this. They're trying to regroup. They're trying to gang up on Noya here by pushing down towards window, pushing down towards grass, but instead it's Flya going to run interference on these players outside of C. But SRG started by holding their own, but they don't expect the regroup. And Derek is there to cap off another core pistol.
The way QoR are moving on this one, reacting to every single player's form of information, where SRG are making noise as well, so proactive, really staying linked to someone at least just 10 meters away. I think Moose was the most isolated, had a trap play, didn't work. That was beautiful though from QoR.
And I think Flya felt emboldened to take this re-peek, this re-clear of garage because of how far Moose was walking down C-Long, right? Know that they weren't going to get jumped. Know there wasn't going to be more that they were able to bite off and chew down and swallow. And that's exactly what they were able to do. So I'm expecting that continued emboldened kind of approach here, especially when you're trying to run a different composition. But speaking of bold, Neon, Dodo.
For that scan to come in. What is that from Moose?
No
The
ace.
second shot gets a kill. There's just no way.
How dare you,
I understand.
How dare
It's
you, Flya?
anti-eco, but sometimes the way this judge gets kills, man, it genuinely it should not exist in a few of these rounds. I mean, that full movement, haphazardly, half the pellets landing, I mean, it's insane. Alexis will find maybe just a bit of value on a Marshall, but QoR starting strong again. Is that trouble for SRG?
I mean, it's just a hard read, right? It's an eco. You're either going front B or you're going garage, right? Like, you don't have many options when it comes to Haven. So what do? They stack the Killjoy util on B and they put a judge in garage. A match made in heaven. And Alexis here with a Marshall in hand is looking for some damage to deal, but Flya, longer inspector. Doesn't matter even if you're long range because the KJ's weak.
Reset over, important round. And this is where, honestly, on Bind, QoR started to kind of just take it away. You got to be locked in for that bonus. You want to make sure that things don't look too crazy when it comes to how many rifles you might lose in winning this round. They've shown on the side of QoR that Moose is rocking in towards garage. That's where the oppressive close range gun will stay. Is that the case for this one? So not going to be totally in garage for now, but a setup on C regardless.
Yeah, you have the toxic screen to play off of, right? A little bit more of a safety net, and then be getting run down, right? You have the decay to soften the blow. You pop the wall, you can get out even if you don't have a more direct turret, we can call it, holding your back. But SRG taking it slow here, even on the buy round. Surprised to see Alexis being the one at first contact here.
No way. Bites the turret, breaks it down, and then switches right over to Alexis. Yeah. It's that pick too. No, it's just too fast. Smoke and Toe doesn't care. Seen by Mel. But again, doesn't really matter. These positions on the bonus look so strong.
Gotta be aware, Kumi. The possibility that he's in this corner doesn't seem to be the case. Dodo, though, quick on the draw, quick on the flick. Not without getting chipped at a crisp 145, though. And at this point, 45 seconds left. I don't like the hesitancy from Shopify Rebellion Gold, right? Like, yeah, you don't want to run into a stack, but again, there's 35 seconds left. You're now going to have to no matter what.
Derek finds us again a little bit of value, dropping numbers down. A judge and a Spectre left for the side of QoR, maybe just playing exits on this one might be the name of the game. Clutch will be tough to get against Vandals and the sight lines that Mel currently possesses right now, but Flya already made his way into the smoke. One person left all the way watching flank. So initially, this will be a 2v2. The trade could come through here, and a Vandal's been found on Moose.
Also has paranoia though. That's the idea. Contact made, yep, from Sarah. Kill or not, it was coming out to Noya. Talked about the regroup from the flank. It delivers the final blow. And this one's a little bit cleaner of a bonus conversion, right, than we saw while they were trying to grit it out on Bind in that second half. So keep a few rifles online. Oh, we're getting already the op from Kumi. Ooh. Okay, so Dodo can't contact us heavily. Sarah, your util's gonna have to be on point. Let's see a clean Haven round.
Already been some conditioning from Derek here too on A main, throwing that C's multiple times. The lack of it this time could push people into that angle, finding that op as a surprise. We'll see what A long looks like here. Dart will come in, broken for the op player, and yeah, immediately push forward, no C's. Kumi's ready for a shot on Donut. All the way ran back, and now your entry not going to be there for this side of the map. You're going to have to try to find a pick somewhere else. The threat of a judge in garage, the way that Note was playing aggro. Look at Fly on this off angle. There's traps set all across the map.
Yeah, 8 definitely the most dangerous of territories, so I do like Alexis feigning this garage presence. Gonna keep Fly up picks for now, but they're happy to, right? They haven't even gotten past the turret. Haven't got past the molly, so you can't take deeper space, but that is a huge pick from Noya. Now, Derek has to be fixed, right? Are they worried about the flank?
Yeah, hold up. I thought they'd be able to scale that site with that pick, but after that pick, yeah, they used that information and the kill to go back over to A, but this has reset the nature of the round.
I don't like
it. You've got
it.
to double up on the A side. Yeah, this is playing into more of what QoR could do here.
I mean, at least Derek and Note don't have any, like, I'm gonna say useful utility, right? No paranoia, no C's to keep them out, but they can play off of each other.
These off angles as well have a sight smoke, but don't want to use it. Elect just for the fight. Breaking the turret first. Noya coming in. Here's the shot. Doesn't matter. So many sightlines diffused or played and toyed with the time tickling down. Note already there is going to be able to find rifles around the entire world. Note global in terms of aim. This guy is insane.
Again, just wish-washy in the mid-round. Uncharacteristic, honestly, for Shopify Rebellion Gold, right? I feel like you have the perfect setup, right? You've got past the KJ utility on B. You're going to have Noya there, a perpetual backstab opportunity, or at least a thought in the back of the mind, right? And even here, some small mistakes, right? Like turrets getting destroyed, but you don't expect them on the angle, right? Like, it's again, anti-characteristic to the least, but again, for QoR, to send them their flowers, the side smokes have always been on point from Moose. Bind, we talked about the issues and how it posed the retake. Here, it allows Note to get that 4K anchoring.
It's so good. They play back and forth with it. This time, aggression on short. Unfortunately, a Prowler misses.
No, you should on Haven.
Slips the wall. Doesn't find much. The Para's still there. First sightline. Para comes in, I think, maybe afterwards. No, are we still holding on to it? The patience from Note here. Sees one, and now the Para comes in off of guaranteed information, hindering your teammate. I know, you have to balance the skills. QoR looking a bit too strong right now. It's all good.
Throw the convergent paths in there. We need more. But this is
still
difficult.
Stuck in short. I mean, you might assume that somebody else pushed down B long, or, you know, B mid, C long, down garage. You feel like you're trapped in this angle. You're forced to go to the site. And although it is an eco, you have this rifle to recover, to be able to use. Try to pick it up. Won't matter. The rest of the players jumping onto the site. QoR taking that eco down.
Yeah, I mean, again, from QoR, very, very seamless there. Again, denies the eco with really proactive util, really proactive re-swings there into short as well. I think the strong takeaway from SRG there was the agency of it, right? The speed, how they were tenacious. Like they knew what they wanted to do and set out for it. And that's where, again, we circle back to the plans and how they've been changing up on a dime, which usually is a strength from SRG, but it doesn't feel like it's the best read of the situation, which again, uncharacteristic for Shopify Rebellion Gold. So my hope here is that Googly is seeing what QoR is doing, has that idea, that mental map planned out now, that they can, guide them a little bit more so that they know what the correct calls are in these mid rounds. Because honestly, the original calls have been correct, like majority of the time, it seems so far.
Oh, absolutely. Like SRG's pushed in, gotten some nice space, gotten the pick to be able to play with, but then it might just be a little bit of an overthink. And even in that pivot, Zobi, you're right. They're finding good value there. Somebody from QoR goes insane, gets the 3K, 4K notes in a godlike position and actually delivers. It's just slightly unfortunate. A very similar start to Bind where you saw Flya on Octagon finding crazy 3-4 set pieces. A perfect util too, where you thought SRG could get the trade, a team known for such good trading. New round though, ultimates in tow, new win cons. Alexis, lockdown available. Sarah has that Hunter's Fury as well to activate off of a post plant or to begin a round in one of these links. That being said, you were talking about the patterns of QoR, Zobi. Who's at that conversion pads? That could flip up the pattern a bit and stop Shopify Rebellion if they get some space.
And that's exactly why Kumi is here, right? Ready to trap A or play a retake with it. And it seems to be the former.
I mean, who's gonna play off this trap though? No one's in long, so I mean, I guess Note just raw peeks down.
You paranoia it too.
True, he's gonna see one, maybe the timing. He's gonna be so close.
Now no one's there to punish.
Oh, it's a double up. Maybe no, it's Sarah backing off from it. So I'm wondering what these paths could do. Derek will walk down and do things on his own on top of a snake bite. Value.
And it seems like your comment about disrespect doesn't matter. You can't even get out of the short choke because there's a gap in heaven.
Look at it. Mel's dead. Yeah, there's no smoke. You're gonna have to go straight into the sideline. Mel's ready, but Sarah's just better.
Wait, the timing.
Left with the gap. 38 seconds. There's way more than enough time. Don't overthink this one now. Get the spike down on site and let's get things rolling. Worried about a long clear though. And dodging the dart to have the immediate angle in case there's a reposition. Hinder will come in first to guarantee the kill. Dash to distract the crosshair and a perfect peek from Flya as well. The system and the 2v2 is played perfectly from QoR.
Yeah, the Kumi, the way them getting out anymore, but all in all, yeah, just trying to avoid that Hinder. Sarah gets put in a vulnerable position. You can see it right there. She's holding for it, just action time. But all in all, 5-1. If we get to the 8-1 again, you might get barked at the same tree of double timeouts for SRG. I don't want to cross that path, and it looks like SRG doesn't either, right? They just went from utilizing so many ults to cashing in the others and getting another rough buy out of who knows where.
This round will be to see how much value Dodo can get from both the shotgun and her overdrive. Here, look at Moose!
How is this fair?
Oh, the timing with the wall. I don't believe this. It was an all-in from SRG as well, Zobi. They had no more cash left for the next round.
Were they vulnerable from the snake bite? Like, were they hit by anything that facilitated that, or is Moose just that good? Just Phantom moment eliminated. Like, he is the Phantom moment. And all right, regroup
it's
here.
The second game, by the way, or the second map, by the way, Zobi, where he's doing this. Like,
keep him on the Viper at this rate, I guess.
Yeah. Wall bang on Alexis in the 1v3. Spray through hookah as well to be able to activate a round on Bind over here. 3K on the C backside. SRG, I'm going to say this, are not playing poorly. They have good ways of attacking this map. It's just, what do you do against a core that's doing this, man? You can't kill Notes. He has aim hacks, basically, and then Moose is sharing his PC, I guess. Like, I mean, this is insane.
Oh, wait. They've slipped the net through A. Kumi is in one position.
Have they?
I mean, he was jiggling. He was looking like he was going deeper into heaven. The double back is what caught them. But Mel?
You're saying slipping the net. I feel like Mel is trapped in a net right now. 2-3 players around her. Yoded. Okay, Mel. Activate a little bit. Information gain. 12 seconds. Maybe just playing for the kills. And he go. Gonna find a guy, but another one doesn't have a TV to break it. No. Insult to injury on that one. QoR up 6-1 with some crazy theatrics.
Yeah, the C's would have stopped her from getting to the B side anyways, killing Derek or not. So I think the snake bite had to have hit. Right. Actually, wait, the new hug would have shown if it was the snake bite. So that was just.
I mean, it's his own one. That was it's his own snake bite. That's the thing. Like,
no, it would have shown. No, it would have shown it, right? It shows it who kills them, like the assist util. I love this new hug, guys.
So, okay. From what
right?
I see,
it would have shown them. It would have shown it.
If he's getting the kill, would it show the snake bite? It's your own util. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. But we lock in the next round. SRG goes in fast off the Viper wall. No information needed. They've gained a little bit of space, but again, hit in middle. Threat of a judge, maybe. You know, Viper doesn't have it. She's over in B main. KJ could be there with it. They know there's an Odin on the map. instead of an op on defense, as Kumi's had it before. There's too many question marks on this eco for SRG. Gotta pick a site and just execute. How do you even look down one of these corridors? So look at the hesitancy over on C.
They were very primed to punish any sort of walk down, but just never came from QoR. That discipline reeled in. Even playing off to try and, again, he'd understand this overdrive could come barreling in. You don't want to handguns over. You just want to play a traditional C retake. With the lockdown, maybe, even. Oh, are you going to show that respect, Flya? There it is.
Okay. Lock it in. Spray's coming in. Sees the hair of Viper. Not going to be able to get the cut. SRG activates. Get the lockdown down. And somehow in this round, find a way on C to get a match back going in. 6-2, it looks like, off this one.
Robo Rally SRG is back. The disrespect. The forcing into spawn. You give Sarah a notice. She should have gone running, but Kumi.
Don't do it like this. Oh my God. They lined up.
I was scared. The plot armor pierced ever so slightly. There's a little scratch on QoR.
Get the confidence back a bit too. Make sure you're rallying the team. We move in to another round where, again, A control is a must for SRG. What do we do off of it, though, is the question.
What do we do off of it? I feel like I've been impressed by this composition's ability to delay. More so when it's a fade and a waylay on A. Just the C's, the hinder, the tag teaming off of each other to maximize how much delay power they have. So I am curious, what can you do? Especially when Derek has an Odin as well. Like, Donut's already at 79 HP. Like, she's not a sharp spear for the entry anymore. So they're backpedaling again.
Stopped on one side, no info on the other for now. And that was the thing that started off for SRG. Again, I go back to that bind once more. They kind of all in on one of the sides. It takes them a bit of a second to start to push up on the entire map. All topped off, or Banana Swarm just pushing over Mel to the other side, trying to get that spike planted in. Sarah has to go hero mode for this one.
This is the more concrete mid round we wanted. They commit to the B side, they get the pit down, and they get out. Flya, you're not getting a phantom moment this time, but can't get the early tap.
Immediate pressure has to be answered by at least a push in or some util. Shock guard in there. Rifle gets seen. Flya able to get the first one. He's baiting these players out. Noya has to wonder, is this real? Hunter's Fury used in the first 10 seconds of the spike going down. They're running out of answers on this one, but QoR's also running out of health here. Pushing far in. Dodo Nut holds things down. Solved by Note. Odin gone, and the spam reigns true for SRG 6-3.
The Phantom Spam giveth and it taketh from QoR. Through the pit is extra lethal there in Shopify Rebellion Gold's favor. I mean, I was a little bit nervous when Mel got baited in, but that's the player you want making that contact anyways, right? Every other player, maybe minus the Neon as well, obviously has that post-plant utility, right? Obviously, one's keeping the pit up, one has swarm grenades, one's playing, obviously, the Hunter's Fury. So in all circumstances, it's kind of the remedying what Vance Lee said was getting into these post-plant positions effectively and in time before QoR take that momentum back in stride. Speaking of momentum, you just want a round? State Take Simulator seems like a good fit. It is an eco for QoR as well, but not again.
Like this. Get out of this corridor, man. Get out of the hallway.
It's so narrow.
It's dangerous here. Yeah. You got to work maybe some other side of the map because I feel like QoR just have luck on their side for this one. I don't know what blessed moves today. Flya as well is taking a little bit of that.
It's Dodo again.
Sauce. Yeah. I mean, Dodo not being alive, the entry just gets that much harder. No dash to break the crosshairs. No impact on that push. And look at the positions here. Yes, money might be down. And it looks like from this side, Kumi is found, but the position of Note is still inside long. You've got Derek there supporting him from long range as well. This is a trap being set for SRG. That drone should be broken on long range, and Kumi has not stopped shooting. Conversion pads available for that B retake, available from any spot towards A or B on this side of the map.
Okay. Turret's gonna keep Fly in check. Doing a bulletin, it might get a kill for Alexis here. This round is not over just yet. Oh, got it.
Pivoting to C, it looks like.
We have to. Convergent paths is forcing your hand.
Yep, all the way from A short, so Ditto just maybe one person here. The timing for Flya found by Sarah. And suddenly this round looks even easier for SRG. The eco already in their advantage, but positions are not. Trapped on this site, yes. Limited rifles and util overall. Spike still not planted. They find that first kill down now. Raj also answered. The last bullet Alexis is clipped. Get the spike down. You gotta put the spike.
Bodyguard it.
One enemy
There's no way. The 1v1 from Kumi. The savior. The flick's not there. Sarah saves the round by an inch. In an eco. QoR still make it close, 6-4.
Sarah frags, Sarah clutches a round from Disaster. Again, that was full pistols and a Marshall on the side of QoR and making it come down to a 1v1. And the fact that they, again, start out C side, right? And then they lose players A and still end C is where like, we go back to this wish-washy cycle that they're kind of caught in. If they just, again, we're like, okay, we lost Dodo, that's fine. Let's still fight into them here. Like, it was the same outcome that they were going to get anyways without losing additional players. And it's where they simplify things on buy and they're not simplifying things here when things were going wrong.
Simple and confident is the name of the game that usually gets you the best types of wins, but some of that complex type of push-pull, it might be needed on Haven right now. Derek, again, rattled down as one of the players of Shopify Rebellion Gold before they're able to push in. Mel now at low HP.
You want Mel low HP or you want Dodona? In this case, if you're trying to get out on A, that fast lane's going to be huge. That relay bolt's going to be huge.
Short covered by Kumi's operator, and nobody's there for the moment. I'm not sure if they're going to be buying. There's still 3 people on this site. It's going to be a slight fake here. SRG need to move and get some control on the other side of the map. They've not really wasted Para. They've got some util away from the side of QoR. Question is, do you go back over to A now? Noya's in with a embed, but they're moving over towards the B side.
All right, first time we're seeing QoR try and keep them out of the B side as well. Snakebite from Seedlink comes out from Moose. The double back in A, shut down, dropped too. And yeah, with 35 seconds left, it is utter chaos. Mad dash towards
double
C.
Back.
And this is where the double anchors are. The Viper, the KJ, and Fly is definitely playing aggro on the line.
Gotta be kidding me. There's no info here. There have to be just forcibly pushed towards the C side. Everybody's still waiting. The hold from QoR is amazing. It's disaster for SRG.
And Alexis
another
was
hero round has to come out of Sarah.
Alexis was in a position. There wasn't time to capitalize off of it, right? So she's rushed. And the round falls apart. I mean, again, it's a closer half already. With QoR getting their 7, there's a potential 7-5 here, but again, maybe just a bad day for SRG so far. Again, uncharacteristic calling, mismatches and all, but trying to think of what they're going to do for this final round. Alexis has the ult. They have a buy. B has been their best friend, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that was the first round they didn't get into it because we saw the Moose snakebite, but Moose doesn't start there either. That was a late round position call. And look, KJ util stacked heftily into Garage. How does Flya know?
Look at this Flya. He's putting all that util there so he can actually go down and get the orb in C long. He's also 1 away from a lockdown. That'll be a big win con here if they can find that angle. Delay in Garage now as both Nino Swarms pop. The rest of the team on the side of the ace map of Haven will rotate over towards the C side slowly. We still have Noya embedded into A long, slightly behind main. Their lockdown comes in. Orb's still a possibility here for Flya. They're waiting to see if they can pick it up. Nobody will be affected. This is a full retake and almost an immediate clamp for the side of QoR. They have complete long control. Flya has not got the orb though. It's a trap. They're moving back and it's set to be sprung. The double spray comes in. The trip is there from QoR. Shopify walk right into them as expected, and Noya on the reeler cannot move forward unless she gambles it all. One shot to Kumi, the next one on a timer. 3 seconds, a few more, has to break it. Detain! And the rest of the players from QoR have a chance to walk in or just defuse. Yeah, I mean, you can see her helpless body absolutely shotgun down. I mean, an absolute amazing read from QoR, adaptive on the fly. Maybe the plan was the orb, but suddenly it switched over to them just shooting back to back, springing this 3-way trap, and knowing that even if Noya comes on the flank, they've got the defuse.
And there was that moment of processing on site as well. It's like, okay, are we flipping the site, taking backside and leaving it long as is, or are we regrouping and fighting down long? They chose the latter. Like, they knew that what potential was there, right? They knew it was a gap because Noya was lurking outside of A garden instead of being solo C long. And it's, again, proper decision making that Vans highlighted was there on bind as well, but it just falls apart in execution.
Every time Shopify makes a good move, you've got QoR making a better one on the other side. I mean, it is crazy in this one. They're moving in and getting ahead of their own game, ahead of their own strats that SRG that QoR are seeming to try to counter. In this one, the pistol gets Harry immediately over to the A main side.
Okay. You've shut down Dodo trying to get active. Again, has been having a rough map. And then you just go about your business on this default. Okay, we already see the differences, right? The poking and prodding from Derek down C long. Wow, they find those openers A. Again, SRG playing into that versus QoR didn't.
Two-pronged approach. It's risky though, right? The one time SRG tried it, they ran into a judge, I feel like. But at the same time, spray.
Ooh, good drop smoke.
Ooh, the drop smoke is going to be so good. Hera, though, do you want to save it for now? Flya with the lurk!
Major whip.
One enemy remaining.
Oh god, they lose every fight. It doesn't matter what your strat is if you can't shoot. Mel with the 3K and Alexis with the turnaround jumper. I do not believe it.
She downloaded the secret smoke spray down, and this time with the pistol. Doesn't even need the Phantom to get the 2 shots through the smoke, right? Pinpointed their location as the drop smoke fell. Reads the reposition timings. All like 5 seconds into the future style, but this was a nice, honestly, it was just the C anchor that solidified this round. Again, the openers favoring QoR, the pivot was good as well, so we got more of that. This should be a very, very stable half for them, but again, pistol. But they also won their pistol, second half pistol on bind as well, and again, it comes down to how clean is this second round.
Immediate pushing from QoR. Even with nothing, they have aggression. And I like this option from Noya to stop them from blending in one of the links at least, pushing them towards the C side where they can have some traps. They have more players on that side as well.
All right, Alexis, it's your time with the judge. If they go towards garage, what do we say? It's Nico. You start B, you start garage, one or the other. You can end A.
But right now, this is top on A. Sarah kind of overwhelmed. The shots have to rain true. Few players on site though to be able to help this one. Mel getting into a really good spot with his bulldog. Oof. The aim looking crispy too. Rest of the team able to support Sarah. Sarah able to buy some time. SRG on the climb back.
Yep, some quick repositions there just to get out of getting grouped up on there in terms of that A-side anchor. But again, the C-side anchor succeeded, the A-side anchor succeeded. The rounds are starting to flow. Again, this round you had the better weaponry, so that's going to lend a hand to a certain degree. The next round is going to be the true challenge.
This is, I think this defines it, right? So this has to be the round that maybe defines this entire map. Like, you're able to spring this one on the side of SRG, you are looking
You
good.
are going to be 8-8, essentially, unless you get ecoed.
Here we go. Fly in, Bulldog close range. They're going to hit ship to ship in the sea of smokes.
Ooh. Paranoid to set up Dodo.
Sprung. Here we go, first trade coming in. Smokes down, everybody found on the side of SRG, but Noya's not done with this one yet. Value in aggression. And it seems that, Sentinel's down, so gonna be able to trade off the gun here. Dropping this one way far back so you don't make noise picking the next one up. It's about the details here for Alexis. Holding it, the first 1v1 is not gonna go Alexis's way, but a value in that bonus. At least it wasn't an absolute landslide. And at the same time, they found some pickups on the side of QoR. 9-6, doable as they buy back their weapons. What is the decision now for SRG as the map continues?
Moose is like, I know you, Alexis. I know where you're coming from in that 1v2 clutch attempt. But I honestly really, really liked the A main fight from SRG. Again, the ideas are there. The execution this round was decent. I think the shortcoming was, I don't think the paranoia really connected onto too many players there from Mel. There was that moment of hesitation where maybe it was communication like, Dodo, are you ready to swing? No, I'm not. Now I am. And that completely threw off anybody from QoR getting affected. But it's not going to let up any of this A pressure. Sarah, consistent with it. Deep smoker. The jump peak confirms the scale down, and she's gone.
Looking at the equator of the map right now, just the middle. Nobody on SRG really disrespecting it or finding any information further down. Yes, they have an alarm bot inside C. Immediately, though, on A for the side of QoR. They're getting active on this one. It's a straight-up fast execute. It was the right read from SRG to move over from the rest of the map, but nobody's here fast enough. Dodo still has control of shorts. Has that up and is able to ring it true. Now, surrounded on all sides. Does she find the next option on Flya? The timing not going to be there. Dashing back and forth. Stuns up. QoR just absolutely clasping on SRG, and they find every single angle. This team is drowning.
It's the most Valorant of timings, right? Like, Dodo's so aware, and literally a millisecond later, Flya comes pixel kneecap into view. And again, SRG, right? They know that they're going to lose control of long as Sarah's getting overwhelmed. So she tucks into short where you have the op, where you have the safety, the tradability of each other. And then she just gets this re-swing idea that just is a little too far out. And maybe just didn't expect that many players to be already that deep into the site. Again, just difficulty in that calling. Decision making, but this round, I like the mid walk down. Dodo Nut Can't fault a girl for trying.
Go back up to get kind of reorganized with the rest of the team. Thing is, though, look at the firepower. Sheriffs, bandits against rifles, money, and money talks. Here it is from Kumi. It talks loud. Moose is there too, wants to be a part of that conversation. They're flexing on him for the moment. 11-6 on this eco differential is coming up soon.
Oh, if they had that first Sheriff off on Kumi, if the GC Sheriff came out to play, that could have been a very different round, but fortunate. Now down to Sarah and Mel. Group up duo synergy here, see what they can find. You're trying to keep these kills out of Derek Sands and maybe Flyas, and Kumi says, okay, I'll take them instead. Get towards the convergent paths.
I like your idea of keeping them out of Derek Sands, but if Kumi finds even more, I mean, that conversion paths is coming up too, so now you got 2
out of
hands.
3.
And there's
an instant nightfall. Either way, it's flawless out of core. Again, it's kind of like teeing up for that grand finale, so I do agree they needed to, again, minimize the damage the best that they could, but again, it was an eco. This is where it matters. Again, 11-6, I argue, again, they have that leeway, they have that room for error that was non-existent on Bind, and we've seen those 2 error rounds already go against them, right? Round 16, even almost that bonus getting converted as well. This is where, okay, now you're out of strikes. You lose this, you're broke, it's 12. You're thrifting, or you're going down a peg in the Swiss stage. So let's see you pull out all the stops. The KJ's on A this time, receiving the hit. Sarah's not playing as aggro either, more for like a dart out of heaven spray down off the smokes. It's quick ideology change.
The thing is that the operator's just not online. Sarah pushed in towards this heaven side. They know that this is a gap on the side of core. They immediately go for every single gunfight, win one of them. That's Kumi though. Expected to die. Note. Also no smokes on this side. 3v4. Mel playing with the angles, short still on lock, and Moose has found a way to sneak by every player on SRG. It's a matter of time now as he clears the smoke. Flya has to not die on the angle. I don't believe he peeks into 2 and gets both as well. Locked down to shut down a chance for SRG to win this round, possibly this game. I don't believe what each player on this core team is capable of, man. It's magic from every single side.
And again, I mean, the setup was there. The mistakes were there for core as well, right? We were like, oh, what can we fault core for on Bind? I mean, there were no heaven smokes. Sarah gets a crazy timing on your entry. And then they still somehow find these crazy timings to dismantle the reflood from within, where all the pieces of the puzzle were there for SRG. The site smoke to set them up, to play off of Mel finding her own. And it just does suck that it bubbles down to Dodo not being forced, it feels like, to save this operator. Because again, this is going to be our lifeline into the next round, right? Look, Alexis 0, 900's the next, or the best that you can hope for, which is Noya. It's going to be difficult, and you may not even get to keep the operator. Moose, of course it's going to be Moose.
No, it's fine, it's fine. You talked about economies, Obi, right? And you were breaking it down for both these teams. And yes, one of the levels of economy look bad for the side of SRG right now. There's a second spiritual X factor level. That's the orbs, the ultimates. Right now, Sarah has the only voice of money and reason on that side. Hunter's Fury getting active. And if they win this round, Overdrive is there. You got the lockdown coming in faster for Alexis. They have a bit of a voice here, but look what it's backed up by. A Sheriff, Spectre. Yes, the op's still in tow, but it'll be tough in this one.
And starting out, see, Kumi can just get this orb convergent paths. If you weren't shut down by the lifeline operator that Alexis has, or Mel getting aggro off of a trap play off that lifeline Hunter's Fury you mentioned, Shayu and Blink, and you'll miss it. This aggro window play has just let in some light. And the flowers will come back. Could start to bloom. Flya. I'll shut the shades now.
Can't lose this clutch. That's the game. We're still on match point. And Derek's found a way to get there. Alexis, though. Electric with this op. Is able to find every sightline in half a second and be accurate at the same time. Don't do it, Flya. How? Okay, that's enough. Calm down. It's okay. You don't need to win every 1vx. It's crazy. Things losing on ace short in that last round. 12-7, 5 chances here for SRG. And we talked about ultimate economy. I didn't get to mention that core is part of the conversation now too. Kumi, off that eco we were talking about. Conversion Paths is there. And Moose, every time this pit's been online, core have had immediate control of post plant or the map in general. So if these guys touch the site right now, that pit coming down, I think it might be over. Yes, I know Overdrive is really good. We saw that split game in the last BO3. Who was it? Yeah. It was Renz just coming in and clearing everybody down. This time, it's not going to be the same on Haven. You don't have that space.
Ooh. That's what the op is. Again, the calling card. Keep them off the sites. And I liked the hand me down into Alexis. That was a nice surprise element, but you can no longer crutch into that. And they've identified the weak site. No Killjoy util on B. And the ult would cover the entirety of it here if you rip the convergent paths. And it doesn't even feel like SRG is really set up to address it.
I know, they're set up for an all-in here for the side of Alexis, actually playing against this Viper smoke. Trouble on C here. Time ticking down. Match point for QoR. Drone from Sarah could be disastrous. You can get slid on, but no zero to support. Hindrance might hit both. Noya finds Flya on the lurk. Kumi responds. No smokes for now. Wall up. Actually dissipates everything, but they reactivate. Convergent paths. Slow down time. Play on yours. Get the info. Shock dart there. Pit goes through. No finds the person. The smokes in the shadows. Sarah sees through everything. Through the problems. Finds a solution. And it's all down to Moose. That shorty is too small, and you can't get through the SRG.
That felt like a pit, no problem kind of play there out of Shopify Rebellion Gold. Mentioned that was gonna be the linchpin, but they kind of dropped it before getting that full site control.
And the big thing too, cost them 2 big ultimates that could be round swingers. So now SRG have a bigger gap to come through.
It's like that firework that you're expecting to be the grand finale, and then it's just like a small pop, and you're like, oh, we got a dud. Right? I mentioned it, the grand finale they were saving up for. That was supposed to be the finishing touch, the cherry on top of this 2-0. And now SRG have that window. Again, I mentioned the sprouts.
Toxin screen down.
Hit is an option for Noya here. Usually on defense, immediately drop down inside that B side or somewhere maybe for Garage C. Could be there for the retake. This time though, through Garage.
See split action set up here, but really good KJ to the deny.
Look at Alexis. This is the spot she was playing on the last time. A window here to play with, but as soon as the smoke falls, she has to just get alive. Dash won't see her. Immediate action. 1-2, and the third for Noya swing, but Moose equalizes. A 2v3 with one far away. It's an immediate second chance on site for QoR.
Eric.
Waiting in the smoke. Yeah, he has a chance here. The double swing will come in. Shorty pulled out at the wrong time. Trade. Spray. Goto will pray and take a chance to make this a 2v1. I like this. Play to your advantage, let the spike go down. Yeah, coming in from long. Moose has a chance to maybe get the spike down and does not win it. The dream for SRG stays alive. 12-9.
Wow. And honestly, again, the strongest look from SRG, these C anchors, right? It's kind of what kickstarted this half, right? When you look at the pistol round, it's what's keeping them in it as well. I mean, Alexis, again, I mean, she's been at the crux now of these few swing rounds as well. The Op 2K that she got, and now this playing around. Honestly, they're their own orb that finally gets to have really nice cycling impact.
Timeout for the teams available as well, just in case they need them towards the end of this game on either side.
Maybe? I thought this would have been a good time for QoR's first timeout.
They don't want to give SRG the momentum at all to be able to just, you know, get their thoughts rallied, go for more pocket plays like that. Here it comes, though. The pit from Noya to stop that C aggression. Prowler in it immediately will gain some space, and Dodo will disrespect that space, answered by Flya.
Ooh, not like this. I mean, it is at least a 1-for-1 trade. Smokes for smokes. So you're going to probably crutch towards this A side or stack this B space. And somehow it's kind of being tracked by SRG.
They've got, like, not really anybody on this A side with a pit towards C. So they're all in thinking and guessing, going for the claim that QoR's challenging this pit.
I love Dodo's position here, too. It's like a bait. It's like, okay, you want to punish? You want to bully Noya? I'm here. But again, the second guessing, the milliseconds missing.
It's the starvation of information in QoR. They eat from it, too. Able to walk in on this C site. A virus has spread. And I think SRG have no cure to this one. Infiltrating the pit, too. They're gaining so much info. Noya understands there's a gap towards the backside. Plays on the left.
Okay. Planted. Could be a full-blooded retake here. Alexis has the lockdown to kind of force them into the pit. You don't have an exit rate at the on this site, which is the silver lining, but they're gonna fight into CT instead. I can see it. Moose, the gears turning.
Oh, has to just get this drone timing if it's possible. It doubles back in towards garage. Gets the tag, could spam that out. Perfect snake bite in there. The swing though, just a bit too early. Moose has to go nuclear. Starts that radioactivity though. Gets stunned. Not a chance. Teammate in the way. Whip from Dodo Nut. Derek is there. The turnaround is amazing. And QoR shuts it down.
Wow, 2-0 victories from your reigning Stage 1 champions, shutting down their scrim partners, shutting down the Game Changers North American champions and GCC runner-ups. I mean, again, the respectable comebacks, the grits being demonstrated by Shopify Rebellion Gold, a grand takeaway. And I just need to see that resurgence, that confidence, because that was their best look here on Haven, is when they were super, super decisive. The wish-washiness from Bind and from early Haven that we saw, maybe they're just getting the nerves out, right? We mentioned it. It's been a while since they played officials other than the silly little third-party tournaments, right? And if they get the dust off, if Dodo has a better day, then it's the Swiss format is so brutal, right? SRG, just by design, having to play through Promo Rally when you get these Game Changers invites is always going to be paired against these top seeds, right? Last time, what was it? Envy they had to face off against, like, in their first round. It's a difficult position to be in.
Very difficult, but you have to also look at the side of QoR and how well they played today. These guys came in, Moose finding answers that should not exist. Flyus position and his IGLing to actually be proactive on the defensive side was amazing. Haven't seen it like that from any team that consistently up till this point. They've proven that their stage one was no fluke. These guys are in the business, ready to play, bit of a roster change, still looking good. And that roster change too, with Derek coming in, honestly, the M80 games that I were able to catch last stage, like, he was consistently top fragging, like, even when they were having those off matches. And he's one of those players I expected him to maybe keep during the rebuild. So the fact that he joined this team and is still putting up that same individual level performance while a fade on Haven off meta is so impressive from this team. Listen, whatever fan you were of either team, you were a fan of Valorant today, and you got some good stuff in the 2 best of 3s we watched on broadcast. That's it for me and Zoe, though we'll be seeing you tossing the desk in a little bit right after this.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joey trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You got looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
And your stage 1 champions are going to start their first round of Swiss here in stage 2 with a W, as QoR are going to take down SRG 2-0. Heading into the second map, I mean, Vance, we went into SRG's map pick. We got to see a little bit more. Are you dropping stuff over there? Are you good?
I was clapping. You talked about stage 1 champions, like, oh, we already finished stage 2, and then you continued the sentence. I kept clapping, and my leg just fell on my head.
Oh,
I'm getting punished for kidding around.
Man,
So I gotta stay serious. So what
we
was your serious
hate
question?
having fun over here. Vance, no fun allowed. Analysis only. QoR looked good.
QoR looked amazing. Yeah, I think it continues on to that first map. Although you got to say it, or you got to tell how it is. How SRG still look pretty good there on their map pick, right? It shows as to why they're super comfortable on this map. How they're able to almost pull it back here on that second half. A very strong piss around. They gave themselves a better chance to really fight back into that second half after getting a very strong piss around. But I think what really was the nail in the coffin and what really threw SRG for a loop is how much Kumi was able to just move around on that A side and get aggressive lines and always punish players on lurks or whatnot before he needs to retreat. And I respect that game plan, because especially when you're not playing a Yoru comp anymore here for either teams, or a Yoru that allows for you to fast rotate, you might just play the standard way of playing Haven, where you have your offer just locked in onto one line and never really try to go for like a peek and then TP across onto the other side. So if you're not trying to deal with that to try to figure out where the op is, or try to push away to start pulling some defenders onto your side to support the op so that the gaps are opening up for you to take some map control, then it's unfortunately these type of kills that you're seeing coming out here from Kumi, right? It's just he's starting off on that side all the time, so you can't really start that yourself unless you really want to try to go for that Viper wall play. You need more players behind that to really push that offer line away.
Yeah, hard too, because I mean, Dodo not, you know, it was a better scoreline that we got to see from Shopify, of course. And you did kind of get to see a little bit more adaptability coming through from this team. But it felt like there was quite a struggle in regards to like setting up the duelists on the attack. I believe it's 7 first stats and 0 first bloods coming through. So there was so much trial and error with trying to get past Kumi, right? Like Vance had said, Derek, which was a very, very big, benefactor. And also, I think the person who got the most kills down in that half was Moose. So it was quite difficult to kind of get past these primary players on this team, of course. So for Shopify, of course, there was that adjustment going onto a map of Haven, of which they're more comfortable with. But I am, again, and it's the first series of the stage, right? So there is a little bit of leniency with that. Of course, we're still within the Swiss stage, the grouping stage, whatnot. So, but I'm hoping we get to see a little more come through from SRG in the future, because it didn't feel like the performance that we got to see, a couple weeks ago.
And I hope that people don't look at the 0-2 scoreline for SRG and write them off, considering how things played out. Map 1, I mean, it's not their map pick, and it was kind of a little bit of a tough one. But this map 2, we got to see a lot more of those ideas. We got to see them go to toe-to-toe. But again, QoR is such a good team. They took down every team back looking at stage 1. And I mean, they're going to continue that level of dominance, right? So I look forward to SRG in the coming weeks, fans. And of course, QoR, how they're going to improve upon this roster. I mean, Derek was doing so well for the team. It's looking really strong with them. And I think it's nice to see.
Yeah, and that's the first question that was answered, right? What would this QoR look like with Smoke leaving the roster? And now you're also switching your playstyle, where again, you're not solely focusing on a fast op rotate, but just keep it on one player, but also using double initiator to get some early info, or just trying to play a slower pace depending on the map. So they are completely revamping almost every single one of their comps on every single map here for the side of QoR. but still making it work in such a short turnaround. Remember, this is 2 maps now, if you're looking at Bind and Haven, that they had to revamp things and still looked really good against Shopify Rebellion Gold. So that to me shows that Flya still puts tremendous work and effort into the team, is a great IGL to call on the fly. And also when we move over to the later weeks, then even if the playstyle changes where they're not going to be able to be as aggressive, they probably still find ways to counteract against our opponents, knowing where their weaknesses are based on the new comps they're going to play, and still work it to their advantage.
Yeah, and it's easy with someone like Flya, who has so much experience kind of already switching the roster previously in stage 1, as we had talked about with Smoke kind of going into the duelist role. So I don't think this is any different. It really is just, okay, now I have a new addition. Now I kind of have to figure out, I know the strengths of everyone here. I have to see where Derek fits. And I think Derek also saying how, I think Derek as well, just being able to kind of suit everyone's play style and also kind of play to what they're comfortable with as well obviously helps. So it was quite interesting to see, but all in all, QoR, they're still the top dogs, right? Realistically. So it was a great game.
Yeah, for now, yeah, I agree.
For now, what?
For now, that's so ominous.
The reason why I'm saying for now is because there's been so many good roster changes happening from other teams too, right? That hasn't been proven yet. So once we see really the next litmus test of, yeah, QoR's still at the top, they're still looking really awesome, they're still very good. But now you're starting to build more super teams trying to qualify from stage 2 and stage 3 into the LCQ. Then how is it going to fare against them? And I'm excited for those matchups.
I'm excited too. For now. For now. And I mean, this look coming out from QoR is really nice. And I'm excited to hear a little bit more about it, because for our Phillips Norelco interview, we have none other than Moose on the line. Moose, first off, I got to apologize for Van Steele. I got to apologize for my analyst over here. But congrats on the win. You're a stage 1 champions. You start off Swiss week 1 with a win. Was there a lot of work in the off season? Is this like just a continuation? Like, how to get this 2-0 today?
I mean, there was definitely a lot of work because, I mean, like 10 days before the season started, you know, the powerhouses came out and swooped one of our players. So, and you know, he was like a big part of our system, and now we have to change a bunch of stuff. So there's a lot of work, but yeah, we're definitely not where we need to be yet.
Let's talk about this edition, because there's always, you know, double-edged swords when somebody gets swooped away. Derek coming onto the team, I know you've played against him in the past. You're now with him on a team. How has it been bringing him into the team, especially as you said that it is going to be a little bit of a different play style?
I mean, with a player like Derek, it's like pretty easy to bring him onto the team. He fits right in. He's a professional. He's been playing forever, so he knows what he needs to do and what he needs to bring. So that part wasn't that hard. It's just figuring out like how we want to play as a team now.
And is the look today something we can maybe expect a little bit going on forward, or are we still in the developing phase of it all?
Yeah, I really couldn't tell you. We're just like testing things. I have no idea what like we're gonna look like by the end of the split, so we're just gonna have to keep watching.
Makes it exciting, keeps us on our toes. Last but not least, I mean, you got to go up against SRG today, which means you're going up against Alexis. So what's that like, getting to play up against her in the service, in the server? There's a little bit of body shooting up there, Moose. Come on.
Well, not for me. It was, she is shooting my body. I know what to do and what not to do. So, but yeah, I mean, you can see my background is a little different. She's actually at my house right now, and our setups are like pretty close to each other. So I had to move. Yeah, I'm in my dad's office right now. But yeah, I mean, it's all love. So also these glasses, zenny.com. Everyone should go buy some. But yeah, I love Alexis. She's a great player, a great team, you know.
So professional, the proper girlfriend response, the glasses shout out, and the win on the day. Moose, I'll let you go spend time with her, but thank you for the chat. Say hi for us to Alexis and have a good night.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, all over here. I like to call it like, yo, I know what to do. I I ain't body shooting out here. He's clearing his name here, man. He's clearing his name.
Yeah, he's already ready to be a husband and a partner for life. So it's like always happy wife, happy life. You know what I mean? That's how it goes. That's how it goes. So I agree with Moose. Although those rims are actually quite nice. I have my own Zeddy pair somewhere.
Hiding around somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere.
Just somewhere. I mean, with the shots that he was hitting in the server,
That's
I think they're putting
need.
in. Yeah, I think it's putting in work. Taking a look at our Swiss bracket. I mean, QoR, Moose is shooting, QoR is winning, and the system under structure is going to be ending off with a win, which I think, too, is so important for a team that Moose was talking about is still developing, right? Like, they're trying to figure out these new systems. So getting these wins early on, I think is going to be crucial, especially, too, I mean, there was a conversation gumps before this about how there has been so many of these roster changes. Teams are looking to level up, and we have the conclusion of the very first round with both of our side stream matches concluding. So how are we feeling about this?
I'm feeling confident. I in regards to I really like the roster changes, and I know I was like glazing QoR a bit in regards to like their play style and how they were able to fare out with this newer edition. But I think all in all, like we got to see teams like Alliance, right, who played phenomenally, and D1 as well, which is a brand new rosters that are coming in, right? Players that are now transitioning out, like Smoke and Derek coming in. As to where it didn't really feel like there was much missing other than the fact that it was completely different, right? So the synergy was still there. They played very well. But the thing is, we have so much time that who we see today is going to be so incredibly different next week and the week after that. So that in itself, with having new additions, is what's so awesome about Challengers.
And talking about next week too, if I'm not mistaken, what we're currently seeing in the round 2-1-0, it's not necessarily the matches that we're going to get next week either. So if that was going to be the case, it's like, oh wait, things are going to be continuing to be quite hard for SRG because they just played like against the best team in Challengers that we have, from winning stage 1 into having to play SAT after, which is crazy in terms of a run. So we'll have to wait into get any updates on those matches so you guys can check your VLRs. But if not, I was quite impressed with what I saw today too. I think the gap from what we've seen from last year into now is also much closer. I think there's also more teams that are like gatekeeper teams, so there's great opportunities right now to battle in that mid pack to really try to make it into this LCQ.
You guys keep talking about we'll have to see in the coming week what teams are up to, though. This was just round 1 of Swiss, but we're still going to make our way through round 2 to be finishing off week 1. There's going to be matches tomorrow. They're going to be decided in a little bit. So make sure you're back here tomorrow to see what our teams are up to here in Challengers. That's it from us today, though. Thank you all for tuning in. Best of luck in your own ranked games. So see you back here tomorrow for some more Challengers.
Bye.
Bye.
Goes down. And Han's just pushing them into Giza now. Wildfire low HP. This is a guaranteed 1v2. Giza has not missed yet. And Wildfire will do his exact position in this moment. Jerk might win, but it's down to another 1v1. Giza might just take the spike. There is no time, no space, no position. The clock winds down, and it's just signals doom for the side of Alliance. Jerk has to win that fight. Wildfire must have had to stick popping down. That being said, they're just going to run the whole day. Trying to throw fires on the side for the line time to answer to kind of leave, or at least do some short ones to the long range fights. That'll be the question.
In there. There's still one shot against Light Shield, so you gotta get past it, break the crosshair, and it takes 2 lives to do so.
Keeps the mansion that he has over towards Fountain. And the rest of the team is just absolutely amazing. Right, so with this 3-stack side, they're waiting for Shopify to maybe overpeak, find some value, and turn that value peak into a mistake. Here it comes with the pop flash. They're ready for it. Textbook is red. The test is passed with flying colors. QoR up 7-1.
They were able to do. So I'm expecting that continued emboldened kind of approach here, especially when you're trying to run a different composition. But speaking of